Well, a very good morning and welcome to Hove for day 3 of this county championship match between Sussex and Middlesex. The umpires, Chris Watts and Ian Blackwell, are walking out to the middle. I have to say, the light is not at all good. There's quite a lot of blue sky around, but there's some really angry, black-looking cloud up towards the downs, and I can just see the umpires standing out in the middle now looking at the light, as if to say, maybe we need the floodlights on. I think the overnight rain is drifting away. It doesn't seem there's been too much down here on the south coast, but the light isn't great and the numbers on the scoreboard are really standing out as I speak to you. So we will be getting under. I'm Adrian Harms. Kevin Hand from BBC Radio London is with me as well, and we'll be bringing you live commentary here throughout the day with this game really intriguingly poised. Middlesex 284 for 6 overnight, trailing by 108. Martin Anderson on 41, Luke Coleman on 52, both of whom have played really well in an undefeated partnership of 71. The ground staff, you always get an idea here at Hove it's going to rain, because are the ground staff hanging around at this end of the ground, which is the C end where the covers are housed, and they are hanging around in here, which makes us think that maybe perhaps there might be the odd interruption this morning, but let's hope not, and we are going to start on time, which is the good news. The scoreboard is showing that there are 96 overs in the day. I think that should be 103, because we lost 7 overs last night when the players went off for bad light. So we'll see if we can get some confirmation of that from the scorers as we go through. But without further ado, it's a very good morning to Kevin Hand from BBC Radio London, and this is a really good game of cricket, Kevin.
It's a belter. Good morning, Adrian. Good morning, everybody. Very, very enjoyable 2 days cricket. Good quality from these two sides. Good quality batting. Good quality bowling from not only the overseas, Shaheen Shah Afridi, but all the home talent on show as well. Batters have been made to work for it. Only 16 wickets falling in the first 2 days. And nearly 700 runs.
Yeah.
So, yeah, pretty nicely poised. 108 runs behind Middlesex. They've got 4 overs, so that second new ball's available this morning. So it's going to be Haynes from the Cromwell Road end, and he'll be right arm over the wicket with a slip in place to Martin Anderson, the right-handers forward, pushing away to the offside, and there's no run. Will these floodlights come on in a moment? I'd imagine they will.
Well, this light is as bad as you say as when they went off last night.
Yeah, the only thing being, I just said that to you before we started, didn't we? The only thing in the umpire's defence at the moment is it's a morning light, isn't it? So you've got kind of those blue. There are patches of blue here, there, and everywhere. Here is Haynes bowls, and that's driven away nicely by Anderson. Lovely shot through the covers. There's a deep cover, he won't get there. 288 for 6. Anderson's on to 45. Nice way to hit the first runs of the day.
Well, quality shot, wasn't it? And he's batted really nicely. Martin Anderson came in at a difficult time for Middlesex yesterday, when Max Holden was out, but that was just beautifully timed through the covers. Lovely shot for 4. But impressed with him.
Yep, he's a fine prospect as Haynes is in bowls and Anderson's forward pushing away into the offside, and there's no run. There's somebody who started as a bowler.
Here come the lights.
Hey, lights are on. I'm assuming all the energy here now is sustainably sourced, like it is at Lord's. Or in the
good question. I don't know the answer to that.
It's a Green Party territory, this, isn't it? So I bet it is.
Well, there is a Green MP in Brighton.
So he goes Haynes bowls, and this ball's pushed away up to mid-on, and there's no run. 288 for 6. And they had Dizzy Gillespie here before as well, so of course it must be.
I think it's the only Green MP in the country, isn't it? I'm
pretty sure, yeah.
I'm not hugely...
Well, unless the latest results have changed things.
Yeah, I mean, they were all county ones, weren't they? But certainly in terms of members of Parliament...
Ah, yes, indeed. Here's Haynes. He's in bowls and onto the pads of Anderson. There's no run. Falls away into the onside.
Caroline Lucas? I should stick to cricket, really.
Exactly who it is. Exactly who it is, yeah. Right. But yeah, all these grounds are becoming sustainable grounds now, aren't they? Sustainable stadiums around the country as well. Haynes bowls, and on a length this ball's pushed away just fine at the extra cover, and there's no run. 288 for 6 it is. That's the end of the 77th over, so a quick 6 deliveries there from Haynes to usher Sussex towards a second new ball. Hunt's taking his cap off down below us. I have to be very careful about how I said that, as he hands the cap and the sweater to the umpire.
Yeah, Caroline Lucas, MP for Brighton. But the answer to your question is, I don't know, but that'd be a good question to ask at some stage. Not a big crowd here today. It's much or vastly reduced on yesterday. I don't know what we read into that, because this game is in a really good stage. I can see a gentleman away to our right hand side. In fact, two people over there wearing Brighton and Hove Albion shirts, because the Albion play Manchester United
That's just the deck
today.
chairs, isn't it?
Yeah. But that's not till 5:30, and a number of people I know will think we're going to come to the cricket until
Middlesex will have won by then.
until sort of 3 o'clock, 3:30, and then hop on the train up to the Amex. But does it say something about, county cricket on a Saturday? I don't know really, but I mean, it's a really good game of cricket, and I'm surprised there's not more people around. We ought to do a little test. I can't see Julian up there this morning, and I can't see Tim either.
Oh no!
So I'm not sure. So I do need someone to wave and let us know the commentary's going out.
They were the ones
ground.
sharing the headset, weren't they?
Yes, we are indeed. Gentleman there waving. Thank you, sir. As in comes Sean Hunt running in from the C end of the ground, in and bowls, and Holman is beaten outside the off stump, taken by Mohammed Rizwan. It really is very gloomy. There's some the flags on the clock tower's scoreboard are limp to the pole, and this cloud is just sitting right above Hove. There's some blue sky to our west, which people sitting in the grandstand won't be able to see, but there's a big patch of blue sky, but it's just sitting there at the minute, and we're underneath this really dark, threatening cloud. As in comes Hunt and bowls, and Holman is going to get runs in. A nice looking shot by Luke Holman. Down to third man for 4 runs. So 2 boundaries already this morning for Middlesex, who move on to 292 for 6, and it means the arrears are exactly 100.
So not only did Holman move to his highest first-class score with that 50, it's his highest score at all, 51 in T20s previous. Best for the... he's still 21? He is still 21. Doesn't look it, does he? Big fella.
Yeah, he is a big fella.
Holman, tall, broad-shouldered, and as we've seen, the ball, we can give the ball a thump as well, can't he?
And enjoyed playing here last year when he picked up 10 wickets in the match in that very comprehensive win for Middlesex. The umpire Blackwell is just looking towards that blue sky, which is just sitting to the west of the ground, as in comes Hunt and bowls, and let go by Holman outside of the off stump, taken by Mohammed Rizwan, and there is no run.
The sport's up on the YouTube stream, but apparently not on the BBC Sport website, Harmsy. Who's not hooked us up somewhere? Thank you to the Void for letting us know.
Yeah, they should have done. Let me...
Let's have a little listen ourselves, shall we? The Void, you can always rely on the Void to know that if he says it's not working, it's not working.
Let's just contact... You take over and I'll contact the studio.
Here comes Hunt, inside edge, onto the pads. Falls away into the offside, there's no run.
Let me make a...
Yep, the Void's right, nothing working on the link, on the BBC Sport page. Thank you to the Void. So, see if somebody can give the machine a kick, get it working, give it the old Fonz. Bang. Get it working once again. Hunt's got 2 slips as he moves in, bowls, and playing a miss from Holman as that one nips away from the left-hander. Looking to punch into the offside. They'll know they'll be up against it in a few moments, especially in these conditions, what they'd give for this cloud cover to blow over. There is a chance of that happening. Let's have a look where the wind's coming in from. There's not much wind, actually. Looking at the grey sky that sits above the Cromwell Road end at the moment, or behind the Cromwell Road end, that could slip away to the west. So the flags at the moment suggesting the weather's coming in from a northwesterly. It could slip away to the east. Sorry, the wind's coming in from northwesterly. As this ball's left alone outside of the off stump by Holman, through it goes. 292 for 6. Anderson 45, Holman 56. End of the over, 2 to go to the new ball becoming available. BBC Sport website and app here with commentaries, or the commentary provided by BBC's Radio Sussex and Radio London. Adrian Harms and myself, Kevin Hand. Interesting games up and down the country. Hampshire 32 for 5. That's blown that game open, hasn't it? Gubbins has 7. Amir has 7 runs. Amir has 3 wickets. Higgins has 2. Higgins versus Gubbins. That's a fine encounter.
You've redone it.
Good pair. Again, 2 that got away. Higgins back-to-back centuries in the last game for Hampshire. Surely got to be a little bit of talk about him getting back close to that Test side as he was many times in his England days.
That's I don't know. There was an email Tim sent out this week that this
Here comes
wasn't going out. Something that people weren't doing.
Ollie Robinson. It is Robinson, I was just checking. They're giving him an over with the older ball. Right arm over from the Cromwell Road end. He's got two slips crouching down, and he's got Martin Anderson on strike on 45. He bowls short of a length, and Anderson stands up tall and punches to point. There's no run. Do drop us a line, drop us a tweet wherever you are, at Adrian Harms, at Kevin Ham BBC.
Let me check who's going out. I'll ring you back, Yanina.
Robinson again, thick inside edge, falls away through a square leg for a single. 292 for 6. We'll change to the field here, which you'll see deep square coming up towards point. So we've got two slips, a deep gully and a cover point now. As Robinson's right arm over, he bowls. This is played away into the onside, and there's no run. 293 for 6. We'll say hello to you all on the live stream at the moment and around the ground. You've got a TV commentary at the moment from me because we're not on the radio. We're only on the TV stream or live in the grounds. So here goes Robinson again. Turning at the top of his mark to run down that hill. Lovely having Stephen Finn up here yesterday talking to us about running down the slope at Hove.
What else?
This is past the umpire, bowls outside the off, good pace and bounce, left alone by Holman. Holman, 73 balls for his 56. Been a good knock from him. He's up pretty tall in his crease as he awaits. Holds up back quite high behind him. Robinson bowls and forward goes. Big left-hander defending up to mid-off. 2 balls to come with the 79th. Middlesex within 100 now of Sussex. I said if they could get it to within 50. So they're 50 behind at the end of the first innings, Middlesex. Well, let's say they got to 350. They're 42 behind, so they got that 4th batting point, which is 55 runs away. Loads of times to do it. They're only in the 79th over, so bonus points available until the 110th. If they could get to 350, be 42 behind at the close of the first innings, then they'd really fancy they're in this game as Robinson bowls and Holman leaves alone a ball that really picks up bounce and goes away down that slope and away from the left-hander through to Rizwan. Left the ground with Shaheen Shah Afridi last night. Mohammed Rizwan saw them at the far end. Tried to take a picture, but it was so far away. Just had to trust me, really, if you saw the picture. They went out for an evening together, I'm sure. 2 Pakistan internationals.
The Manchester United game. Yeah.
After Afridi struck Rizwan, a pretty uncomfortable place, the first ball that he bowled to him. As here's Robinson bowls to Holman, who's right over the top of this one, turns a single out to deep mid-wicket. He moves to 57, 296 for 6. This is quite the partnership for Middlesex as well. That is the end of the over, so Holman will keep the strike. From a Middlesex perspective, this is quite the partnership because these are the two who are vying for the number 7 spot, really. With John Simpson now fixed in at 6, the all-rounder at 7. And then 4 bowling attack. Seam attack for Middlesex if Holman takes number 7. If Anderson takes number 7, then a 3-seam attack beyond with a spinner probably. Or in this case, the pair of them. 2 all-rounders and then 3 out-and-out bowlers. Anderson bowled beautifully, took that ball first thing yesterday ahead of Bamber from the C end. Is Hunt. His left arm over the wicket. 296 for 6. Bowls, and this ball's pushed back by Holman. There's no run. Go on, have a chat with me. You're thinking technically, Adrian. Let's let the listeners in. What are you thinking? You're thinking, who else can I call? What's up?
Well,
you called the studio. The studio have called Manchester, have they?
Well, no.
They haven't.
Well, I don't think it's a Manchester issue. I think there's an issue around a button being pressed at base. But it's there's one person who's producing the programme who's on their own. So it's
we could always rig up my kit and dial straight to Salford as this ball's punched away out to deep point for a single. Holman moves to 58, 297 for 6, and that for the time being solves the problem. You could have one for the updates dialed straight into the studio and one for the...
Yeah, we have... The trouble is we have 2 bases for the radio stations, one in Brighton and one in Guildford, and they swap to and fro, and it's a very kind offer, but I suspect that may cause even more of an issue. The good news is we're going around the ground and we're going out on the live stream, so that is good news, but we're not going out on the BBC website, so we'll get the technical glitch sorted.
Oh, there you are. We're there. There's somebody sorted it. Thank you, The Void. We are now on the BBC Sport website app. Thank you, The Void.
Wonderful. Let my colleague know.
Somebody's hit the right button. Well done. Here's Hunt with a slip and a gully. He's left arm over. And he bowls now to Anderson, brings it back on the pads, going down, I'd suggest. Yeah, they've settled down on it. Adrian was giving it out. Umpire Harms had his finger up.
Yeah, it's working. I don't know what you did.
Just drifting down the leg side. You can see a lot of... well done. In from the angle I was at, which is at a straight long on, you can see a lot of the off stump on that, I'd say. Tim Teller, who's Rita Green's boss. Good morning to you. He says both Gubbins and Higgins are just tweeted to say that they're facing each other at the moment, 2 former Middlesex players, 1 that got away, 2 that got away actually. As here's Hunt's bowls, driven up to mid-off by Anderson, there's no run. One of my favourite batting partnerships, apart from it was a bit of a tongue twister, Gubbins and Higgins, when they first broke through as youngsters. Huggins and Gibbons, I think it used to have. But Tim Zeller says both played for Berkshire cricket junior teams. Gubbins did pre-season in Zimbabwe. Higgins is from Zimbabwe. Gubbins went to Elstree and Higgins went to Bradfield, 5 minutes apart. Here comes Hunt's bowls. Right behind it is Anderson pushing away into the offside. There's no run. And Peter Mead says, morning all, I'm listening to you in my office for now. It's been very good to see the Middlesex middle order digging in and bringing the Middlesex close. Their strength of purpose is really good. I'm feeling cautiously optimistic, hoping I test negative today and life can finally resume. Well, I hope so too. Peter? Could be a vastly different game conditions, in different weather conditions, writes Derek, as here comes Hunt's bowls. This is dabbed away into the onside by Anderson. There's no run, 297 for 6. It might open up the game, questions Derek. In Hurstpier Point, so he's not far away. It's probably where that black cloud's hanging over at the moment, isn't it? Hurstpier Point in the distance. There's a black cloud over Derek's.
Well, the good news is that blue sky is slowly inching its way, and I mean inching its way, towards the ground. So I think within the next 20 minutes or so, hopefully we should be...
Oh no, the light meter's coming out. Oh no. Right, come on, we're going to have to help the wind. There's not much wind today, is there? We're going to have to give the...
New ball being taken.
Well, yeah, new ball and a light meter. Which one's going to win? I think we're all right. I think
we're okay now.
As I said to you, Adrian, I think last night it was filled in. It was very high cloud, filled in, and I thought it wasn't that dark to bring them off. You know, we were all stood out there doing the interviews and thought, this is some bad light. The floodlights, I think, make it worse because they really do glint off the bat. But they're okay. They've tested the light and we're fine. Oh, no, they're not. Yes, we are. Oh, umpires coming together to have a chat. Oh, dear.
Well, I think the light is no worse now than when we started this morning. In fact, I would say it's better.
Oh dear.
And that is really. I don't quite understand that.
Well, the problem is they set a benchmark yesterday, and that benchmark was too high or low, whichever way you want to say. The lights wasn't that bad last night, and they've set a bad precedent for the match. The refs, they've got it wrong here, in my opinion, and we have to call it as we see it, and that means both teams, but also the umpires as well. I think they've got it wrong here at the moment. There's blue sky, but a couple of minutes away. I can tell you that, folks. Again, I think the floodlights almost made them jittery because it glints off the bat. It glints off a couple of car windscreens over there as well, actually, which isn't very helpful. In between the old score box and the what's that over there? There's another. Is it a corporate room up at the far side?
Yeah, there's various offices up there which are let out to various companies, but I just think the light is better than when we started, Kevin. So I don't really quite understand.
I do think that the floodlights actually make it look worse out there at the moment because you've got all this reflection around the ground on the flats away in the distance at the Cromwell Road end, the car windscreens around the side, the flats behind the corporate boxes to our right. Yeah, off for bad light, eh? Just feel like you need to take a picture of this skyline and say, off a bad light at Hove. But it shouldn't be too long with that skyline up above us. But there we go, floodlights on, off they go. I'm not really moving anywhere, Adrian, today. They will be off for long, do you?
No, I agree with you. No, I do agree with you. But it's very frustrating, isn't it? It's one of those things, Kevin, about cricket in general that I don't know. Some sort of a solution has to be found, really, because it is incredibly frustrating. You're trying to attract
Dickie
people.
Bird always used to say, "Unless there's thunder and lightning, keep them on."
Well, you're trying to attract people into the sport is so important, and people have come today. They paid their money. It's not raining. There are floodlights here, which are to help when there is bad light, and it's just really, really frustrating when there is no play. So, what have done? Middlesex have moved on from. In fact, now the scoreboard isn't showing the Middlesex score, which isn't desperately helpful. What we can do is that Middlesex haven't lost a wicket, but we are off for bad light.
So Middlesex probably won't mind this because I think, all right, well, do you know what? It's going to be lovely in a minute. There's going to be blue skies overhead within 10-20 minutes. There'll be blue skies, and they'll face the new ball under blue skies. They'll probably be quite happy actually going off right now. Holman and Anderson had a little look, had a little net this morning. And they'll come out and face that new ball under blue skies. They'll hope in a few moments' time.
So I think Kevin and I will just let the effects mic bubble away.
Good morning once again from Hove. The players are back out. The bad light has gone. Apparently. There was bad light and apparently it's gone now. It's a bit difficult to see what real difference there is between now, the start of the match, or when we went off. But we're back, and hopefully we're back for good. As there admittedly was some darker grey cloud. It's now disappeared. We're going to have Ollie Robinson bowling from the Cromwell Road end, 297 for 6. Luke Holman's on strike on 58. The new ball is in hand for Sussex. Anderson has 46. Sussex have 2 slips. And Robinson's going to come right arm around the wicket. Rizwan takes a couple of steps to his right. So do the slips, which remain at 2. And here's Robinson to Holman as play resumes. And that ball swung after passing the batsman. Oh, Adrian, you're back. My apologies. Hello, Adrian Harms. I didn't know whether the headset was back on yet. You were beavering away in between in the rain delay. But yeah, that ball comes back in slightly, but really does swing once it passes the batter through to the gloves. Rizwan, 297 for 6.
And we haven't lost any overs by the looks of it, because
we can still make up time at the end, can't we?
So we're still showing us 92 overs left in the day. The 7 that we lost yesterday, apparently we don't get back today because they went off after the cut-off time. So anyway, all very complicated, but we have got 91 overs after this one.
Robinson bowls. Fuller driven to mid-off, missed time though, and there's no run. If you want to get in contact, at Kevin Ham BBC, at BBC Sussex Sports, at Adrian Harms. Or you can email
sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk.
But can you, though? Are the emails working now, Adrian?
Well, we hope so. We've had the IT people working hard this morning trying to sort out various things. We've had a few gremlins and a cup of coffee spilt over the laptop, so perhaps not totally surprising that it's been playing up. But hopefully you can get through.
Robinson bowls, good leave by Holman. Goodness me, he always looks as though he's got so much time, Luke Holman. Nonchalantly just thrusts the pad forward, and then thrusts it forward, offers the pad forward and thrusts the bat up into the air.
So Philip Tibbs has been in touch. He said it's raining in Newark, which isn't a million miles away from here, but I think of just a few spots, to be honest. In fact, it looks like Philip is been cleaning his patio. Yeah, he says, not a productive one for me. Got the jet washer out for the annual patio clean. It promptly blew a connector and covered me with water.
Robinson bowls outside off, left alone again by Holman. Who spilled what now?
Sorry?
Who spilled what now?
No, Philip was getting the jet washer out for the annual patio clean. It promptly blew a connector and covered me with water.
Oh.
But he says, at least he can watch the cricket now. He says, I saw on Twitter that Sussex let spectators on the outfield yesterday. Yes, we had John Philby here yesterday explaining the reasons why Sussex haven't been able to allow spectators on the field, which is mainly due to players practising during the breaks. But I think there's also been some not great communication. So Sussex got that message out yesterday and people were on the ground at tea.
Robinson bowls. Holman leaves alone outside off. There it goes.
And he goes on to say, am I the only person who suffers from the comms cutting out occasionally? That might be. I don't think that'll be you, Philip. Often we've said this a few times this season. There's just a handful of people here at Sussex, not even a handful, who are operating the stream, and occasionally we do get issues with the commentary cutting out. But I don't think it's too prolonged. So hopefully it's all okay. And in fact, John's been in touch. He says the stream is working, picture good, sound is intermittent though. He says in Bexhill-on-Sea.
Oh, on the BBC or on the stream?
I think on the stream.
Oh.
Yeah.
Robinson bowls and an inside edge from Holman as he defends on the front foot. It rolls down the pads to Pajura at cover, and 297 for 6 it is. Middlesex 3 away from a batting point. Anderson will have strike 4 away from a 50. Holman has 58.
Spoke to James Kirtley last night. Joint coach with Ian Salisbury here at Sussex. Ian primarily working with the 4-day scheme team, and James with the T20 side, and James working with the bowlers as well. And he was saying that they're just easing Ollie Robinson back in. He said there's been no real instructions for England in terms of how many overs Ollie can bowl. But he made the point that he gets on very well with John Lewis, who's the England bowling coach, and so it's all about a bit of trust both ways, really. So Ollie's not going to get bowled into the ground, but he just thinks he'll ease himself back in, and he'll be, fitter today than he was yesterday, and tomorrow slightly better, etc. So, and we're not going to see Ollie Robinson bowling hugely long spells. But it's just great to see him back in action. I also asked him about Jofra Archer. And James was saying that's very much on they're going day to day with Jofra, who's clearly keen to play, but and the plan is for him to play in some T20 cricket, but they're just going to have to see how he goes over the next few weeks as we build up to the T20 season. Someone who is bowling is Sean Hunt, who's in a round to Martin Anderson, who's forward, plays into the offside. There is no run.
J65 on Twitter sums it all up perfectly. Middlesex scored 26 off the last 5 overs last night and this morning. I'm not convinced that Holman and Anderson are struggling to see the ball. I reserve my right to reverse my view if wickets fall to the new ball. Absolutely. Actually, do you know what, J65? This has played into Holman and Anderson's hands, I would suggest.
In comes Hunt around the wicket, bowls, and Anderson plays this to mid-off. It's filled by Robinson, and there is no run.
They had exactly 4 overs, didn't they, against the older ball?
Yes.
And Robinson had one of them, so they had a nice little net this morning to get them going. All right, go off, put your feet up for a little while. Are you ready for the big one? Yeah, let's go. And out they go now to face the new ball. So it's probably played into Middlesex's hands. The overheads aren't as heavy now. Although they're a little bit lighter.
Yeah, I mean, slightly worryingly to the west, there's another big bank of black
I'm hoping
cloud.
that one will slip past us, because that's where all that blue stuff that didn't arrive was sitting a little while ago.
Hunt bowls, Anderson lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Rizwan, no run.
We had a wall of blue in the west, didn't we? And it slipped by to the south, and none of it actually managed to make it over the top of the ground. The best chance we got of the blue is over in the north-west at the moment. There's a slither of blue there. That one might just hit us. It's got a couple of little cousins behind it as well.
Hunt in bowls to Anderson around the wicket, and Anderson looking to glide that one down towards third man, but he's beaten outside the off stump, taken by Rizwan, no run.
Yeah, he didn't go hard at it, did he?
No. They are playing elsewhere around the country. Worcestershire 216 for 7 in reply to the Durham total yesterday. Extraordinary innings by Ben Stokes. 580 for 6 Durham made, so Worcestershire still trailing by 364. Ed Barnard top scoring with 55. Hunt in again, bowls, let go by Anderson outside the off stump, there is no run. Benjamin's been in touch. Good morning, Benjamin. He says, I'm once again tuning in from the M25 on the way to watch Brentford play Southampton in the penultimate home game of the season. Great to see Robinson taking wickets for Sussex again. Do you know how many games Robinson is available for? Is it until the Test series against New Zealand? Also, have you heard any news on when Carson or Ibrahim will be fit? As for the sound, I've found that yes, it is occasionally intermittent on the stream, but good on the BBC. Thank you, Benjamin. On the M25, as in comes Hunt bowls, and Anderson does glide this one. That's a lovely looking shot. He's just going to get a single down to third man, fielded out there by George Garton. One more to the total end of the over. 298 for 6, Anderson 47, Holman on 58. So to answer those questions, I think Ollie Robinson is available presumably now for as many games as England want him to be available for. So what I'm meaning to say is before the first test against New Zealand, there is this game, Benjamin, there's a game at Leicester next week, then the tour match here against New Zealand. Now, if Ollie is looking to build up his fitness to be in the frame for the first test match against New Zealand, which I believe starts on June the 2nd, I would have thought probably England will want him to play in all 3 matches. I mean, he's bowled little bursts here, 5 overs at a time. And his figures are excellent as ever. 15 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 41, and he's got the new ball in hand. So I would imagine England, if possible, would like to see him play in all of those 3 games, not get bowled into the ground. But he looks to be in good rhythm. It's all about just building up his fitness. He's running in now over the wicket and bowls and clipped to mid-on by Anderson. There is no run, and I've taken Kevin's ball there.
That's all right.
In terms of the other players, Jack Carson, my understanding is that Jack is not far away from playing. He had this knee operation in February, but he's back with the squad and around the squad, and I think Sussex are hopeful he could be playing soon. Possibly even maybe that tour match against New Zealand. We'll have to wait and see. As for Daniel Ibrahim, I saw him in the ground the other day, and he still seemed to be favouring that right shoulder and not catching the ball with that. So I think Daniel may be a little further away, is my understanding, Benjamin.
Here's Robinson. He's in, bowls. Oh, that's lovely. Beats the forward defence of Anderson. Plunges forward on the front foot. Lifts pace, bounce. Good from Robinson.
And as for Brentford, I know you do a bit of football commentary for BBC Radio London. Have you been to Brentford this season, Kev?
Do you know, actually, I haven't.
Right.
London, Brentford's probably the only London team in the top 2 divisions that I didn't do this winter.
Right. Well, people speak very highly of the new ground, and of course, rugby is played. Is it London Irish you play at Brentford?
Yep.
I think it is.
Yep.
So enjoy it, and you can enjoy it in the knowledge that Brentford are safe from any relegation worries, which is good news. Have a great day, Benjamin, and thanks for getting in touch.
This ball's on a length. Oh, that's a beaut. That is a beaut. I just hesitated because I was about to say bowled him. That sort of length. Bowled him. It's beaten the top of off. That really did climb through to the gloves of Rizwan behind the stumps. Holman's down to prod away at a point here on the track on a length. Have a little natter with Anderson. Hang in there, son, he says. 47 for Anderson, 298 for 6. There's a 50 within reach for Anderson. There's a 3rd batting point comfortably within reach for Middlesex as Robinson's past the umpire. He bowls and full of ball. Anderson gets right forward to it and behind it, pushing up to mid-on.
Not entirely sure, just rattling through these other scores.
Yeah.
In the second division, Glamorgan 333 for 6, leading Leicester by 13. Down at the GS Bowl, Hampshire 71 for 7 in their second innings, but still leading Gloucester by 234. So wickets tumbling in Southampton. Sussex players in the action at Old Trafford today. Luke Wells caught and bowled by Danny Briggs for 80. Lancashire 166 for 1.
Robinson bowls, solid defence from Anderson. Straight into the onside.
That reply to Warwickshire's 315. So pretty much every one of these deliveries in this over, Anderson has had to play it. So Robinson's rhythm. And Jeff Arnold was here for the first 2 days. What is Jeff Arnold? Is he England? Is he sort of one of the England bowling setup and goes around and watches players bowl? I don't know what his official title is, if he's got one. But he was certainly here on the first 2 days. Kevin, I don't know if he's here today.
I don't know. England bowling scout, I guess.
Yeah.
Robinson, short outside of the off stump, left on length, taken above his head by Rizwan, which gives you an idea of the climb that this ball's getting off this surface again. Good from Robinson. He's an impressive bowler, isn't he? Anderson 47, Holman 56, Middlesex 298 for 6. Holman will have strike.
And Sussex need to make inroads with this new ball. We were hearing when Steve Finn joined us for commentary yesterday and was talking to Kevin about just how important it is to take wickets with a new ball and how much easier batting becomes as the ball gets softer and the shine goes off the ball. So Sussex will be very, very keen to pick up these 4 remaining Middlesex wickets now the new ball has been taken. Interesting that Sean Hunt has been given the new ball. Other options might have been Aaron Beard or George Garton, but he bowled well with Sean Hunt yesterday. 15 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 42. Picked up the wicket of Robbie White, who was caught behind by Mohammad Rizwan for 6. He's bowling with 2 slips, a third man. Just break off as Hunt is on his way and in and bowls, and forward comes Holman straight back down the track. Hunt fields off his own bowling. There is no runs yet. So 2 slips, a third man, sweeper on the cover boundary. There's a point saving one and a mid-off saving one. Then on the leg side, there's a mid-on, a deep square leg and a fine leg. Looking up onto the top shelf of the grounds. I'm not sure if our friend Julian is in today, whether he's decided to head straight to the Amex. I don't know. He was going to come and watch the cricket as in comes Hunt, bowls, and down the leg side there's a loud appeal, and I think Sean Hunt maybe thought that had deflected off of a glove, but down the leg side taken by Rizwan. There's an awful lot of dark cloud around Hove. To our right, I think that has gone. The sky looks really threatening, almost as if there's going to be sort of thunder and lightning, but I don't think that's forecast. But even away to the west, as I'm looking now, behind the southwest corner, there's the odd patch of blue, but a lot of heavy cloud. The floodlights are on, so let's hope that we stay on. But you'd have thought these are good bowling conditions with the new ball, heavy cloud cover, lights on, Hunt in and bowls, and plays into the offside, does Holman, and there is no run. It's actually Benjamin. It's very good to get in touch on the M25. I'm wondering whether presumably he's not driving So I don't know if he gets lifted around to watch Brentford play. That's what was it, a couple more weeks of the football season, I think, and then...
Aye. Then it's all over to us.
As in comes Hunt running away from us, in and bowls, and clipped nicely by Holman through a vacant wideish mid-on. And Ollie Robinson has to trot back to field, but not before Holman comes back for a couple of runs, and the applause around the ground. The generous round of applause is because the 300 is up for Middlesex. 300 for 6, Holman on 60, Anderson on 47. These two coming together when Max Holden was out, and Middlesex were 213 for 6. So a partnership of 87 between these two. Anderson was given a life when he was on 19. The total was 247 for 6, dropped by Sean Hunt, as in comes Hunt again, bowls, and that was a good short delivery, and Holman played it well. Good cricket all round, good short delivery by Sean Hunt, and Holman watched the ball all the way through into the gloves of keeper Mohammed Rizwan, and there is no run. It was a chance off the bowling of Mason Crane, a short delivery that he pulled to mid-wicket. Sean Hunt running around the boundary, I think by his own admission, and indeed talking to James Kirtley last night, the feeling was Sussex did put a couple of chances down. I'm not aware of the other one. That was the main one that was put down. And survived. Hunt in again, bowls, and Holman is forwards. A ball of good length, plays it straight down the offside of the track. Hunt fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. 300 for 6 are Middlesex. Anderson 47, Holman on 60. The flags are absolutely limp to the flagpoles now. So this heavy cloud is just sort of hanging around. I think the forecast for the rest of the day is that this heavy cloud is going to slowly clear its way into the channel. So we may get, some interruptions for bad light. Let's just hope that that's the end of it, and that we get a full day's cricket, because this game is really well set up. Middlesex 300 for 6, trailing Sussex now by exactly 92.
Here's Robinson. 2 slips crouched down. He bowls to Anderson on 47, and Anderson punches off the back foot a little edgily down to third. 301 for 6. He's on to 48. Holman on strike on 60. Highest first-class score for him. Anderson's yet to reach a century in first-class cricket. What Middlesex would give for the pair of them to hang around for a little while, the two all-rounders this morning. Create a nuisance of themselves. Middlesex 91 runs behind now. At 45 for 4, I don't think we'd have given them a...
No, I agree.
Cat in hell's chance. They were a long, long way behind at that point, weren't they? Brilliant work from Simpson and Holden. And now this pair. Here's Robinson bowls, outside off, and through it goes.
See, Aaron Beard is warming up at mid-off, so I don't know how long Ollie Robinson will bowl for. What I was thinking, Kevin, that, Afridi bowled so well for Middlesex. If Sussex were to take these wickets and the light was like this, with this heavy cloud cover, Afridi could be a real handful here.
Yep. Yeah, I think we've got a pretty good game. These two quite rightly going slowly about it now, because this new ball could get through the final 4 pretty quickly. So these two rightly are just trying to settle in, see off a bit of the new ball. As Robinson bowls, outside off. Holman leaves alone again. See off Robinson in particular.
Well, we've watched so many matches, both here and at Lord's, which seems to be a favourite ground of Ollie Robinson, where Ollie Robinson has won the game for Sussex against Middlesex. I mean, I haven't... At some stage, I will look up Ollie Robinson's record against Middlesex, but it's probably the best against any county. In Robinson's career, he just consistently takes wickets.
Someone listening will fancy doing it. Go on then. Robinson versus Middlesex.
Yeah. An enormous amount of wickets.
2 slips of gully, third point, mid-off, mid-on, deep square and long leg. So the cover's now on offer as Robinson comes around the wicket, bowls, and that one nips back in, beats the inside edge, hits high up towards the hip guard, falls away into the offside. Pujara, the man who's moved to gully. 301 for 6.
And we were saying there about the football season finishing shortly, but it's back very early as well, because of the World Cup being played in November and December next year. Someone's told me the Premiership season, or the Premier League, I should say, I think starts on something like August the 6th. I mean, it is crazy early.
Not good news for the 100. It's two will be played side by side. So here's Robinson bowls, and forward goes Holman, pushing defensively to point, no run.
I think they'll still fill the ground for the 100, Kevin.
Oh, yeah? Without... Are they giving away free tickets this year, though?
Well, that I don't know, but I'm sure the grounds will be busy for the 100.
Long for the T20. How's the pre-sales going down here? Did you get any comment on that from the chair? You had so much to go through yesterday, might not have got around to it.
Do you know what? I didn't ask, but I did hear that sales were good. Now, where did I hear that from? And certainly if Jofra Archer is going to play, that ought to bring a few more through the gate as well.
Did you hear it from the marketing department or the PR department? So here's Robinson bowls, and forward goes Holman, pushing back into the offside.
It's a good question, though, actually.
A bit off.
A good question, perhaps for the guys listening on the stream. How are our sales going for T20? Because I'm sure they're keen to push them if sales aren't good. Everything beginning on, I think it's May the 26th, I think that's right, the first T20 game down here against Glamorgan.
That's never occurred to me before, actually, Harmsy. Marketing and PR, it's often pushed together, isn't it? Well, what about if you're asking someone, how's the marketing going? Well, the marketing and PR executive says it's going very well.
We are going to get Aaron Beard, who's going to come into the Sussex attack, replacing Sean Hunt. He's going to bowl from the C end of the ground. 13 overs, no bails, 0 for 46 for Aaron Beard, who's here on a month's loan from Essex. While Sussex get more bowlers back on the field, which has certainly been the case this week, with 3 bowlers who didn't play last week playing this week. And Beard is going to bowl with, well, I'll refrain from giving you the field for a moment because there's a long discussion going on between Beard and Tom Haynes as to exactly what the field's going to be. But he seems to have settled on, for the right-handed Anderson, 2 slips, a deep backward point, a short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square and a fine leg. As in comes Beard, bowls, Anderson drives to a ball of good length that would have hit off stump, played to Haynes, and there is no run. Benjamin's been back in touch, and he says, I'm indeed not driving, which is good to hear. My dad is the lucky one who drives up and down the country for the matches, currently in my favourite time of the year when the football and cricket season are both on. The Sussex commentary keeps us entertained on the drive up to West London and elsewhere. We'll be listening to the Leicestershire game on the long drive up to Liverpool for Everton away next weekend. Thanks for the commentary. Wow, that's a big game for Everton. In comes Beard, drives into the offside as Anderson, well fielded by Mason Crane on a bit of matting, which is covering a wicket to be used in the future. And there is no run. And a big game for Brentford as well, of course, Benjamin. So great to have your company. Is that next Saturday? Because I think next Saturday is also FA Cup final weekend, so I don't know whether there are Premier League games next Saturday. And waits, twiddles his bat. The floodlights are still on, lots of grey cloud around Hove. Only a few lighter patches as Beard is on his way. In and bowls. Anderson is forward to a ball of good length, plays into the offside, fielded again by Crane. The 2 slips are not in first and slip position. I would say that the first slip, who is Tom Alsop, is almost in a 1.5 stroke second slip. And now Tom Clark looks to me like he's almost in a gully position. He's sort of 5th slip. So there's quite a big gap between Mohammed Rizwan, the Sussex wicketkeeper, and Tom Alsop, who's first slip, but he looks like it's more a second to me. As in comes Beard and bowls. Anderson drives nicely right at the meat of the bat. You probably heard that on our effects microphone. Fielded by Ollie Robinson at mid-on. There is no run. Ollie Robinson, who had the problem with his back spasms out in Australia, then in the West Indies, and then had some problems with his teeth as well. I have to say, he looks very fit. He's just standing down in front of us, shining the ball, and gives it to Aaron Beard, who runs away from us, coming into bowl to Anderson. Anderson is forward again, a ball of good length, good over this by Aaron Beard, who's settled onto a really good line and length, making Anderson play at every delivery. This new ball is nearly 6 overs old, and Sussex really desperate for a breakthrough. Well, I say desperate, they'll want to pick up wickets with these new ball, but these 2 young Middlesex batsmen have now added, what have they added? 88 for the 7th Middlesex wicket. Beard the final ball of his 14th over away from us in and bowls. And Anderson, well, I said those slips were not together, and that has gone right between the two slips, and that really should... we did comment, didn't we, that the slips were not in a traditional first and second slip. Well, Martin Anderson goes through to his half-century. He's on 52 of 92 balls, so a fine knock by Martin Anderson. But if those slips had been close together, as in an authentic first and second slip, I'm not saying the chance would have been taken, but it would have certainly gone to one of them. And how strange those slip fielding placings were. Either way, Anderson's to 50, so well done him. 305 for 6. And Aaron Beard, 14 overs, no maidens, 0 for 50. Well, we did comment on it, Kevin, and the ball went straight between first and second slip, who were standing more like 1.5 and fourth slips, really.
How many times do you see that? They break up the slip cord and they come up with this little ploy. Yeah. I mean, I even look at Pajara there at gully. 2 slips in a gully, stick him in at third. Although Robinson around the wicket to him here, so I think the edge will go thicker to the gully fielder as Robinson comes in, bowls, and this ball's pushed back up the track, and there's no run. As soon as you leave a gap anywhere along those slip cordons, you can guarantee that ball's going to fly through it.
But it was definitely a ploy, wasn't it? I mean, we could see from here when we commented. Allsop is he like at 1.5 slips?
Well, it's a way of saying, all right, look, we probably need to plug the covers here, but we don't want just 2 slips. We'd still like 3 slips. So I'll tell you what, let's see if we can just cover a bit more ground between us. It always flies through the gap.
This new ball is only in its 7th over.
I mean, honestly, in nearly 20 years doing this, I can't think of it ever going to the fielder who's fielding at the wide slip position. As here's Robinson bowls, and this ball's pushed away up to mid-off, and there's no run. 305 for 6. You could go a little bit wider there. Go to a 3.5 slip, and we'll leave a big gap between second and third. Always go through third. Can never think of going, they've moved third to 3.5, and it's a brilliant ploy because he's taken the catch. I can never think of doing it. 18 seasons, I can never think I've said it once. But I can think a million times where that ball's flown through the gap as soon as they've made one.
David Sharp's been in touch. Good morning, David. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Read your email after this next ball from Ollie Robinson.
He's in bowl, shorts. Holman hooks him down to long leg, single taken, Hunt Fields. Holman's on 61. He's been on 60 for a while, Holman, isn't he? 306 for 6.
And David says, I couldn't get down to Hove for this match, so I'm watching via YouTube. Very frustrating this morning for the players and the spectators when the umpire decided the light wasn't good enough. Maybe the season starts too early, he says, question mark. I mean, we have had lovely weather, David, really, during April, and barely a spot of rain. I mean, it's been so dry down here, but it really was frustrating this morning. And I get on my hobby horse a little bit about bad light because as I said a million times, I think we're in the entertainment business and you should play wherever possible. So it was frustrating.
Robinson bowls and Anderson defends to points. 308 for 6.
I mean, clearly, if it's dangerous, then you can't play. But I think the light was such with the lights on that we should have been playing. Nonetheless, we are now. The lights are still on, David. In fact, it is a little brighter. Just looking to the west, where the cloud, there's a lot of cloud, a lot of banks of grey cloud, but the really heavy stuff seems to have drifted away to the east. But there's very, very little wind here.
Robinson. Into the crease now, he bowls, and this ball comes back in at Anderson, he turns to mid-wicket, and there's no run, 308 for 6. Oh, happy birthday, Tom Helm. Might be tuned in at home, just seen Middlesex tweets that it's his birthday today. Just got a slight side problem at the moment, stiffness in the last game, so they've kept him out of this one, so hopefully it's not too long, that.
Mike Brown has been in touch. Hello, Mike. He says, crikey, he says, this match has had it all from Coffeegate, yes, coffee spills all over the laptop yesterday, and gremlins and bad light. Happily, some good cricket, some excellent cricket. Well done all, says Mike. Good to hear from you, Mike. Thanks for getting in touch. David said, I'm not overly impressed with the umpires in this match.
Robinson bowls. Anderson pulls him away out to deep square leg. Nicely over the top of that one. And Anderson moves to 53, 309 for 6. Now, as I said when they went off for bad light, it is our job to reflects what's happening in the middle, if a side's playing well or not playing well, but umpires as well. If
Well, clearly the umpires have a duty of care to the players. If it's dangerous, clearly they shouldn't be playing. But I think this question of bad light is one that just doesn't go away in terms of, the floodlights taking over from the natural light and all the rest of it. But this is a good contest because Sussex are bowling well this morning, and equally Anderson and Holman are really batting well for Middlesex.
Now here we go. Pujara's tightened up to a wide third slip from Gully as Anderson's right arm over bowls to Holman, and the ball's pushed away into the offside end of the over. So Robinson came right arm over there, so he came tighter from Gully to a wide third slip, almost fourth slip, which still left the gap. So I was just waiting to see if it hit Pujara or went flying through the gap. It's the end of the over. It was a dot ball pushed into the offside. 309 for 6. Anderson has strike on 53. Holman has 61. And Middlesex have perhaps even a first innings lead in their sight here, Adrian. Wouldn't that be something?
Well, from where they were, and this partnership is now within 4 of 100. Because the wicket of Luke Holman went down, Max Holden went down on 213. When he was bowled by Mason Crane. Really good contest. I think it's been good new ball bowling here by Sussex this morning. They've pitched the ball up, they've made the batsman play, and met with some very fine batting as well. It's a good contest as Beard is in over the wicket, bowls, and he strikes Anderson round about the thigh pad. Anderson looking to work that onto the leg side. The ball just jagged back a little and dribbled out on the offside. There is no run. Let's look at the positioning of those two slips. I would say that Tom Alsop is... Yes, I mean, that's more a first slip position. And now they have tightened up and Tom Clark has gone into a more authentic second slip position. So I'm afraid the horse has rather bolted. Yes, they are really close together now. Beard in bowls down the leg side. That's probably the worst ball so far that Aaron Beard has bowled this morning. It's his 8th delivery down the leg side and... taken by diving Rizwan. I think Anderson will be disappointed he missed out on that. The fine leg is fairly wide down at the far end of the ground. 2 slips, a deep backward point. Mason Crane in at cover. Tom Haynes at mid-off, who's looking at the ball. Ollie Robinson hands on hips at mid-on. Cheteshwar Pujara similarly hands on hips at mid-wicket. Beard is in bowls, and Anderson works this down to deep backward square, fielded out there by George Garton, who gets in the throw. Lovely to see George back in playing cricket again after issues with COVID. Picked up a wicket yesterday, made a very good 53 as well. And I think suddenly lifting Sussex's spirits with the likes of Robinson and Garton back in the side. 310 for 6 are Middlesex. Anderson 54, Holman on 61. And Aaron Beard is coming around the wicket to the left-handed Luke Holman. Still those 2 slips in place. He wants another change in the field as Aaron Beard. I think that's a good good change as well because he's brought in his sweeper on the cover boundary. Oh, well, I think Beard wants his cover in at cover, saving one. He's sending Pujara out to a deep backward square right on the boundary. It's a little surprise Sussex haven't got another close catcher in as Beard is in around the wicket bowls and Holman lets that go outside of the off stump taken by Rizwan, and there is no run. You have to be on your toes if you're in the slip corner with Mohammed Rizwan because he tends to take the ball and then throws it in the air in the direction of the slip, so you have to be on your toes to make sure you catch the ball. Tom Haynes is now having a word to Ollie Robinson. It's about... Well, Robinson has now moved across to mid-on and Haynes has gone to mid-off. Don't know if there's any significance in that as Beard is in bowls and Holman is forward and drives to Tom Haynes at mid-off. And Tom Alsop applauds from first slip. Good cricket here this morning. 310 for 6. Sussex have taken the new ball. Middlesex have negotiated the new ball so far, or 7 overs and 5 balls of it. Floodlights still on. Not a big crowd, but certainly at the far end, the deck chairs are well patronised this morning. Beard is in again, bowls and let go outside of the off stump by Luke Holman. It is the end of the over. Holman remains on 61 Anderson on 54. Middlesex are 310 for 6. Lily has been in touch. She says, "Hi Adrian and Kevin, I'm listening as it's raining at Chelmsford, where my county Yorkshire are playing. This is a good game. Middlesex could have a first innings lead." And Lily in Walton in North Yorkshire is enjoying the commentary. Lily, thanks very much for joining myself, Adrian Harms and Kevin Hand from BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Sussex, live here at Hove. If you're listening to the commentary via the BBC website and you think you'd like to watch the pictures as well, well, go to the Sussex Cricket Club Matchday Centre, click on the link, and you can see the pictures as well. I just think the light is just sort of faded a little bit again, so it's slightly... the light is variable, put it that way, but perfectly playable. And Ollie Robinson to bowl the next over from the Cromwell Road end.
Off he goes. 2 slips crouched down, 310 for 6. He bowls, and this ball comes back into Anderson, turn to mid-wicket, Pajara fields. Well, what have we had? This is the 9th over with this second new ball for Sussex. He got some good pace and bounce against Anderson first up, Robinson, didn't he? That made us sit up, but not as much sideways movement today.
I've got an update on the from the lads who are listening, obviously, to the stream about Sussex's T20 sales.
Oh.
So sales...
Well, hold on. Is this marketing or PR?
I don't know. I think they're all as one at Sussex.
Robinson, halfway through his run-up. He bowls now, and this comes back into Anderson. Pushed away into the offside, there's no run.
So Martin says, sales good for T20. Hospitality nearly sold out on 4 fixtures. Book in advance to save. Yes, I think there was a... Tickets are cheaper if you book in advance. Only 19 days until the opener, which Martin will correct me, but is Glamorgan here. So still tickets available, I guess, is the message. And I think after as T20 gets a bit nearer, people think, oh, it's T20 time to get my tickets. And generally here at Hove, you've been here, it's a terrific night.
And Anderson with a thick edge all along the floor, angle bat, soft hands, and down to third it goes. Anderson moves to 55, 311 for 6.
You see that light aircraft working its way across the ground. Do you fancy that, Kevin? You've ever been up in a light aircraft? Is it something you fancy doing?
Do you know, I don't think I have, actually. Have you ever been in a light aircraft? No, I haven't. A helicopter or a light arc? Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
Do you like flying? Doesn't bother you?
It doesn't bother me, really, no. Prefer not to. But kind of have to, don't you, if you want to see things, so... Robinson's around the wicket. Pajara's a gully again now, rather than a wideish third slip or fourth as his. Robinson bowls. Holman on the pads going down the leg side. They take a leg bite, deep backward square leg. Holman remains on 61, 312 for 6. Middlesex plod along here. Happily, I should add.
Yeah, I think that's just now. Did they take a single? Yes,
they did.
Yeah, one short now of the 100 partnership. Dave Bracegirdle was here with Nottinghamshire a few weeks ago and was telling us about a book he's writing about Ricky Elcock, former Middlesex fast bowler.
Is he now?
Who
he didn't run that by me, did he?
who is a pilot. He gave up cricket and he's now a pilot, I think, for Virgin. Was saying, yeah.
And there's a lot more money doing that, no doubts. Robinson to Anderson. Bowls. Anderson turns the ball to mid-wicket, no run. 312 for 6.
Well, you say that, but if you were centrally contract or maybe playing in T20 competitions, maybe
pilots.
No, I don't know what a pilot earns. Actually, I've got no idea. They ought to be paid well because it's a huge amount.
So.
Tom Haynes isn't happy with the ball.
Oh, yeah.
He's presented.
They've got 9 overs with a new ball and haven't taken a wicket. Let's have a look at the umpire.
And Ian Blackwell, I think, agrees. There's a long debate. And now I can see Martin Anderson is looking, Aaron Beard is looking, and umpire Blackwell has decided there's nothing wrong with the ball.
Luke Holman up there, yeah, he's saying, come on, umps. You're not going to fall for that, are you? 8 overs, haven't taken a wicket. Must be the ball's fault. It started well, this ball, but like I say, it hasn't moved. Hasn't been the sideways movement that we saw yesterday from it. Robinson to Anderson. Last ball of the 89th. Hits the crease now, bowls, and it's edged. Fine catch, taken at slip. That's a real... Really good catch by Allsop. Rizwan didn't move, but Allsop went a long way behind Rizwan to take the catch, and he gets a little hug from the wicketkeeper, who I think will probably know that may well, or probably should have been his. Well caught by Allsop at zip, and Anderson has to go for 55, just pushing forward. Good line and late delivery from Robinson. Reward for him, and Middlesex are 312 for 7.
Yeah, and that was a partnership of 99 between Luke Coleman and Martin Anderson. But it was a good catch, a good low-down catch from Tom Allsop, who's... there's the applause for Martin Anderson, who makes his way off. That's a fine knock by Anderson, 55 in 103 balls, and a really good partnership for the 7th wicket for Middlesex. But Robinson in on the act again. I was sort of speculating as Robinson was bowling this over how many more overs Robinson will bowl, because Tom Haynes has been taking him very gently. But he's outstanding, Robinson, isn't he? 19 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 47. And it just makes a world of difference having an international cricketer, a world-class performer in your side. It's the same with Middlesex with a Freedy, isn't it? And Sussex have really missed Ollie Robinson. And I love the way he celebrates Ollie. He certainly doesn't hold back, does he, when he dismisses a batsman. So, 312 for 7. Floodlights still on. There are slightly lighter clouds around Hove, actually. I look out to the west, I can see a few patches of blue sky. So let's hope that they make their way across the ground during the day. The new batsman coming in is Blake Cullen, who's coming in at number 9.
Yeah, I wondered whether it would be a Freedy or Cullen. Cullen's a decent bat. A Freedy will give it a bit of crash bang wallop. So I think Cullen will be tasked with the job of supporting Holman here. Take Middlesex up to that 4th batting point. Try and get as close as they can to 392 of Sussex's first innings.
It's going to be Aaron Beard who's going to carry on from this C end of the ground. So wicket falling on, make a note in my book, 312 for 7, partnership of 99. There's just the one slip in place as Beard comes. Oh, he bought his run up. He got halfway up the run up and sort of slowed down. I know he does a big circle and runs back round to the end of his run and just adjusts his disc that he's got marking out his run up, does Aaron Beard. And he's on his way this time, comes in and bowls to Holman, who's forward, plays out into the offside, fielded by Tom Haynes, and there is no run. Yes, the good news is, Amani, that after bad light suspended play after 4 overs this morning, we are back on. And even better news from a Sussex perspective is they've picked up a wicket in the last over, and another wicket for Ollie Robinson, who's now taken 4 in the innings. Terrific figures of 19 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 47 for Ollie Robinson. The wicket of Martin Anderson, who was out for 55. So Middlesex now 312 for 7. They trail Sussex by exactly 80 runs on first innings. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Northamptonshire have been asked to follow on against Surrey, bowled out for 194. Second time around, Northants are 4 without loss, but they're still trailing Surrey by 203.
Fantastic. Adrian there with your cricket update. There'll be another one in about
Beard
an hour's time. But now
turns and runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Holman, who's struck on the thigh pad. The ball bounces out onto the onside, fielded by Mason Crane, and there is no run.
very much. Sarah, tell us about
312 for 7.
Well, there's a lot of talk of it.
One slip in place, third man, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square and a fine leg. I think Sussex won't be too disappointed to try and give Holman the strike here as Beard is in bowls and cut away by Holman down towards third man. Pujara's after it. Oh, that was very nearly a fine catch by it just eluded his grasp. It was cut away by Luke Coleman. It was in the air down towards third man. Pujara was racing around the boundary to try and catch it. I don't think he got a hand to it. Beard had his hands on his head. But Holman picks up another boundary. He goes to 65. And Middlesex to 316 for 7.
There's no milk still, Adrian. I went to get the kettle while you were doing your update. There's no milk still, so let's be a black coffee if you want one.
Right, well, I will send a note to our...
I'm going to go for a bit of chamomile tea before lunch.
In comes Beard and Bowles, and forward comes Holman. Works that down to third man. Again, they've taken one. Holman's looking for 2, but it isn't there. Pajara was quickly in and gets in the throw. One more to Holman. He goes to 66, 317 for 7. Thank you for joining us this morning here. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London, Adrian Harms and Kevin Hand. Live commentary here from the county ground. I can see John, the Sussex video, is just making his way around the boundary. So I don't know whether maybe Pajara hurt his hand in attempting to take that catch.
They protect him in the field, don't they? He's never... Well, mind you, he did go in at gully.
In comes Beard again, in and bowls. Oh, and he beats Cullen outside of the Austin. That was a good delivery by Aaron Beard to finish the over, which has Middlesex 317 for 7. John is clearly not going to see Pajara because he's still walking around the boundary. With Cullen yet to score, Holman on 66. And the last man out was Martin Anderson, who was well caught by Tom Alsop in that over from Ollie Robinson for 55. And I think Robinson is going to get another over here from Tom Haynes. And why not, particularly with a new batsman at the crease?
Yeah, how many has he had? So 5, 6. If he can get through this one, Holman, protect Cullen if he can. Just keep Cullen away from Robinson and the new ball. Clearly the main strike bowler of Sussex. Holman 66. Will have a mind himself, not only on that 4th batting point for Middlesex, but on 3 figures. So here's Robinson bowls. Holman's in behind this. He's looked pretty untroubled for his whole innings, hasn't he, Holman?
He's managed very well.
But a few in the air. He's an aggressive player, isn't he? He'll go at it hard, but... I can't think of too many moments of great alarm. Obviously, Pajara there down on the boundary rope.
Well, that stand of 99, if Sussex had picked up another couple of wickets then, Middlesex would have been in dire straits. As it is, it's a compelling game.
Robinson to Holman. Defence to Pajara at cover. I'm glad he's not out there and hadn't talked him out with the comments of how calm and collected and untroubled he's looked. Just looking back for the replay of the one down to third.
Was it a chance?
Let's try to see. Have a look, see if we can see it. Oh, hold on a minute.
That was the...
That's taken me the wrong way, that link. Let's have a look. Comes Robinson. The wicket he bowls now, and that's left alone outside off. Through it goes to the keeper.
No ball.
Oh, a little helps.
I think that's the second front foot no ball that Ollie Robinson has bowled, and he just wheeled around. He's really cross with himself. Mighty impressive figures, though, aren't they? Having come back from the last time Ollie bowled was over in Hobart in that 5th Ashes Test, and he's picked up 4 for 49.
Robinson around the wicket. He's tried everything here against Holman, hasn't he? He's gone over and around. As that one beats the edge. Lovely ball. Nice angle ball towards off. Oh, and feeling he had to play at it. So it passes to Rizwan. Just in a replay of the Anderson dismissal. We were watching it from behind, and so from the angle that I was at, I felt that probably could have been Rizwan's catch, because it felt like the slip went a long way, and maybe Alsop was just a little wider there at slip. Like I say, the two of them had a big hug, the keeper and slip, as here's a foolish ball to Holman from Robinson, defended away to cover. Usually the job of slip is not to go towards the direction of the keeper. Anything the direction, it's pretty much gun barrel straight for you at slip. So whichever side, between the left-handed, right-handed batter, you shouldn't have to go to your left.
Good old Jamie,
Jamie, good man.
We've got milk
Thank
in the
you
commentary
kindly.
box. Well done, Jamie.
I told you he's better than that, Sam Keir. Hello, Sam, if you tuned in. Missing you. Didn't know you'd gone. Good luck wherever you are. Whatever you're up to. But believe maybe seeing you soon for a few games here or there. Former media man down at...
Thanks, Jamie.
3:19 for 7. Robinson bowls. Forward goes Holman, pushing away to cover. No run. Haven't heard from him yet this match, Sam Keir, have you?
No, he was here last week. He spent a day on commentary for the game against Durham. It was good to see Sam. Just thinking here with Luke Coleman, I mean, they know that Robinson can't bowl forever, and I just wonder whether...
Yeah, see him off.
Whether Tom Haynes gave Ollie Robinson... He picked up a wicket, so Ollie, I'm sure, would be desperate to bowl another over, but he must be coming towards the end of this spell.
He's in now. Oh, and remember, his spell started before the new ball as well, didn't it? He bowls now, and that's full outside of the off stump, dies on its way through to Rizwan, who takes it on the bounce. 3:19 for 7. Holman 66. Cullen will have strike. Is that the end of Robinson? So 91 bowled, 11 with the new ball. So he's bowled 6 with the new ball, and he bowled 1 with the older ball. So he's bowled 7 this morning.
Yes, I mean there was
a break. But
there was a break, but he's sort of overs that he's bowled have been sort of 4 and 5 over spells. Dan Ibrahim, just walking around the outfield just down below us, who injured that shoulder in the opening match of the season.
Dan Ibrahim, 16 going on 36, isn't he?
Yeah, he's 17 now.
Is he 17?
Yeah, he
17 going on 37.
He's down below us with various water bottles, and it's going to be Aaron Beard who's going to carry on from this, the sea end of the ground. 3:19 for 7. Overcast morning on the south coast, but it is brightening up. That really dark, heavy cloud has drifted away. So fingers crossed we don't get any more interruptions as Beard is racing in. Bowls to... Oh, play back down the track. And I wondered if that was possibly a caught and bowled. I don't know. It would have been brilliant had it been held. And it's just from the reaction of Aaron Beard.
Let's have a look.
It was a full-length delivery. It was played straight down the track by Blake Cullen. And the way that Beard went diving enthusiastically made me think that maybe that was a half chance.
I reckon it dropped just short of it.
Right, okay.
Let's have a look again. Cullen... he opened his body right up to that one, didn't he? And,
well, it would have been brilliant. It went to his left hand, but it would have been outstanding.
Do you think it carried?
Possibly, but it would have been brilliant, wouldn't it? Beard in, bowls, and this time Cullen is right in behind. A short delivery from Aaron Beard, played into the offside. There is no run.
It would have been amazing, actually, because he would have had to have scooped it, wouldn't he? If it did carry, it would have required him to scoop his hand underneath it, diving forward at the end of his follow-through, and the ball wasn't hit loopily back towards him.
2 slips, third man, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Away from us, in on bowls, and clipped by Cullen into the onside, fielded by Alistair Orr at mid-wicket. And there is no run. So the 1 wicket, if you're just joining us this morning, gone down out of Martin Anderson, who was caught by Tom Alsop at first slip off the bowling of Ollie Robinson for 55, and then after sharing a partnership of 99 with Luke Coleman, who's on a 66 not out. Blake Cullen is facing, he's yet to score, and he's facing Beard, who's running in and bowls and hit on the pad. I think that one was just erring down the leg side. Just wait for the umpire. He must have got a bit of bat on that, because a leg bye hasn't been signalled, so maybe it was a little inside edge. And I think Aaron Beard is just saying, well, did that come off the... Because he hasn't signalled a leg bye. I think he's just querying that, Aaron Beard. So Cullen is on his way. He's on 1, and Middlesex 3:20 for 7. Beard is going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Luke Coleman, and with that the second slip disappears. Coleman up on his toes, steers that into the offside, fielded at point by Tom Clark. So 2 men back on the offside. There's a third man and a sweeper on the cover boundary. Point and a mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and 2 men back on the leg side. Sort of claps his hands at first slip. Probably heard that on our effects mic as in comes Beard again, round the wicket, bowls, and Holman just plays it well. He just sways inside the line, lets the ball pass through to Mohammed Rizwan. It's an end of another Aaron Beard over, just the one run coming off of it. He's bowled 17 overs, no maidens, no wicket, 457. Middlesex are 320 for 7. Holman on 66, Cullen is on 1. The deficit, as far as Middlesex concerned, is now 72. Very quickly, elsewhere around the country. Are we going to see Ollie Robinson again? Yes, we are. He's going to bowl another over. So at Worcestershire 266 for 8, trailing Durham by 314. Glamorgan 372 for 6, leading Leicestershire by 52. They're the second division games. Hampshire 100 for 8, just along the coast at Southampton against Gloucestershire, leading by 263. Yorkshire 115 for 3, where it's raining, trailing Essex by 288. Lancashire 196 for 1, trailing Warwickshire by 120.
Here's Robinson starting the 93rd over his 8th of the morning. He bowls, it's edged and it's taken a slip. That's the end of Cullen, gone for 1. 320 for 7. Middlesex's hard work of hanging on here against the new ball coming undone in a couple of overs from Robinson. And, well, with Anderson caught slip, Cullen now following him. There's 2 left to go. Afridi will walk out to face, and we know that Afridi likes to throw the bat at it. It wasn't the last ball of the last over that he took the wicket, was it, Robinson?
No.
So he's not on a hat-trick.
No. But he has taken a fifer, which is pretty impressive on his return to the side. 5 for 40. He has been absolutely chomping at the bit, Ollie Robinson. I interviewed him down at Worcester. How long ago was that? A couple of weeks ago now. When he travelled down with the squad. He wasn't fit to play in that game, having had these dental problems, but he was desperate to play last week against Durham. And it's an obvious thing to say. He just makes a massive, massive difference.
Well, I mean, look, we were almost getting to the point. 3 overs back, you're saying, Middlesex might even think about first innings lead here. 2 quick wickets, and now it's a case of can they get to within that 40 or 50 run, and can they get 30 more runs for that next batting point? They fell just short. In a not too dissimilar situation down at Glamorgan, actually, it was John Simpson going well at one end. Afridi came in, had a slap here, there, and everywhere, while Luita as well. And they were a few runs short of 4th batting point. They might be again here. Again, for the match situation, they're still 72 behind in the first innings. I think that, more than the batting point, they've got, I think now is the point where Holman, especially with Afridi out there, may well be freed up to play his shots. Towards the end of this Robinson spell as well, as we've been saying, they did well to keep him on for 1 more, didn't they?
They did. Just keeping an eye on Alistair Raw here, because he was just walking off the field with John, the Sussex physio. And I don't know whether he's got a problem with his leg. I have to keep an eye on that because he's due to be opening the batting, possibly, reasonably shortly. We shall see. But he seems to be walking okay, so let's hope that Alior is okay. Ollie Robinson is certainly okay. 20 overs and a ball, 7 maidens, 5 for 49 for Ollie Robinson. The new man coming out is Shaheen Afridi. Who I think might enjoy himself bowling in these conditions, because there is still heavy cloud around. The lights are on. There's Afridi, tall left-hander, takes his guard. Now Sussex going on the attack here. Let's see what happens. We've got 2 slips in place. Sean Hunter's come a lot finer here at fine leg. So 2 slips, a 3rd man, point mid-off. There's a mid-on. A square leg, it was a backwards square leg, almost sort of a deep leg gully.
Did Afridi give a few to Robinson yesterday? I think he did, didn't he?
He did. And you said in commentary, this might be interesting.
Well, it's a wide leg gully there, Pajara, isn't he? As here's Robinson around the wicket, bowls, and it's a Yorker, which Afridi gets the toe end of his bat, so it squirts away for a single backward a point. Goodness me, he's done well to keep that one out. Very good ball first up. Afridi off the mark, 321 for 8.
And that was nice, actually. You could see Afridi sort of, I'm pretty certain he said then to Ollie Robinson, well bowled.
Yeah, he's a lovely lad, Afridi.
Just sort of a little, respect between 2 fine players. What does Holman do here, Kevin? Does he think, right...
I think against Robinson, show some respect. There's 4 balls left of this over, and probably fair bet to say it'd be 4 balls left of Robinson's spell. So tap it back for 4 balls, and then, well, take it from there. Robinson bowls him, and he hooks 4, fine. Do you know, I'm going to give him real credit on that. There was a cry of catch, it was in the air, long leg in place. The finest of fine legs might have had a chance on it. Never anything for the keeper, it was well wide of Rizwan. But Holman moves to 70, sharp bouncer, good response from Holman.
Yeah. And with that, Ollie Robinson wants Sean Hunn to come to lot 5. They've almost got a backstop here. Tom Clark is coming down to a very, very fine third man.
I mean, there was an element of top edge about that, I guess. He swatted at it really down the leg side, didn't he? But I think he steered it as much as anything.
They've got 6 men on the boundary here, Sussex.
Yeah, so the backstop in place, as you say, as Robinson's around the wicket, he bowls, and Holman up on his toes, drops a single through point. 2 balls left to the over, Afridi on to strike, Holman's on 71. So this is second match in a row I've seen a backstop deployed. I saw one at Lord's last week as well. And how often have you commentated with a backstop in place?
Very, very rarely. Yeah. I just wonder, actually, Kevin, whether with lunch, which I'm presuming is going to be at 1 o'clock.
Oh, unless the wicket falls, and it'd be delayed by half an hour.
I just wonder whether they might keep Ollie Robinson going here, just for a couple of overs. He picked up a couple of wickets.
Robinson to Afridi. This could be fireworks. He bowls, and Afridi swings and misses at a length ball through to the keeper. Goodness me, that was pure baseball from Afridi. Rocked back and looked to heave him to that short boundary in the onside. Holman's come to have a chat with him to say, settle down, Shaheen, settle down. I think there was a bit of chat down at Glamorgan. Hanscom, I think, at the end of the match had said, you know, they were disappointed in the first innings that they didn't get that 4th batting point, and this was, you know, in a virtually 2-day victory over Glamorgan. So, you know, I said the bar's been set, hasn't it, for performances? He said, well, missed out on the 4th batting point, should have got it. Backstop goes back again. Can't believe it. 2 matches in a row. I don't think I've ever commentated with backstops in place before, and now 2 in a row. Here's a Yorker dug out by Afridi and a singles taken. In fact, rejected.
Was it rejected?
Was there a single there? Probably was.
There probably was, yeah.
Three 26 for 8. Afridi has 1, Holman will have strike on 71.
Yeah, we've got 10 minutes to go until lunch, so probably at least another couple of overs, maybe 3, which will still leave us with 75 overs to be bowled in the day. We had a lengthy delay for bad light, during which we didn't lose any overs. Tom Haynes is just coming across and having a word to Ollie Robinson, and you know, you can only assume that might be about, what do you reckon, Ollie, another over? You could probably get 2 more from Aaron Beard, and then maybe perhaps 1 more from Ollie Robinson from the top end. We shall see. Either way, I wonder whether we might see Luke Holman going on the attack here. Holman on 71, Middlesex 326 for 8. Shaheen Afridi has certainly made his intentions very clear. As in comes Beard, around the wicket, bowls to Holman, who drives forcefully but without timing into the offside. It's one of those that makes your hands hurt, and he's wrung his hand, did Luke Holman, and is still flexing his left hand as Aaron Beard makes his way back to his mark. So 1 slip in place, a third man, point mid-off. Now both of those fielders, now Sussex are putting everybody back, they're giving him the single here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fielders, 8 fielders back on the boundary as in comes Beard, bowls and played by Beard to Tom Haynes at mid-off who fields. So Afridi is on strike. Ollie Robinson is helping Tom Haynes direct the field here, and I would imagine they're going to have 2 men right back on the leg side. And I would say those leg side fielders probably need to be right back on the boundary. It's no use being 3 or 4 yards in. Judging by the way Afridi looked to heave Robinson away on the leg side, this could be entertaining. So the offside fielders come up saving a single. Oh, now they change it. There's a point saving one, a mid-off saving one. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary, the third man, and 3 men out on the leg side. As in comes Beard, in and bowls, and Afridi squirts that one down to third man. That was a perfectly authentic shot. Fielded down in the distance by George Garton, who hasn't bowled so far today. Is it George Garton down there? No, it's Sean Hunt down there. Second time in this match I've got the pair confused. 327 for 8. Reedy on 1. Luke Holman on 72. Beard. Again, that field is set back to allow the single. Beard in again, bowls, and Holman takes a single. So he's got a lot of confidence in his partner.
Oh,
Picks
yeah.
up a single through mid-wicket.
Listen, Afridi's a talent with the bat. The thing that Holman will be thinking is, we need 22 more runs for the batting point, and Afridi's going to be swinging hard. So I think he'd like to dominate the strike here, and he's on 72 as well. So, 22 more for a batting point. It was Holman that went out and smashed 22 off and over, then he'd be just shy of his century. So first and foremost, Holman will be thinking of the team, though.
Here comes Beard around the wicket, bowls, and Afridi is beaten outside the off stump, taken by Rizwan, and there is no run. I lost the flight of the ball there momentarily. Just away to our left-hand side, away to the southwest corner, there's some really horrible weather by the looks of it. It looks as dark there as it did for much of the morning, so maybe it's not a bad thing that lunch is not that far away, because that does look really threatening. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, as in comes Beard. Floodlights still on. Around the wicket, bowls, and Afridi just works that one down, just squirts the ball down to third man and picks up a single. So he goes to 2, the total 328 for
Yeah, and that's the last ball of the over as well. So Afridi will have the strike to Robinson. Are they slower ball Yorkers that Beard's bowling? They're it feels as though they're looping down. A couple of times now I thought, full toss, and then just loop down into the block hole, like that ball that Yorked him through to the keeper the ball before last. 328 for 8. Now, who's it going to be? It's not Robinson, is it? Or is it? Ball goes to Robinson.
Let's see. No, it's not. It's going to be. Oh, maybe it is.
Is it Haynes?
Yes,
No, Robinson's taking off the hat.
Yeah, he is. So I just wonder, with the lunch break just around the corner.
They're bowling him into the dirt here, Adrian.
Well, he has bowled all morning from that top end, hasn't he? I know there was a long break where the players went off for bad light.
Oh, what's all that waving up at the top end? Look at that. Who are they all waving at? Have you asked for a wave from the listeners? There's 3 of them up there waving.
Possibly.
Are they waving at us?
No, I don't think so.
When they put their hands down, we'll say, one of you, give us a wave again, and then we'll know if you're waving at us.
Well, we had no messages to say that they're waving. So, what do we get? 1 more over before lunch or 2 more?
2 more, I'd say. Oh, yeah, I guess that's why Robinson goes on, doesn't it? 2 to lunch. Might as well give him the last one. Afridi awaits. Robinson is around the wicket. This is a fine matchup, isn't it? Robinson to Afridi. He bowls and Afridi leaves him alone outside off. Through it goes. So let's go through that field again. There's a deep mid-on, deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square leg, a long leg, backstop, slip, third, backward point, and cover. Clark's the backstop. He'd have just heard him say hello to Ibrahim, who's moving around in front of him. Here's Robinson in now, bowls, and Afridi defends way into the onside, no run. They take the run. They did.
Yes, they did.
How did they scramble that straight of?
Well, it was
Pujara?
I don't think Ollie Robinson was best pleased, actually. He was played to Pujara's left, and they took the single. Then Pujara's throw wasn't the best, and Sussex very nearly conceding an overthrow.
19 to another batting point for Middlesex.
After that initial heave or attempted heave off of Ollie Robinson, Afridi has played very straight.
I mean, he can hit the ball a long, long way. Sweet connection he gets when he gets going. 2 slips in place, and it's Robinson to Holman on 73. 4 balls left to the 95th over of the innings. He bowls, and Holman defends and picks up a quick single into the onside. 332 for 8. Holman on 74. Is there the time for Holman to get his century here? 18 runs for another batting point. Again, Middlesex as a team, as a county, the fans, that'll be what they'll most be thinking about. Come on, get that batting point. And again, they're within sight now of Sussex, aren't they? Even this little partnership here, you thought, if it had gone 9 and 10 had gone quickly.
Well, the deficit is now exactly 60.
Said all along with they were going all right with the 7th wicket partnership. Can they just get, or the 6th and 7th wicket partnership? Can they just get them to within 50? Can they get to 50? That would be a real achievement from Middlesex from 45 for 4. Robertson around the wicket to Afridi, right into the block hole, dug out, quick single taken again. 333 for 8. Afridi's on to 5. 1 ball to come of the over.
Yeah, this partnership were 21 between these two, so sort of annoyance value here for Sussex. But certainly Afridi, he's looked very confident, hasn't
he's
he?
good. Don't worry about that. Bamber will try hard out there. He'll play straight. He's no bunny. Robinson to Holman around the wicket.
I don't think he's totally happy with his field, Ollie Robinson. He just had a look at the offside field. He's left it as is.
5 for 58, Robinson. He's in now, bowls, and Holman defends into the onside. Thick inside edge, squirts way out to deep square, and a single taken. There's 1 more to come of the over. Sorry, I was ahead. I was saying that was last ball of the over. 334 for 8. Holman's 75.
When you watch Robinson from this, we're right behind the stumps this week, so we've got a terrific view straight down the wicket. I mean, there's very few balls that Ollie Robinson bowls that aren't going to hit the stumps, are they? I mean, the batsman pretty much has to play at a huge percentage of deliveries that he bowls. I mean, that would have hit the stumps. And I know he talk a lot about hitting the top of off stump, but Robinson must have hit that on a huge percentage of balls that he delivers.
Robinson from the Cromwell Road end. Stridey approach, he's in, and Afridi gets the bat down on that one and off stump again, and a single squirts out to the deep points. 335 for 8.
Is that lunch?
And that
it is lunch.
Is lunch. Oh, I thought they'd get 1 more. I was looking at the clock away to our right. Where's the one? There's another one to our left, isn't there? Yeah, that one's ticked over to 1. So it is, yeah. 8 down, that will be lunch. 335 for 8. Whose morning's that? Adrian, I think you've got to say it's Middlesex's.
Well, I guess having taken the new ball, Sussex will have hoped to have picked up these 4 wickets. Sussex will be pleased to have got rid of Martin Anderson. Yeah, I probably what did Middlesex start on? 284 for 6. So
Sussex.
BBC Radio Sussex.
Just. Afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Hove. I'm winding up Harmsy as ever. 3:35 for A-Time. Kevin Hand, Adrian Harms is here for BBC Radio Sussex. I'm here for BBC Radio London. Play's nearly ready to go, and it's going to be Mason Crane with the ball in hand to bowl to Shaheen Shah Afridi after lunch. This will be fun. They're bowling him from the C end, which means he'll be turning his leg spinners into the left-hander, and the left-hander will have to be hitting with the spin to the big boundary where there is a long on, a deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. There's a orthodox mid-wicket, a slip, a backward point, cover and a mid-off. There's a deep extra cover as well, and 3:35 for 8 it is.
To tell, I'm not surprised actually, because all of a sudden the Sussex over rate has gone to -3. They were incredibly slow bowling their overs this morning.
Forward goes Afridi, first ball after lunch, pushes it back to Crane, no run.
And we comment. I mean, there's still. I know that we've had bad light, but there's 77 overs to be bowled today.
Nearly a day's play still to be had.
Yeah, and they were very, very slow through their overs this morning. So I'm not saying that's the reason why, but it might be in the back of Tom Haynes' mind.
Crane to Afridi. Afridi drives him down the ground, straight to mid-off for 4. Lovely shot. 3:39 for 8. Afridi moves to 10. Middlesex are to, 11 runs now away from that 4th batting point. And if they get to that, then I'd imagine Afridi really will start to open up. And, the other matter to think of is Luke Holman, who's on 75, 25 away from a century. Again, if they get to the 350, then just Holman himself might think, do you know what? Chance of a century here, but best chance is get on with it. You might have heard the footsteps on the gravel below of Beard rescuing that ball from over the boundary. Brett popped over. Haynes with him as well. He's returning to mid-off now, the skipper, as here's Crane. Bit of flight, dug out by Afridi right in front of leg stump, turned away into the onside.
You were saying how Middlesex were sort of their over rates have improved considerably.
Oh, it's brilliant.
And Sussex have already been Dr. Point this season for a slow over rate.
Crane, bowls, and Afridi on the back foot, edges, I think just short of slip.
Yes,
I think he
I
did
agree.
play it into the ground. The cry of catch went up from Crane, but I do think that he got over the top of it and played it down. Let's have a look and see on this replay.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it was slightly to the left of Tom Alsop and did bounce.
Well, short, Afridi rejects the opportunity to rock back and heave it. He just plays it easily into the onside. And yeah, he played it straight to the ground, Afridi. Played it nicely. 3.39 for 8. There is one ball to come at the opening over after lunch. Will it be Robinson's charge down that hill again? Crane's going to come right arm around the wicket. He bowled Max Holden. I said around his legs. It was actually across his legs, wasn't it? As
Yes, it
Holden went
was.
to sweep, and it went across the legs to take leg stumpers. Crane around the wicket, bowls, bit of flight, and hit down the ground to the mid-off fielder, which is Haynes. They've taken a single. It was just straight of him. Afridi has 11. He has the strike. 340 for 8. Holman remains nervously on 75 at the other end. But as I say, for the team, first and foremost, there's the nervous wait for another 10 runs for that batting point, Adrian. But they are 50 runs, 52 runs behind Sussex now. And again, all the way through the recovery from 45 for 4, we'd been saying if Middlesex could just get 50 runs behind them, then they might be able to put a bit of third innings pressure on Sussex.
Yeah, it looks like Sean Hunt's going to open the bowling from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. And again, I have to say, it's an observation, and I'm careful never to criticise, but it's an observation. I mean, the umpire's ready, the wicket-keeper's ready, and Sean, they're still sort of sorting out the field. Sean Hunt is now going back to get his bowling mark. And the Sussex over rate here is really not good. Now there's a discussion going on between Tom Haynes and Ollie Robinson about the field.
And there's a rain cloud on the way as well. Even if it doesn't deposit any rain, it's a rain cloud. And by the way, the umpires have acted in this match when it's come to light.
Yeah. Well, Sussex so just need to be careful about these over rates. So they've already been deducted once this season. Anyway, Sean Hunt is now ready, and he's going to come in to bowl to the left-handed Afridi. He's in and bowls, and Afridi dabs that onto the leg side, picks up a comfortable single fielded by Tom Haynes, who had to jog from mid-on to field. Afridi goes to 12 and Middlesex to 341 for 8.
Go on, Luke, open up. 2 boundaries here. Hit the 350 for Middlesex, and then open up for your century. The big fear for Middlesex is that there's only 2 wickets left, and it happens in 2 balls, doesn't it? You know, bang bang, and the innings is over, and they're a couple of runs short of the 350. So they do need to get over this line. He won't do it recklessly, though. He's a positive player as it is. See ball, hit ball. He won't swing for the heavens. Deep point is dropping back, though. So we've got a deep backward point, third deep backward square and a long leg, 4 backers.
Hunt in bowls, driven by Holman to mid-off, fielded there by Ollie Robinson, and there is no run.
As I nearly nicked a ball from you.
That's all right. That's right. So I'm just saying they've got 1,
Stop
2...
just at the last.
Or have they got 4 men on the boundary, Sussex? So deep backward square, fine leg, a third man, and a deep point. Delray Rawlins is on the field, so somebody is off. But we did say that George Garton hasn't bowled this morning, so I wonder whether... I can't see... Is George out on the field this afternoon? Can't see him, so maybe George Garton is off. In comes Hunt, bowls, and Holman just plays inside the line, plays out into the offside, fielded by Tom Clark, and there is no run. Yes, I think George Garton is off. I'm just going to go around the field. So Tom Alsop at first slip. Aaron Beard is down here at third man. Delray Rawlins at deep backward point. Tom Clark at point. Checheswa Pujara as at cover. Ollie Robinson mid-off. Tom Haynes at mid-on. Mason Crane at deep backward square. As in comes Hunt and bowls and hammered away on the onside by Holman. Runs here up the hill through a wideish mid-wicket. Tom Haynes is in hot pursuit. Holman comes back for his 77th run.
Didn't get all of it though, did he? Just
No, he
dragged it a little. But he keeps strike crucially with a couple.
But Middlesex have got oodles of overs left in which to get these runs. They've got another 13 overs.
In all seriousness, if they quickly tap 7 runs here, then all of a sudden, as you say, 13 overs, you'd start to think about the 5th batting point. Now Holman's got a century in his sights. 5th batting point's there as well.
In comes Hunt down the bowls, and Holman lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Afridi.
You know, the cloud cover as it is as well, rather than letting overs and time tick away in this match, you part think, well, get those 7 runs and actually get on with it. Have a little slap, get up close to the 390 as best you can. You might even get the 400.
Yeah.
But either way, you're within sight now. You're close enough. They're within 50. They're 49 runs away from parity now, aren't they? So, yeah, there's almost a case with these two out there, just nudge to that 350 and then gear on with it.
In comes Hunt again, bowls, and Holman drives down the track, followed by Hunt off his own bowling. It's the end of the second over after lunch. And Middlesex 343 for 8. Holman on 77. Afridi is on 12. Live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Adrian Harms and Kevin Hand. If you want lots of live pictures, well, they are available through the Sussex Cricket Club Matchday Centre. I have to say, there's some horrible looking cloud around the ground.
Well, that's the thing, get on with it. I guess an easier way of saying it is there's no real point in hanging around out there for 15 overs and pushing it around at 2 and over, 3 and over for 15 overs, taking time out of the match as well, and also at a time when actually you look overhead and think, Shaheen would actually be quite useful bowling in this right now.
No, well, I would agree. I would agree. There's a lot of heavy cloud around Hove. The wind has just got up a little.
We wouldn't mind that because it will blow it on as well.
Yeah, no, we would. Absolutely.
Here's Crane, who wouldn't mind the wind as well. Might just help a little bit of drift for the leg spinner. He's bowling right arm around the wicket to the left-hander. And he's in now with a slip in place. Lots of flight dug out by Afridi. The wind is coming.
Oh, well done, Afridi.
Left to right. He's a lovely lad.
Well, wasn't that good? He stopped the ball, he just picked it up and threw it back to the bowler.
Yeah.
So let's get on with it, really. Not a lot of fiddling around. There's been a bit too much fiddling around this morning for my liking.
Rain. Drags a bouncer down and an upright reverse sweep from Afridi. Brilliant. 347 for 8. Really ripped the bouncer down there as a shock delivery. I think Crane's thought process was Afridi's eyes will light up and he will heave that into the onside down the throat of the deep mid wicket, the long on, the deep backward square leg. Well, actually, he went with an upright reverse sweep. Brilliant from Afridi.
Horrible ball, that wasn't it?
Yep. I mean, it would have been a wide, actually. It was it was really dragged down short. It would have been comfortably a wide. What a shot from Afridi, though. And that tells you everything you need to know, Adrian, about what Shaheen is capable of with the bat. Lovely shot. Here's Crane, bowls short, and he slaps hard out to the deep cover. It'll just be a single. Middlesex 348 for 8. They're too shy of that batting point. Boy, oh boy, they'll be disappointed if they don't get it now, but I do think if they get these 2 runs now, Holman and Afridi might really start to go to town, or try to anyway. It could bring a very quick end to this Middlesex innings. Either way, that wouldn't be a bad thing for the match, or indeed for Middlesex themselves, but it's almost worth having the blast for 400 once they've nudged these 2 runs. They're 2 very capable batters, these 2, very big hitting batters as well. As Crane around the wicket bowls to Holman, clips a single wide of long on. That isn't the 350, it is the 349 though, Adrian. So they're 1 run away now. Will Afridi do it with a single, or will he do it with an upright reverse sweep or the like?
I don't think we're a million miles away from the lights coming back on,
Yeah. Crane bowls and Afridi forward, pushes defensively to Pujara at cover. 1 ball left to the 98th over of the innings. And Crane's 17th of this innings, 1 for 74. He bowls now, and Afridi tickles this one through square leg. Middlesex have a 4th batting point. 350 for 8. It's an excellent effort in this innings from Middlesex. And, after 45 for 4, this is quite the recovery. Well batted, Afridi's 18 off 22, but very, very well batted. Luke Holman, 78. The highest scorer of the innings, we should add now, is which he has tickled past, obviously, John Simpson. 350 for 8 it is. There are 12 overs with the bonus points in play. 1 more wicket required for Sussex. I wonder.
This is going to be a hugely long session, because tea isn't due until 32 overs. So we've got another, 42 overs to be bowled in this session?
It's lucky I didn't have a chicken madras for lunch, Adrian.
And we've already had, 3 overs since then. So this will be a 45 over session?
Joe, it's funny, you ignore me now like I used to ignore David Townsend. I don't know if that says more about you or me, Adrian.
I don't know how to take that. Is it me?
It is.
Sean Hunt comes in and bowls to Afridi, who's right down on his knees and just that one past the end of his nose. And through to wicketkeeper Rizwan, and there is no run. So 350 for 8. So as Kevin was saying, 12 overs for Middlesex to score these 50 runs if they are to get a 5th batting bonus point. This ball is now 18 overs old, so it's still a relatively hard ball. No George Garton on the field for Sussex. I don't know whether we may get another blast for Ollie Robinson, who's now suggesting a field change to Tom Haynes. They've left it as it is. Just the 2 slips as in comes Hunt down the hill, bowls. And Freedy is 4 places. These could be tight. Throw comes in, hits the stumps, and he's out. And that was a little bit sloppy by Afridi. He played the ball to mid-on. Tom Haynes came in. He's got a good eye as Tom Haynes. And Afridi was always going to be struggling if Tom Haynes hit the stumps, which he did. So Afridi goes. He goes for 18, and Middlesex are 350 to 8 for 8, which just leaves Ethan Bamber as the last man to come in.
Yeah, shame really, because as I say, it just got to the point where we thought, oh, they could open up here. If these two get going, this will be fun. Afridi really does hit the ball a long way, and he played a good innings for his side there. 18 runs, and yeah, it was never a single. Never a single. He was gone by a long way, and he knew it. The dive was in desperation. But Ethan Bamber, capable bat, will come out and block now for Holman, who's 22 away from a century. But again, Adrian, in all seriousness, there's no reason now why Luke Holman can't just try and tee off to all parts of Hove, including that particularly short boundary away to our right-hand side in the score box. Thump it over there. It's a little sad, actually. The old score box has gone, hasn't it? You know, it's a lovely new scoreboard, I must say, and it obviously serves many purposes as a big screen TV and all the rest. But it's a little bit of shame, isn't it? You look across and you don't see the old
things change, don't they?
They do.
Funny enough, I was just looking at that partnership. We're talking about partnerships down the order. That was worth 40 runs. That partnership.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's a bottom-heavy card, isn't it, for Middlesex, having been 45 for 4.
So, Blake Cullen comes in. The light is, again, it's perfectly playable, I would say. Ethan Bamber, sorry. He's going to be at the non-striker's end.
Oh, and the field spreads for Holman.
Yeah.
Second slip coming out to mid-wicket.
Well, I wonder whether there's nothing to be lost here, really, for Luke Holman. And in a sense, you're talking about Afridi. He might well enjoy bowling in these conditions. It's very overcast.
Can he step across and pick up into the onside?
In comes Hunt. Bowls. Well, he's trying to, isn't he? That was a big yahoo from Luke Holman. Looking to pull that one away over backward square leg. It thumps into the gloves of Mohammed Rizwan. And there is no run.
Good to see. Go on, Luke.
So the arrears for Middlesex are now 42, which I'm sure they would have settled on when they were 45 for 4.
Well, I tell you what, we've been watching Middlesex nudge towards 350 here. But I don't think anybody right now would say probably, more importantly, than the next 42 runs to parity or 50 for another batting point. 22 runs for a Holman century.
In comes Hunt over the wicket bowls, and Holman plays into the offside, picks up a single fielded by Pajara. One more to Luke Holman, he goes to 79.
He runs that one hard, quickly turns, having run the single, to come straight back down and say to Ethan Bamber, block.
Yes.
Block.
He's having a little natter there too.
Yeah, a little bit. Whatever the ball's doing, it's not doing too much, is it? But just a little bit of advice from Holman for Bamber.
So what have we got here in terms of the field? We've got a slip. We're going to have 2 slips. Sussex bringing the field in.
Here's a thought, Harmsy. 21-year-old and 23-year-old, very nearly. The combined, it would almost make just goes beyond my age.
In comes Sean Hunt, who's only 20 himself, comes in and bowls to Bamber. He beats Bamber, all ends up. So if we took the combined ages of the 2 batsmen,
there'd be 40 and 44,
and the bowler, nearly gets to my age. That is depressing.
How old is he? He's 20.
Yeah.
So what have we got? 23, 21, 20, 64.
Yeah, not quite that. But I'm not far off. In comes Hunt around the wicket bowls, and Bamber again is beaten. 2 lovely deliveries there from Sean Hunt, luring Ethan Bamber into the shot. He survives. It's the end of the over, and Middlesex are 351 for 9. Ethan Bamber yet to score. Luke Holman has made 79, so Middlesex now trailing by 41 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. If you want to watch the live stream, go to the Matchday Centre on the Sussex Cricket Club website. There's still lots and lots of horrible black threatening cloud away to the southwest. I'm not entirely sure where that's going, if anywhere, actually, because the wind has now completely dropped away. But we are going to see Mason Crane out of the attack and Ollie Robinson back into the attack, who's going to bowl for the first time from this end of the ground, which is an interesting move.
Yeah. I wonder, is he going to give it a bit of rough stuff here to Holman? Is he going to go short? There's a... Who are they sending down to long leg now? Hunt is being pulled
Aaron
up,
Beard.
and Beard is being sent down to long leg. Is that because he's a bit more whippet-like down there if a catch goes up in the air?
Yeah. And also Sean Hunt has had a broken thumb on his right hand. You can see it's still bandaged up, so maybe they're just looking to protect that a little, bringing him here to mid-on. But it is going to be Ollie Robinson,
who is right arm around the wicket, slip in place, Holman on 79, and Robinson's in, bowls short, and Holman looks for the uppercut, through to the keeper it goes, and no run. Yep, we know what we're going to get, chin music from Robinson to Holman here. So stepping away is going to be his best bet, but stepping away could send it straight down the throat of third. There's a deep point as well. He's either got an uppercut directly over the keeper, or he's got a cut hard stepping away to either side of that point fielder and not put it down the throat of point or third. Robinson. In now, he bowls. And a length ball left alone by Holman through to the keeper. 351 for 9. He can't be thinking about plodding his way to the century, can he? Not with the number 11 opposite.
I wouldn't have thought. Well, I don't know enough about Ethan Bamber, to be honest. I don't know about his batting abilities. But quite interested to see Ollie Robinson bowling up the slope.
Robinson bowls, forward goes Holman, defends into the offside.
And there's still a huge amount of time left in this game. We've got all day tomorrow, where I think the weather forecast is good for tomorrow. Another 72 overs today. We would lose 2 overs for the change of innings, but if a wicket went down now, we still have another 70 overs left to be bowled today. So there's a huge amount of time for there to be a result. What's your thought here, Kevin? You think are you favouring either side here, or do you think a draw is the most likely outcome?
I think we've still got a tasty match to go here as Robinson bowls short, hooked away, and a single to long leg. 2 to go of the over. Bamber will have to face Robinson. 352 for 9, 40 behind. Third innings.
I think we'll get a result here in this game, one way or the other. I don't know which way.
Let's go back to the start of the match. 2 balls in, catch put down at square leg. That's what Middlesex will be looking at. They'll say, look, get out there now and do to Sussex what they did to us, 45 for 4, and let's see if they can recover from that. Stephen Finn said yesterday, didn't he, and I think in the close of play interviews each evening, they've said, look, this really is a new ball pitch. There's a bit of life to be had if you can make it count with the new ball. And Middlesex, with Afridi, Bamber and Cullen and Anderson, they'll come hard, I think, to try and push for that 45 for 4 that Sussex did to them. Robinson to Bamber. This ball's eased to backward point. There's no run. 352 for 9, and that's why if Middlesex can get close to 390 now, make it a 1 innings match, then all of a sudden that third innings pressure of having been one of the punters at lunch said to me in the queue, blimey, they were 225 for 1. They'll be kicking themselves now, Sussex. So don't let the third innings blues get to you, Sussex, or this match could turn on its head. So, from 225 for 1 to, find yourself losing a match, you're pretty beaten up about that. As Robinson's in, bowls to Bamber, who's beaten, lovely ball, line and length, through it goes. 352 for 9, end of the over.
That was a super delivery, wasn't it, by Ollie Robinson? Taken by Rizwan. I just wonder whether we might see Luke Coleman open his shoulders a bit here, because he's still got 20 to go to his century. And Hove's starting to run out in terms of getting to a 5th batting bonus point. 10 overs in which to get 48, so it's not out of the way. But you'd have thought that most of this relies on Luke Coleman. That darker cloud is drifting across the ground at the minute. The wind has got up a bit. You can see the flags fluttering away on the clock tower scoreboard, so hopefully the wind's going to carry this horrible cloud away. But it is going to be Sean Hunt. The light is about where it was this morning, I reckon. I'm surprised the floodlights aren't on. If they were on this morning, I'm surprised they're not on now. But here comes Hunt, running down the hill from the Cromwell Road, and he's coming into bowl to Holman, who hammers that to mid-on, fielded by Tom Haynes. And there is no run. Making his intentions clear was Luke Holman. There are 3 men guarding the leg side boundary. There's a mid-wicket by the scoreboard, a backward square leg and a fine leg. So 3 men on the leg side on the fence, 2 men on the offside on the fence. There's a 3rd man and a deep backward point. Hunt is back to his mark. Sussex are taking so long to bowl these overs. I think Tom Haynes might have hurt his hand there. He has been nursing a bit of an injury to his right hand. Now Haynes himself has gone down to long on, and there's a further delay because Rizwan is suggesting that Sean Hunt might want his field in a different position. In comes Hunt, bowls, and Holman steps away, and the ball misses leg stump through to Rizwan, and there is no run.
That was great, wasn't it?
Tom Alsop is hurrying things along. He's running up with the ball towards the far end to give the ball to Sean Hunt. Ollie Robinson and Tom Haynes now having a natter about perhaps a possible field change. Is it me, or is this taking a long time?
Yeah. Look at it, over 8 -3. Come on.
And now Tom Haynes is suggesting another fielding change.
Fortunately, a lot of that grey cloud seems to be going away to the west as well, Adrian, we should say, which might just miss us all of that stuff.
Well, it does seem to be lighter now to the
It's coming in
southwest.
from Hurstpier Point, isn't it? Sunny over Dell's Place now.
In comes on bowls, hammered away onto the leg side by Holman, who again turns down the single. Haynes fields out of the long on boundary. And it is another mates at the moment.
When there was a grey cloud earlier, I didn't mention the tweet. I did say, oh, look, it's grey over Dell's. He said, don't blame me, it's sunny here at the moment, he said, in Hurstpier Point. So, yeah, looking over there now, it must be bright enough.
Yeah, perhaps the other side of the downs.
Sun always shines on the righteous, Adrian.
Well.
And Derek as well.
71 overs left in the day after this. Crumbs, we're going to be like 8 o'clock before we finish tonight. Hunting and bowls, and edged to hot by Holman down to 3rd man, fielded by Aaron Beard, who fields down in front of us. 1 more to the total. Holman goes to 81, and Middlesex to 353 for 9. You can see the lights on the scoreboard are really shining quite brightly at the moment. The yellows and the whites. Wanders back to his fielding position, and the field changes over for the right-handed Ethan Bamber. So 2 slips are in place. Backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. A deep backward square. Well, actually, it's a deep square leg and a fine leg as in comes Hunt. Around the wicket bowls, and Bamber is solidly forward, placed to mid-off, and there is no run. He looks perfectly capable, Ethan Bamber.
Oh, he is very. Yeah. He'd be number 10 if Mercer was here.
Here come the lights.
Mind you, most would.
I didn't think it was far away. And the floodlights are on. Hunt wheels around at the far end of the ground. Hunt again, bowls, taken by Rizwan. There is no run. End of the over. Middlesex 353 for 9, so now trailing by, what is that, 39 runs. Luke Holman on 81, Ethan Bamber yet to score. Sussex now running between the overs. Because at -3, I'd imagine they could be in danger of losing points here. Lee Robinson strips off. Gives his couple of jumpers to umpire Watts. And he's going to bowl the next over from the C end of the ground with Middlesex 353 for 9. Ethan Bamber yet to score. Luke Coleman on 81. Robinson's figures 23 over 7 maidens. 6 for 51. Sorry, 5 for 61. Get it the right way around.
So your streams are all working okay? Just had one report that perhaps there was a slight issue, but seems okay on mine at the moment, the stream. Do let us drop us a line now if you have a problem. Here's Robinson in, bowl, short down the leg side to Rizwan.
Just had a note to say that tea is at 4 o'clock today.
It's fixed because of the,
subject to
because of the
more
time lost,
interaction.
But yeah, let us know. Any problems with a stream that you might have. Also, it seems you have two commentary feeds running over the live stream at the same time. It seems okay on mine. Like I say, here's a short ball which Holman tries to uppercut from Robinson. Through it goes to Rizwan. No run. 353 for 9.
Is that on the BBC website or is that the...
No, it'd be the stream. Yeah, my one seems to be working okay. So anybody else, let us know. There's sometimes a gremlin, isn't there, in the system somewhere, or an oddity. Maybe a device different devices may be having different problems. But it seems all right at the moment, the stream. Which is excellent, I must say, here at Hove. Here's Robinson bowls short down the leg side. No ball called. 355 for 9. Attempted hook from Holman through to the keeper. Not as good as Middlesex's, but then I have to say that because I'm paid by Middlesex for the home games now.
Ollie Robinson looks tired to me.
Yeah, a little bit laboured up the hill.
That was a tired-looking delivery. He's decided he's going to come over the wicket now to the...
I think they had a decent ploy bowling Crane here because Middlesex will want to swing at some point, and Holman trying to swing the leg spinner to that big boundary. I think I'd have stuck with that rather than bowling Robinson into the ground. He's bowled a lot today, hasn't he, the big fella? 55 for 9. He's got a backstop again now, hasn't he? Right arm over to Holman, and there's the bouncer which Holman resists through to the keeper.
And another no ball.
Ooh, was that no ball on height or overstepping? I think that's height.
Oh, is it?
Yep, he's just tapping the shoulder there, the umpire, I think. Or is it? Now he tapped the shoulder, maybe say that's your one for the over, and then he's got to check the foot.
Yeah, I think that was a front foot no ball. So that's 4 extra runs to Middlesex, who are inching their way towards this 392.
Well, that's for the match. I don't think that's a bad thing at all. I think as close as Middlesex can get to this, then that really does open up the game. As here's a short one. Oh, Holman manages to get the hand up and fend that one off. Does he shake out the bottom hand a little? He does now as he walks away towards square leg. In a backstop used.
Very, very, very. I mean, I would say actually that probably it's more of a sort of a very fine third man than a backstop. But certainly earlier on today, you're right. I mean, Tom Clark was certainly down at backstop. The game is sort of grinding to a bit of a halt here, isn't it? So Sussex just seem to be taking an eternity to bowl their overs.
Here's Robinson up the hill. He bowls another bouncer, and Holman's over the top of it. He takes a quick single here just in front of cover, and 358 for 9. He's playing him really uncomfortably, isn't he? I mean, he's bringing that. He's almost bringing the gloves up in front of the nose to defend him, to defend himself, and it's wrapping him on the gloves. So uncomfortable stuff. And Bamba's got 2 balls to survive here. I do wonder whether this will be a toe cruncher rather than chin music from Big Ollie Robinson.
Yeah. Now we've got a change in the field.
Everybody up. 2 slips go down. And Holman runs in, bowls, and edge just past the second slip. Good diving stop. It wouldn't have been a catch for a third.
There's Tom Clark in there, I think. That was a
yep, low to his right. He's done very well there.
There's quite a lot of people who've probably made their way, or are starting to make their way from here. There was a chap over here in an Albion shirt a bit earlier on who's left the ground now. So there are people who do support the Albion and enjoy their cricket as well. A 5:30 kickoff today.
Robinson bowls, turned into the onside by Bamba, no run. End of the 102nd over the innings. 358 for 9. So what is it? 8 overs to the bonus points coming out of the equation, and 42 runs for Middlesex, who at the moment don't particularly look like going for it. But Holman, is he thinking about 18 runs for a century more so?
Well, quite possibly. And it's certainly frustrating Sussex if nothing else. Tom Haynes now in deep conversation with Cheshwar Pujara, Sean Hunt is going to bowl the next over from the Cromwell Road end. Mason Crane is warming up as well. 19 overs, 4 mates, 1 for 49 for Sean Hunt. So when we went to lunch, I was just looking at how many overs have been bowled. I didn't make a note of that, which was a bit irritating. But 335 for 8 at lunch.
I suppose there's an element as well of just keep them out there and annoy them before they have to bat.
Hunt is on his way down the hill to bowl to the left-handed Holman. He's in a bowls and Holman pulls this on the leg side and decides not to take a single. There was a single there, but it's fielded down at deep mid-wicket by, who's that all the way out there? Tom Clark.
It's a big boundary to the offside, isn't it? Short one to the on, which he's shown on a couple of occasions he wants to try and open up. It looks as though he's trying to make pretty educated decisions to go after that onside. He's not going after it every ball, Holman.
In comes Hunt again, bowls, and Holman is bowled, and Sean Hunt gets the wicket. His second wicket. The innings of Luke Holman is over for 82, and Sean Hunt picks up the wicket, and Middlesex have been bowled out for 358 in the 103rd over. So the arrears, Kevin, I reckon are 44, is that right?
34.
Yeah. 34, is that right? Yes, yeah. 34.
Brilliant, that wasn't it? 20-year-old takes out middle stumper, 21-year-old. Really, real hard luck for Holman. He deserves a century there. And but well bowled. The Yorker put right up there by Hunt, and Holman trying to go across the line, heave it to that short boundary, as we said, looking to make educated guesses. I wondered, would he go with a wide Yorker? Was he going to protect himself? But well bowled Hunt into the block hole, middle stump out of the ground. Lovely sight for him. We saw the stump splattered, didn't we, by the 22-year-old Afridi to Beard. Well, 20-year-old to 21-year-old there, and middle stump out of the ground. That was a lovely sight as well. Very, very well bowled Sean Hunt, and very well batted Luke Holman, who heads off now, and Bamber ran down and put an arm around him straight away. Said, well batted. He thumped his pads with his bat. Holman, who was disappointed with himself. 18 away from his maiden first-class ton. There'll be plenty of those to come for him, no doubts about that. The ground where he picked up 10 for last year. That'd be pretty useful for Middlesex now, if he could add to his 1 for in the first innings with another 9 here. It is pretty much a one-innings match, I'd say now, Adrian. 34 runs is comfortably close enough for Middlesex to heap the pressure on here. All of a sudden, 20 for 2, and 45 for 4. If Middlesex can do to Sussex what they did to them, then it could be a really, really good day and a half that we've still got to go here at Hove. More than that, indeed, because there's still 67 overs remaining today.
Yeah, it's a rather weary Ollie Robinson-led Sussex up the steps. So there we go. We can have a little breather for 5 minutes or so, and back with you when Middlesex will start their second innings. Sorry, Sussex, get it right. Will start their second innings in about 10 minutes' time. looks like it's going to pour with rain, but I think that has moved away, which is the good news. As in comes Afridi. Bowls, and Orr is surprised, and he's caught behind Ali Orr, and he's gone second ball. Well, he's going to be a handful here under the lights. It's Shaheen Afridi. It was short, or nicked the ball behind. He has gone the second ball, and Sussex are 4 for 1 in their second innings. Routine catch for John Simpson, and I think under these lights and these heavy cloud conditions, I think Afridi's going to be a real handful, Kevin.
Yeah, game on. But look at that grey cloud that's coming in behind. I tell you what, Middlesex want to work hard and fast before that's arrived, because
I think that's gone.
You think so?
Yeah, I do. I think that's gone.
Let's hope so. It does feel a bit like we're surrounded, though. The east doesn't look great over there either. Well, what a start. 4 for 1. This is what we talked about, didn't it? You know, a couple of quick wickets on that board, and all of a sudden, the lead is not that great. And I mean, the big thing for Middlesex, I'm sure that they'll say at the start of this innings, is hold your catches. If you get the chances at the start of this innings, and the irony being, of course, Orr was dropped second ball of the match, second ball of the second innings, and the wicket's on the board. So Tom Alsop heads out to join Haynes, and well, quite the thing really. Drops second ball of the match, second ball of second innings, and he's a goner. So yeah, hold your catches. I'm sure will be the chat for Middlesex when they go out there. There's going to be chances. Let's make sure that you hold them. And if you do, then Sussex could find themselves up against it here, and we could be in for a cracking run chase tomorrow come the end of the game, Adrian, if Middlesex can get in amongst for the game, and possibly even for Sussex's chances of winning this, Adrian. The best thing is that Sussex are bowled somewhere around 200 in this innings, let's say. 250 maybe. So maybe an hour into the morning tomorrow, Sussex are all done. 67 overs remain today, so what would they be? Around 180, 200 ahead tonight. Bowled for 250 in the morning. We'd have a great game of cricket to see this one out, wouldn't we?
We certainly would. In comes Afridi down the hill. His tail is really up. Bowls to Alsop, who's hit on the thigh pad. Afridi came charging down the wicket. I think he thought there might have been a little inside edge on that onto thigh pad. The ball ballooned in the air. And there is no run. And there's a real urgency about the Middlesex fielders out there, Kevin.
There is indeed, and rightly so. This game is very much alive, and one that we should all relish watching. Let's hope the weather doesn't take too much out of this game for whatever remains.
Yeah, I don't think it will. I think we might be okay. In comes Afridi, bowls, and also covers up, plays into the offside. It's a no ball. And so we've had an eventful opening over. We've had 4 byes down the leg side. The first ball from Afridi was a horrible ball. Gave Simpson no chance at all, went for 4 byes. The second ball, Alistair Orr, was caught by Simpson.
The thing about Afridi is everybody has to remember he's 22. We talked about, Bamber, Holman and Hunts there. Well, Afridi's younger than the oldest of that trio. Oh, just an advert flash up on the Sussex stream there. Oh, it's before play, is it?
In comes Afridi, bowls, and Alsop plays to backward point. Tumbling save by, who's that making the tumbling save, Kevin? Because Middlesex are back to wearing their jumpers, so we...
The rascals. So we can hear it in your voice, Armsy.
Yeah, we can't tell who they all are.
Look, for some reason my screen had just gone all the way back, the stream had just gone all the way back to the start of the play for me. I was wondering what was going on. All of a sudden there's a big picture of Stephen Finn on my tablet device. So there we go. Finn, Bopara and Haynes.
Yes. Rafi Bopara has taken over the T20 captaincy. In comes Afridi, bowls. Holden covers up, plays into the offside. There is no run from Luke Wright.
I think they all missed the new ball with some of them running around for end of the over there. All kettles just boiled, Harmsy. What do you want?
Oh, I'd love a coffee, Kevin. Tom Ann. Thank you.
Milk?
No, thank you.
Sugar?
No, thank you.
Sweet enough?
You can take...
oh, yes.
Use our coffee. Afridi back to his mark. Comes Afridi, down the hill, bowls, and a cry of catch it, but John Simpson didn't appeal. Taken by the very capable Middlesex wicketkeeper down the leg side. End of the opening over, and a wicket for Shaheen Afridi. Sussex are 6 for 1 in their second innings. The man out, Ali Orr, who was caught off the second ball of the innings. A shortish delivery nudged behind by Orr, who made 99 in the first innings. But sadly for Ali Orr, a duck second time around. But these are very helpful bowler conditions here. It's really the black clouds of the north of the ground. It always seems incredible it's not raining. It's going to be Ethan Bamber, who's going to come on to Tom Haynes. He's in and bowls, and Haynes is gone. Haynes is gone first ball. Bamber gets a wicket, and a disastrous start for Sussex, who are 6 for 2 outside of the off stump. Tom Haynes got a nick, the ball through into the gloves of John Simpson, and all of a sudden Sussex are 6 for 2. Both openers are out without scoring a run, and these do look very, very good bowling conditions, and Middlesex are taking full advantage of them. Haynes has gone first ball, or gone second ball, and all of a sudden Middlesex are in a very strong position.
Oh, this is huge now, isn't it? This is what they wanted in the first innings, get Pujara out there early. Couple of early wickets. The Middlesex skipper Hanscom's had to suffer this for a couple of years where he's been out there early. He just hasn't got those runs going yet this season. He's had a couple of occasions. He'd love to get into a run chase here at Hove. Let's hope this weather doesn't intervene, the light doesn't intervene again, because this is set up nicely now. I mean, Sussex would love to come off for a bit of bad light now and just take stock, come out with a bit of blue sky later on maybe. But 6 for 2.
Well, we did say, didn't we, when Sussex were bowling, that actually Middlesex may not be too unhappy about going into to field here because the lights are on,
Get on
heavy
with it.
cloud cover.
Have a thrash and get on with it. They never actually got the ball. He tried to thrash, didn't he? But he got bowled. But Ethan Bamber was the pick for me in the first innings. He was Mr. Consistent again.
He's picked
a wicket with his first ball.
Yeah, absolutely.
Enjoyed it as well, didn't he? That celebration there from Bamber. He's such an infectious character. Ethan Bamber really is. He's an infectious cricketer. You just like him as a character. He's a lovely guy. But as a cricketer, he just never stops.
So, Cheteshwar Pujara comes out to bat. Both Sussex openers back in the pavilion, and we're only in the 7th ball of the innings. So, dramatic start to the Sussex second innings. Haynes and all both out. Pujara takes guard. If Middlesex can pick up Pujara cheaply, well, they'll really feel they're in with a chance of winning this match, having been 40 odd for 4. Chasing 392. Bamber runs away from us. Comes in and bowls to Pujara. He's in and bowls. And that kept a little low, and Pujara manages to eke that one down to fine leg and picks up a single, does Pujara. So Sussex go to 7 for 2. Here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London, Adrian Harms and Kevin Hand. Thank you for Kevin, who's been doing the honours with the coffees. You can't take your eyes off this for a moment, because Middlesex, having been dismissed for 356.
I'm not putting the headset on when they're bowling. You've taken 2 wickets while I've had the headset on so far.
Arrears for 34. Have already picked up a couple of Sussex wickets. Bamber runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Tom Alsop, and Alsop drives handsomely into the offside. Thought about a single, but it really wasn't there. And Alsop yet to score. Pujara on 1, so the 2 men out. Alistair Orr caught by John Simpson off the bowling of Shaheen Afridi, without scoring. And Tom Haynes similarly caught by John Simpson off the bowling of Ethan Bamber. And it's Bamber again who's running away from us to bowl to the left-handed Tom Alsop. He's in and bowls, and also right in behind that the Centurion from the first innings. Plays it to the offside, and there is no run. Floodlights on. Some really dramatic black clouds around Hove. The light's okay with the lights on. The wind has dropped away again. As in comes Bamber again, bowled, and Allsop is dropped. Dropped at second slip. He was diving away to his right-hand side. It was low to the right-hand side of the slip fielder, who was...
Got Hanscom and White in there. Right. Hanscom at slip. Here you go, Tomsy.
I think it went low to second slip's right hand.
No. Yes, but I don't think second could have got across.
Okay. Chance, though? Yeah. So Holden...
It did carry to slip.
Allsop given a life when he hadn't scored. In comes Bamber, bowls, and Allsop drives down the pitch. Bamber fields off his own bowling or deflects the ball to mid-off. It's the end of Ethan Bamber's over, an over in which he took the wicket of Tom Haines. And Sussex are 7 for 2. Allsop yet to score. Pujara is on 1.
I think second, what happens, Adrian, as you rightly say, second goes across, and I think his right hand puts off slip. Look, it was just one of those. I don't think anybody's to blame.
Yeah.
I don't think you can blame White for thinking, oh, is this mine? But if you watch, Hanscom looks in a good position for it all the way, and then White's right hand just goes out, and he doesn't then go for it in the end, and it does carry to Hanscom, and he doesn't hold on. Yeah, just the wrong line that it drew the interest of White. But nonetheless, Hanscom won't blame White. It's just one of those things, isn't it? Line of sight. Just sort of distracted slightly. Right, I better do some work, hadn't I? You nearly took 3 for though, Harmsy, with me having the headset off. Here's a freebie. He's got 3 slips and a short leg. He's got Pujara on strike. We didn't see this match up in the first innings. And it's a freebie to Pujara, who bowls a bouncer. And Simpson takes that high above the head of slip Pete Hanscom, who was also going for it himself just in case he had to. He didn't need to. Simpson's gloves were true. 9 for 2, Adrian. 9 for 2. This is going to be a great little spell now. Pressure is right on Sussex. Having 225 for 1 in the first innings. They're up against it here, 9 for 2 in the second. There's a freebie bowl short outside the off stump taken by Simpson. Plenty of time left in the match as well. Goodness me, though, if Middlesex had have held that catch, 9 for 3. We'd have been all on the phone to the Brighton and Hove Albion ticket office to see if they could have got us in tonight. You'd usually be there if the cricket wasn't on, wouldn't you, Adrian? Working?
Yeah. But I prefer cricket.
Don't we all? Afridi, 3 slips and a short leg. He bowls, and Pujara's in solidly behind that on the top of middle and off. Defends to mid-on. This is the matchup. This was the one, the big billing at the start of the game, wasn't it? Afridi versus Pujara and Rizwan. Got a little look at Rizwan in the first innings, but now he's got a big look at Pujara in the second, only into his second over, Afridi.
Just looking at some of the other games, I want to talk about Josh Baker, who was the young left-arm spinner who went for 34 off a Ben Stokes over yesterday, but he's a fine cricketer. More in a minute.
Afridi. Bowls short, uppercut, and 6. Wow. Pujara uppercuts Afridi for 6. Only his 5th delivery. There is a third man in place, which down there is Blake Cullen. You wondered for a moment who Pujara put it down his throat, but it's a short boundary. Pujara knew what he was doing. 15 for 2, Sussex.
Well, yeah, I'm not so sure he did. I think that wasn't far away from Blake Cullen down here at...
No, it wasn't far away, but...
He intended the shot, but he well... It was in the mouth momentarily, you know.
Absolutely. Pujara waits. Here's Afridi's response. He bowls a good... Oh, look at this. I tell you what, he's cranked up the pace here, Afridi, hasn't he? That flies through to the gloves on a good line and length. Bit of shape coming back into Pujara, who's able to leave that on length.
Yeah.
Through to Simpson. This is top quality cricket right now. Pakistan versus India out in the middle.
Yeah, just saying, Josh Baker shared a part. He's a fine all-round cricketer. He shared a partnership of 64 with Joe Leach, the Worcestershire batsman, for the 8th wicket for Worcestershire. So he had a tough day yesterday, but he's made run today, and he's a good cricketer who I'm sure will bounce back.
Afridi coming left arm around now to Pujara. Still 3 slips and a short leg. And Pakistan's Afridi bowls to Pujara. The Indian finds a little bit of bounce, but he rides it to point, and there's no run.
I think the umpires are talking about the light, Kev. I'm
Let's hope
sorry
not.
to say. I just saw Ian Blackwell looking around, and he reached into his pocket. And I rather worry that the lights have really taken effect now. There's a lot of black cloud above Hove, but I just worry that... well, I'm sure Sussex will be skipping off if they have the chance. At the minute, they're all over Sussex, particularly Afridi.
He's around the wicket again, bowls, and Pujara's nicely in behind this one, pushes to mid-off.
Here they go. Yeah, and I think they're going to go off. I'll be quite surprised if they stay on here. Which is a shame, because this game is tantalisingly poised.
Lights is coming out.
Yeah.
Let's hope not.
Yeah, we're going off. I had a feeling that was on the cards.
Oh, umpires. They set the bar too low in this match for the light. They really did. Hanscom's come across Savanassa, I think. Stoneman.
And in fact, the ground staff are running out fairly quickly with the cover. So I think that there could be a bit of rain about as well. I can't see any umbrellas up, but it has got very gloomy in the last 3 or 4 minutes. But nonetheless, you know, what a session it's been for Middlesex so far, picking up both openers. And now we will start to lose overs today. We haven't lost too many so far, but we will be losing overs in the day now. And the wind has dropped, Kevin. You look at the flags, they're absolutely limp to the flagpole. And the way the ground staff are sort of rushing around a bit now, the tractor has come whizzing down the ground. So I just wonder, this wasn't what was forecast, actually. The forecast was for this horrible stuff to drift away into the channel, which it hasn't done so. And they're getting sort of hurrying along here with the covers. Ben Gibson out in the middle.
You can't actually see any rain. You can't see any columns of rain coming
No,
down.
you can't.
There's a couple of rain clouds
No, you
around.
can't. Yeah.
But, you know, let's hope this ties in with maybe tea and we don't lose too much time. It'd be a real shame if we continue to lose time in this match to bad light, because I don't think it's been that bad. Right now, it is probably, fair play to the umpires, I reckon right now, probably the worst it's been for the light.
No, I would agree.
Not as bad yesterday evening.
No, no. I mean, I couldn't. I mean, now I would say it's right. They're off. I mean, it's like it's sort of early evening here at Hove at the moment. But so if the wind gets up and blows this away, I don't know what's coming behind. It does look pretty grey away to the south. But frustration for the spectators, not least so because they were seeing a real contest there between Afridi and Pujara. Well, we're going to have a little break for a moment. We'll leave the effects mic on, so you'll hear the sounds of Hove. But Kevin and I are just going to take a break for a few minutes and see what this weather's going to do. coming on now.
It probably takes 10 minutes for him to warm up, does it?
Well, it takes a little while, I guess, but it is a nonsense. And the other thing is
Come on,
that
Harmsy, we'll go outside and get the slow
but
handcuffs
the other thing is there's no explanation. It's very, the umpires are, I know they have to play by the rules and all that, but cricket needs to communicate to people better. So we're all sitting around now.
To be honest though, Harmsy, I think they could tell us anything right now and we wouldn't believe them, because the amount of cricket we've lost in this game so far, which seems farcical. This is not a game that should have lost as much cricket in as much time as it has so far. I mean, I'm going to dig your side out, I'm sorry, but they were -3 on their over rate as well, weren't they? Why did this game should be further along than it is right now. Cricket's got to help itself.
Yeah, well, Sussex are -3.5 on their over rate. Sussex were painfully slow bowling their overs today.
Yeah. I'm assuming that they're saying until those lights are on, we can't take a meter reading.
Yeah. But they could have done that.
Right, stumps are going in because the lights are nearly on.
But they could have done that 10 minutes ago. We've had tea was 3:30. The umpires could have. Now they're putting the light meter on the stumps. Here we go. I don't think we're going to start.
It's brighter than it was, unless they've turned off those lights in there, because you can't see into the old pavilion anymore. Do you remember you could see in there? It was so dark. Fortunately, there are some
lighter skies away to the west. Yeah, the cloud has sort of been rolling around on the south coast. I'm not entirely sure where it's coming from. This will be hugely frustrating, particularly for Middlesex. It's frustrating for the spectators. That's what I feel sorry for. People have paid good money to come and watch a day's cricket. It's the weekend, and we all understand when it's raining that you can't play. But I think when you've got the ability to have lights at a cricket ground, we really, really should be playing. I don't think we are now. I don't know what we're waiting for now.
The lights to take full effect.
Okay.
So are they?
So what?
No, they are now. They're probably on full pelt now, aren't they?
Well,
There's
a few bulbs still to come on.
Oh, I don't know. Are they? Is that just the angle looking at it?
Actually, if you look at them too brightly, it's not good for your eyes.
So
there are still some bulbs, I presume, that have got to come on. But they are starting to take effect now. So I would say we should be playing.
Yeah.
Now we should be playing, and we're not. The ground staff are out. There we are. They've got their light meter, and I think it's going to be we're going off, or we're not even starting.
I mean, honestly, it's not as dark as it has been.
There will be the slow hand clap if.
Well, they'll be lucky if they get away with just a slow hand clap, I think. There really should be boos for this. It's not that bad. Look at the blue. I mean, fortunately, that blue sky that I've just been saying, it's coming ever quicker.
No, I think we're actually going to have some cricket.
Mm-hmm. So we've lost another 6 minutes so far, and counting.
Or are we?
Yep.
Oh, yes, they are. Oh, good. We're going to get some.
Go on. Hey.
Ironic cheers.
Let's listen.
Well, that is ironic cheers.
Let's listen. They're not wolf whistles. They're the WD-40. They forgot to apply to the the covers being rolled off. That's a ringing sound, isn't it? Should we turn it down for a minute? That must be as bad for the listeners' ears as the floodlights are for our eyes, Harmsy. Or maybe it is wolf whistles. Wolf whistles for us, perhaps. Wolf whistles, is that the right one? Wolf whistles, is that when you...
Yeah, I don't think you're allowed to use wolf whistles anymore.
Are they wolf whistles if you're showing dissent, though?
I don't know. But the good news, we are going to start. I see Zach Tomati's been in touch. You've been in contact with Zach. I don't know if you're listening, Zach, but good to hear from you, the former Sussex chief executive, who's a regular listener. Generally sends photographs, Zach, of when I was up at Derby a couple of weeks ago. The weather was beautiful. That was over Easter weekend, I think. And Zach was barbecuing in his garden. He's also got one of these pizza ovens as well. So I think it was at some stage it's all round to Zach's for pizza and beer. Perhaps he should do that for the commentators at the end of the season. But we are going to get underway. I'm sure the Sussex batsmen are probably slightly reluctant because before the break, the Middlesex bowlers, in the shape of Freely and Bamber were causing all sorts of problems. But we are going to get some play. The big problem here, apart from the light, is there's nothing to move this cloud on, is there? I'm looking at the flags on the clock tower scoreboard. They're absolutely not moving an inch. They're just limp to the flagpole. So the heavy cloud is just not moving away. But the forecast, in fact, if the weather is coming from the north, and my understanding it is spreading from the north-south, so you probably find where Zach is, the weather may be quite good. If you're listening in somewhere like Horsham, then it may be quite good, but it just seems to be swirling around here on the south coast and not really clearing. But to the north now, towards the Downs, they are lighter skies. If the weather is coming from that direction, then we might just be okay, Kevin. Either way, we are going to get underway. Hurrah for that. And we've got 48 overs left to be bowled in the day. I don't think
Well, we just lost another 4 overs there, have we?
Yeah. I don't believe. 48 overs is a lot of overs to bowl in one session. So I'll be amazed if we get through that. And that takes to about 7:30 if it goes that far. But I'll be surprised if we get to that sort of that situation. Anyway, we have got some play, and for that I guess we should be grateful. It's going to be Ethan Bamber who's going to come running in to bowl to Tom Alsop, who's yet to open his account. He's in over the wicket and bowls, and Alsop is forward and plays to mid-off, and there is no run. So I have to get a word from the scorers as to how many overs we've lost today. Because frankly, I've lost count, Kevin. I don't know about you, but we have lost a lot of overs.
I reckon there was about 67 to go, wasn't there, when we went off? Scrub back on the stream and have a look. Let's go.
I'll find out. That's okay. In comes Bamber. 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls to Alsop, and Alsop gets his first runs played into the offside and picks up a single. There's loud applause. There's a group of lads who are sitting at the back of the southwest stand.
64.
64 we've lost?
No, 64 were remaining to go when we came off, so we've lost 20.
So we've lost a session. 32 we must have lost things. It was only 96.
64 down to 48. No, we've lost 16.
Right, okay. There's a group of guys at the back of the southwest and 2 groups of guys. I don't know if they're on a stag do or what they are, but they're enthusiastically watching, put it that way. And bring a bit of atmosphere into the county ground as in comes Bamber running away from us. Bowls to Pujara, who clips this down to fine leg. They've taken 1. And that's all they'll take. Pujara goes to 8 and Sussex to 17 for 2. As we say, the Sussex over 8 was very slow, so we'll have to see how that pans out as the game goes on. Sussex already lost a point this season for a slow over 8 at Worcester. Sop is on strike. As in comes Bamber and bowls, and covering up is Alsop plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. Alsop remains on 1. Sussex 17 for 2. They led by 34 on the first innings, so we'll have a 17 and 34 is 51 is the Sussex lead. This is the 3rd day of the match in case you've only just joined us, so a full day tomorrow, and I think the forecast tomorrow is actually good. So hopefully a full 96 tomorrow. But these good bowling conditions for Middlesex. Cloudy skies, lights on, Bamber in, bowls, hole, go by Alsop outside of the off stump, and there is no run. The Middlesex players, when the ball goes through to the wicket keeper, they then throw the ball around in the slip cordon.
This is all part of getting that over 8 up Palmsy. Keep on your toes, keep it moving, get that ball around, get bowling again. Hanscom's really hot on this. And nobody wants to drop a catch. He'll be absolutely beating himself up for putting Alsop down when would it have been 9 for 3?
Yep. Bamber again. In the bowls, and that came a little low on Tom Alsop, who did well to keep that out. Plays it to mid-wicket. There is no run. End of the over. Now, there is a noticeable difference, and I don't mean to be critical towards Sussex in any way, that the Middlesex players are running between the overs.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
And I think that's what should happen. Sussex were painfully slow this morning. In between overs, setting fields, re-changing fields. It just seems to take an awful long time. So that's something for them to work on, and indeed, if they do get punished for a slow over 8, they'll only have themselves to blame. Freely's going to bowl the next over. 2 overs, 1 for 10. He has accounted for, is that right? Yeah, 1 for 10. He accounted for the wicket of Alistair Orr, who was caught behind for a duck.
Here we go. It's Pakistan versus India again. Afridi against Pujura down the slope at the Cromwell Road end. And this is what we've all been waiting for. 3 slips go down and a short leg, and Afridi has passed the umpire now. He bowls and solid line and length. Very solid defence from Pujura. Pujara pushing back up the front of the track and up to mid-on it goes. There's no run. That was just, excuse me, folks. That was just a little bit of chocolate eclair repeated on me there. What did you had? Baked was it baked? No,
well, it was almost like a bit of crumble. It's like crumble cake. I mean, probably a dreadful description. It is getting much, much lighter now, Kevin. If it is coming from the north, they are brighter skies.
Afridi bowls. Pujara's behind this one. Pushes back up the track. No run.
Elsewhere, I haven't done that for a while.
That's haven't been on, Harmsy.
Yeah, Durham didn't enforce the follow-on against Worcestershire. Worcestershire made 309 in reply to Durham's 580 for 6. In reply, Durham 102 without loss in their second innings. Those 102 runs have come in something like 12 overs, 14 overs. Ben Stokes not opening the innings, I can tell you.
Afridi hits the crease now. He bowls. That one goes away from Pujara through to the gloves of Simpson. Hanscom was leading the charge again with that ball to be thrown around. I wonder where he's picked that up from. Somewhere in the Shield.
I quite like it though.
Yeah, it's great.
At Cardiff, Glamorgan 437 in reply to Leicestershire's 320. Leicestershire second time around 65 for 2, trailing by 52. Sussex with a trip to Grace Road next week to play Leicester. They're the only other games in the second division, Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire, with a week off.
Afridi bowls. Pujara punches in through the covers for 4 off the back foot. Lovely shot. Pujara's on to 12. 21 for 2. And the home support here enjoying that one.
Well, that was a good shot, wasn't it? In the first division, looks like Surrey are going to win inside 3 days at the Oval. Northants 126 for 7, still needing another 81 if they're going to make Surrey back again. Surrey top of the table at the moment. Lancashire 324 for 5 in reply to Warwickshire's 315 at Old Trafford. Phil Salt, formerly of Sussex, out for 26.
3D bowls. Pujara right behind this one. Easy to backward point, no run.
Down the road at Southampton, Hampshire were bowled out for 204, which was some effort because at one stage they were. Hampshire at one stage were 76 for 8. They were 103 for 9 and made 204. Wow. Anarin Donald, 89, batting at number 9. Crumbs. They had a couple of night watchmen, I think, in yesterday, did Hampshire. And James Fuller batting at 11, made 32.
3D bowls a bouncer.
Wow,
Pujara's underneath it. Yep. Through goes Simpson, end of the over. 21 for 2. Pujara 12. And Allsop 1.
So Gloucestershire need another 333 to win. They're currently 35 without loss. That's a good game of cricket because Gloucestershire were out of that at one stage. Chelmsford had a lot of delays for rain today. Yorkshire 256 for 5. Joe Root out for 75, bowled by Matt Critchley, the leg spinner. So that's pretty much the cricket around the country. Here at Hove, we've got brighter skies, much brighter skies. The floodlights are still on, but there's a few patches of blue sky in Ethan Bamber. He's going to come running in from the C end of the ground, running away from us. Comes in and bowls to Tom Allsop. Allsop is forward. Good delivery by Bamber. Good job Allsop played that because he'd have been right in front if not. And there is no run. 21 for 2, Sussex. If you just joined us, the story of the day, Middlesex bowled out this morning, or just before lunch, for 356, with Ollie Robinson taking 5 for 66, Luke Coleman making 82, Martin Anderson 55, a partnership of 99 between that pair for the 7th wicket, as in comes Bamber and bowls, and also drives to mid-on, and there is no run. So the lead for Sussex was 34 on the first innings, and then in the Middlesex bowlers really roaring in and picking up both Sussex openers, and neither scored. Alistair Orr out second ball, Tom Haines out first ball, both caught by John Simpson off the bowling of Shaheen Afridi and Ethan Bamber. And Pujara, who is on 12, and Tom Alsop trying to repair the damage as Bamber is in again. Over the wicket bowls, and Alsop covers up, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. Middlesex with victories against Glamorgan and Leicestershire.
Draw with Derbyshire first game.
Draw against Derbyshire, first game of the season. You must have had a week off then, Kev.
Yeah, sadly, second round off for Middlesex.
Yeah, Sussex had no break at all, and they will not get a break because after this they go to Leicester. And then when there's another round of matches, when they thought they might be going to get a break, they play New Zealand here in a 4-day
nice.
tour.
You going to do that one?
Yeah.
Nice.
In comes Bamber bowls, outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, no run. Yeah, I mean, I think from a Sussex perspective, it's a slightly double-edged sword because having had 6 consecutive weeks of county championship cricket and the amount of injuries Sussex have had, I think they'd have welcomed a week off. That being said, with 1 or 2 now coming back, the likes of Robinson and Garton, Carson not far away, Hunt back in this week. Maybe that'll be another opportunity to get some miles and some overs in on bowlers' legs. In comes Bamber bowls, let go by Holden outside the off, Alsop outside the off stump, and there is no run. And I think it's great to get let's face it, they're the Test World Champions here. That being said, the side that comes here will not have the players who are playing in the IPL. So some of those big star names in the New Zealand side will not be here. So the likes of Williamson, I think Bolt, I think Southey. I think I read 5 of the players who are likely to start the first Test match will not be playing in the game. So that detracts slightly. In a game bowls and also clips this nicely through square leg. They've taken 1, they'll come back for a second. Will Tom Alsop, who made 100 in the first innings, and that's the end of Ethan Bamber's over. Conceding just the 2 runs, he's very economic, is Ethan Bamber. He's bowled 3 overs, no maidens, 1 wicket for 5, and Sussex are 23 for 2. Pujara on 12, Alsop is on 3. And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Kevin Hand. If you'd like to watch the live stream and the pictures, then go to the Sussex County Cricket Club website, click on the match day link, and you'll find a link and you can see the pictures from Hove, which I'm delighted to say is brightening up all the time. As long as that horrible cloud away to the right of the ground isn't coming in our direction, we should be good for play for a little while longer.
Afridi to Pujara, brings it back in, big appeal for LBW, that's a huge appeal. Oh, now that looked absolutely stone dead. We were giving it out here. Was there a little bit of bat involved? 23 for 2, we'll watch the replay now. Is it just doing too much perhaps?
Well, we are absolutely wicket to wicket, and I have to say, both Kevin and I had our fingers up.
I reckon that's pitched outside the line of leg. Let's have a little look again. The stream camera, much like ourselves, isn't perfectly in line, but yeah, it's just pitched outside leg.
It's a terrific shout, though.
Very good call by the umpire. Huge pressure by the players. We're the other side of the track to the stream cam, aren't we? So we're looking in the opposite angle as here comes Afridi onto the hip. This ball falls away into the onside and there's no run.
Afridi's really up for this, isn't he? He's absolutely herring him down the hill.
Well, he'll know for his team that if you could get Pujara now, get his mate Rizwan out there. We saw that lovely picture of the pair of them up on the balcony over there, the players' balcony, separated by teams but joined together by tea. I think was something along the lines of what it read. Having a cuppa up on the balcony up there. 3 slips and a short leg, crouched down still. Pujara waits on 12, Afridi bowls, and this is left alone. Good leave through to the keeper.
Great contest.
It is. This is
really good contest.
As good as it gets.
Yeah, one of the top batsmen in the world against one of the top up-and-coming bowlers in the world. Under the light, cloud cover. This is going to be a real test of... You watch Pujara here when he what's his little procedure he goes through, Kevin? There we go.
Mm-hmm.
He does that every single delivery. He holds the bat out at about 45 degrees and then gets ready for the next delivery. He does that with every single ball.
Afridi is in, bowls, and that wraps on the pads again pitching outside the line of leg, though more clearly on this occasion, I guess.
He's asking questions, isn't he? Yeah, no question. No question. This is the big wicket for whatever side. Whether Pujara's playing for India, whether he's playing for Sussex, you get Pujara out, you feel that it's a real obstacle removed, and he's been in terrific form. The 100 he got last week down here against Durham was a double 100 at the end, but it was of high quality. When he batted on the Friday, it was a treat to watch.
Freedy hits the crease, bowls, forward goes Pujara, and plays defensively to mid-on. Fielded by Martin Anderson, I think that is. Let's have a look at it. Cullen down at long leg, it is. Short leg is Mark Stoneman. Mid-off, Sam Robson, point Holden, and a 3-slip Corden. Hanscom at slip, White at second, and Holman at third. And down to our right, sweeping up behind them at third is Bamber. Freedy to Pujara, cry of catch it as he tries to clip it off his legs, but down the leg side it goes. 4 leg byes, 27 for 2. And one to cover the over. No, that is the end of the over. So yes, 27 for 2. The lead is now 61 for Sussex with 8 wickets standing.
Had an email in from Gary Knight. Hello, Gary. Watching up in Horsham, I expect. I think he's at the ground today. He says, I've just watched both Sussex openings depart. I have an ominous feeling about today, but let's hope I'm wrong. With regard to feedback on the live stream, I'm finding there's a very slight delay with your commentary, a couple of seconds ahead of the pictures. I'm watching via the club website, so I'm not sure if anyone else.
A couple of seconds ahead of the pictures?
Yeah, that's what he says. Kind regards, Gary Knight. So thank you, Gary. As in comes Bamber. Bowls, and Allsop plays this to square leg. There is no run. I'm sure Gary's probably feeling it down in the dumps. He's a big West Ham fan, so probably very disappointed with the result the other night.
Not like us to be ahead of the game, Harmsy.
No, absolutely. No, that's sure. I reckon the lights might go off in a minute, you know?
Yeah,
or is this stuff, this horrible cloud to the east of the ground? I'm wondering if that is coming in this direction.
Yes.
If it is, then I'm afraid we're in for another delay.
Because all that blue stuff that we've watched over in the distance, it's just slipping across the north of us, having come in from the northwest.
I mean, it might just slip down the side of the ground here, but that does seem to be inching this way. In comes Bamber, 3 slips go down. Allsop drives down the ground. Good shot by Tom Allsop. That's going to be 4 runs. Not much point chasing the ball when it's drilled down the ground by Tom Allsop. Lovely shot. And as I said, there's a couple of groups of guys who are enjoying themselves away to our left-hand side in the southwest corner of the ground, applauding enthusiastically. But that was a good shot by Tom Allsop, who goes to 7. Sussex 31 for 2. Add 34 to that, and you get the Sussex lead. Bamber runs away from us. He's coming around the wicket with 3 slips. Into bowls, and Allsop's beaten outside the off stump. Playing a miss from Tom Allsop through to keeper Simpson, and there is no run. Yes, I rather fear that is coming this way, you know. It is inching in this direction.
Oh, there's a little break behind it. I've just seen the first little glimmer of
there
break.
is.
A heavy bank of cloud.
Yeah, let's hope it's... And the wind has got up again now. So
the wind, funnily enough, should be blowing that cloud away from us,
yeah, it should
somehow.
be. Yeah, it should be.
In it heads.
Bamber again. Bowls, and Allsop is forward. In terms of the line and length that he bowls, Ethan Bamber, he's a completely different build from Ollie Robinson, but he pretty much makes the batsman play at every ball. He pitches the ball, you know, he's pitching round about middle and off, and makes the batsman play. He's bowled consistently well in this game. His figures of 1 for 9. He's in his 4th over. And he's running away from us now. 3 slips go down. He's in the bowls. And Allsop clips it nicely through. That's going to be 4 runs. Lovely shot by Tom Allsop. And he gets applause from our friends away in the southwest stand. That was a lovely shot, just slightly over pitch and clipped away. I don't know whether it is a stag do, but there's a gentleman over there who's got... a white, looks like it might be an England rugby shirt on. I think he is dressed as a rugby player, isn't he? So I'm not sure if he...
Oh, yeah.
He might be. He always goes around dressed like that. I don't know. But I rather suspect it might be a stag do. So as long as they're not making too much noise and enjoy themselves, then good luck to them. As in comes Bamber and bowls. And he hits Allsop on the pad. There's a louder... The ball balloons away into the offside. There is no run. The end of Bamber's over. He has bowled 4 overs, no maidens, taken 1 for 13. Unusually for Ethan Bamber, going for 2 boundaries. Is that over?
There was a long chat between Bamber and Hanscom before the start of the over, and I wonder whether Hanscom was in any way nudging him towards coming around the wicket there to the right, to the left-hander. He's had him dropped, of course, by Hanscom at slip. I think he was coming over the wicket to him at that point. But yeah, that hit a long way outside the line of off. The last ball of the over there. 8 bowls here at Hove. Live cricket from the BBC. Live on the south coast. A Ben Stokes hit to the sea from Hove, isn't it? 23 for 2. Here's a freebie. Charging down the slope, he bowls, and Pujara just gets the bat down on that one. Goodness me, Afridi thought he was through. It's a thick edge all along the floor to third, where Bamber fields. Pujara's off strike. He's on 13. Also on strike at 11. What are they up to away to our left there?
Yeah, you just hope they're not being a nuisance, don't you? Because there's a lot of spectators there in the stand just enjoying the cricket. And they are making quite a lot of noise. You just hope they're not being a nuisance.
What are they doing, though? It looks like they've got a problem with something. There's something. You haven't got binoculars, have they? Someone looks like they've come up to help them with something. Look, you'd almost say he was signing one of those little autograph bats. And somebody else comes to have a look as well. So it all seems pretty jovial at the moment.
Yeah, let's hope so.
You've been burnt recently, Harmsy. That's why you're upset about it all.
Hey, what do you mean?
30,000 feet, stag do's.
Oh yeah, I was. Yeah, I was. Sorry, yeah. On the went out to Bulgaria in March and was on a plane, and there was a load of guys, and crumbs. We've all been there having a good time and enjoying ourselves. But there is
a rhyme with queasy pet.
Well, there's just a stage when it just goes over the line, doesn't it? And it becomes a bit of a pain. And certainly on the aeroplane that day it did. There you go. Perhaps I'm just getting old and boring. I don't know. But if you want to watch the cricket, you don't really want to let it racket.
Afridi moves in, he bowls, and that's left alone. Good pace and bounce through to Simpson, 36 for 2.
Better light than it's been all day. And actually, that heavy cloud came in, I think, has drifted past the ground, and it's just starting to break up. So with a bit of luck, that might have gone. I mean, I don't know that we're going to get through to sort of 7 o'clock because there's heavy cloud around, but it just seems to be lighter. In fact, I think you could play now without the lights on, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, you certainly could. Afridi.
There's some shadows on the outfield as well. That's on the sun.
Afridi bowls and top forward, mix up. Oh, he should go, but no, he's back. Holden coming around for points. Didn't pick it up cleanly, but I think Allsop had recovered his senses quickly enough and was sent back by Pujara.
Yeah, I mean, that is Tom Allsop's call, isn't it? He's playing in front of square on the offside. He clearly felt there was a single and he'd set off.
I don't think there was.
No, I don't think there was. And Pujara, I think, made the right call as well to send him back. But perhaps it just gives you an idea of the pressure that the Sussex batsmen are under here.
Yeah. Pujara always said no. No, I don't think there was. Here is Afridi. He bowls and forward goes Allsop defending to mid-off. And it was quite a late set-off by Allsop. He had a good look at it, and then he decided he was going.
Yeah.
Pujara never left his crease, crucially, so he never got dragged into a mid-pitch negotiation. It was a clear no from him, sending him back. Yeah, pretty quickly. He was sent back pretty quickly, so all was well in the end for Allsop. Last ball of the 9th over. The left-hander awaits. Shah Afridi bowls and he punches him only as far as points, where Holden fields 36 for 2, Allsop 11, Pujara 13, 9 bowls and 42 remain on day 3.
Yeah, what's happening is our friend who's dressed in the rugby gear, you can see he's even got the tape over his knees and everything. He's got a cricket bat with him, and I think he's encouraging
people to sign it.
People to sign it, yeah. He's walking around the stand. I think he really wants the players to sign it, but he's actually encouraging other spectators to sign his cricket bat. And his mates are sitting at the back of the stand.
Maybe he's been challenged by...
Yeah. His mates at the back of the stand are sort of laughing and say, can you believe you're doing that?
No, they probably set him up. That's probably one of his tasks, isn't it?
Possibly. He's been set up maybe to get as many signatures as he can.
Yeah.
Anyway, the light is good. It's getting better and better. There's more and more blue sky around, so let's enjoy it while we can. Ethan Bamber is going to bowl the next over. We've still got 42 overs to be bowled today, which is an awful lot of overs. I hear the hilarity. He's making everybody laugh. Is our friend over there?
We should get him on.
Yeah.
No.
No. This is live radio. In comes Bamber over the wicket, bowls. Oh, that cut back at Pujara. Not taken cleanly by John Simpson.
Come on, Bamber, don't spoil the party. It's got to be a freebie to Pujara. He can't bowl him.
He did cut back, though, to the right-handed Pujara.
Yeah. Well, he got him in the first innings, Pujara, didn't he? Caught a point by Holden.
Yes, he did. Good memory for 16. My book is slightly covered in coffee stains from yesterday, Kevin. You were immensely helpful in clearing up the awful mess that I made, and I'm amazed the laptop is working, but it is. I did with it last night. In comes Bamber Pulse. That does cut back in again after it passes the right hand.
Given it's a BBC laptop, nothing too mischievous, I hope, Adrian.
Well, my daughter suggested that we put it in the airing cupboard.
Oh.
Which we did.
Yeah.
So I think it was either going to be a tub of rice, well, we didn't have enough rice, or stick it in the airing cupboard.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know whether that did any good. However, it is working. So
Nice.
and after the amount of coffee that went
it
in
must
the
have dried
inside.
out by then anyway. You had it out in the sun.
Well, I did. Yeah. But I don't. Anyway, I'm not going to touch it. It's working. In comes Bamber, running away from us. 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls. Pujara is forward and plays it down the middle of the track. There is no run.
It looks a little bit, your notepad now, like a Year 6 history project. Write out this piece of work and you make it look as though it was in the 19th century. So you get the tea stains.
You're spot on.
You put it on and then you put it under the grill, don't you?
Yeah.
Singe the edges a bit.
Yeah. Hand it in. They say, oh, absolutely. Let's look a bit like that.
Someone will find that in a few weeks. Look at this, we've got a scorecard from 1920s.
In comes Bamber and bowls. Pujara on the pad, that's close. Oh, he's had a couple of LBW decisions here, which maybe that was a little high, or is he just flexing his legs to try and kid the umpire?
Yeah, I mean, it hit the back hip. Did it go off the pad up onto the back hip? But even if it went off the knee roll to the back hip, that was still high. So
good. I like Bamber, Kevin. I like the fact that he bowls wicket to wicket. He rarely wastes a delivery.
I love Bamber,
and I love the way as well when he marches back to his mark. He's a bit like Ed Barnard of Worcestershire. Bowls the ball, gets back to his mark, gets on with it. Bowls wicket to wicket, makes things happen, doesn't complain. I bet he's a captain's dream. Bamber in again. Bowls. Pujara drives edgily to backward point.
How he fell in the first innings.
Well, you just get the feeling here that something could happen. 36 for 2. Pujara on 13. Allsop on 11. Sussex with a lead of 70. But he just sort of got that feeling as if... wicket it may be just around the corner. Sussex will be hoping not, but Bamber is really giving Pujara a stern
It wasn't a bad shout, that Pujara one.
No, it was a good shout. Bamber in again, bowls, and that's wide of the offside. That was the worst ball of the over. It's a maiden over from Ethan Bamber, who's bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, taken 1 for 13. And Sussex are 36 for 2. Allsop is on 11, Pujara on 13.
If you look at how crouched Pujara is, that back leg when it hits him, he's a long way down. So even though it hits him nearly up towards the back hip, his leg's nearly bent, his back leg. So it's actually not that high. If you watch that ball hits, it's high enough. He got away with it.
Good shout, though.
They might have gone upstairs for it. They might have done, If you look at the height that ball ricochets away at.
Yeah.
Wasn't the worst.
Probably they're going to come for an update in a minute to me.
Freedy's in, bowls to Allsop, and this is chipped back just past Allsop, past the Freedy for a couple. Low to his right, went for the catch, just threw it too early. Allsop, he moves to 13, level with Pujara, 38 for 2.
We're going to have an update in a minute, Kev. Do you mind if I just take over? As a Freedy turns at the far end of the ground. 3 slips go down as Afridi makes his way down the hill. In and bowls, also drives, lovely looking shot through extra cover. That's going to race up the hill. It may not go for 4. Fielder is in hot pursuit. Is it going to reach the boundary rope? It doesn't. And they're going to have to run 4 if they want 4. Good chase out to the far corner of the ground by the Players' Pavilion. 3 to Alsop. He goes to 16.
Here we go. Afridi's going to take Pajara just as you're doing your update, Harmsy.
Well, 41.
You have to be on your mettle here. This will be going global.
So, Pajara retakes his guard.
Sure you don't want me to do it right up to the point of they say, Adrian Harms.
Go on, you do it.
And then you're ready to go.
Go on, you do it. We've got a football update yet. Off you go.
No, but I mean, in terms of ahead of your update, I can do it right up to the second of you, and they say, Adrian Harms, and I will be stopped talking by that point. Because the worst case scenario for you is they come to you right in the middle of the wicket falling. This is Afridi. He's in, bowls, and Pajara leaves alone. You focus on your update, old chap. Don't get done by the pair of them. Worst case scenario, you'll be caught in between the two, looking up, not knowing what's happened. The clip's going viral. What's Pajara asking for? He's asking permission. He's doing you a favour here because he's asking for something from the pavilion.
New gloves.
End of the over, though. He's asked the skipper. Oh, they're taking a slip out. Holman's going across to a square leg. Now, why has he done that? Third slip goes out to square leg. And Afridi comes around the wicket to Pajara, so switching to around, that's why. 41 for 2, as Afridi is in, bowls and left alone by Pajara. 11th over of this innings.
Adrian Harms is at the county ground where the home side are in their second innings.
Yes, they are. 41 for 2. Tom Alsop on 16. Chechuwa Pajara is on 13. So the lead for Sussex is now at 75. Earlier on today, Middlesex bowled out for 356. As in comes Afridi bowl to Pajara down the leg side, and there is no run. Ollie Robinson taking 5 for 66 for Sussex. 82 from Luke Holman in that Middlesex total. Meanwhile, at the Oval, it's tea. Northamptonshire 140 for 7 in their second innings, still trailing Surrey by 67 runs. Very much looks, Henry, as if that one will be finished within 3 days.
You did brilliantly there, Harmsy, didn't you? Brilliantly. I was worried for you. It happened to Martin Emerson, didn't it, a little while ago? It was his Pajara awaiting, and Afridi brings that one back in towards off. It's left alone, 41 for 2. Yeah, there was a big old wicket of some description right in the middle of one of his updates. He recovered it well.
Well, the sun is out now, and I'm looking down at the right. I mean, I'm not so sure there's not more rain and bad light around, but for the time being... I'm just going to pull the headphones out there so that just in case the clean feed doesn't go. So where are we? We've got 40 overs left in the day. I think we'll be surprised if we get the full 40 overs in. The lead for Sussex is 75. Pujara has got some new gloves brought out to him. I think we're going to get a result in this match. I don't think we're going to get a withdrawal one way or the other. I think we're going to get a result. And now we've got a change in the field. Look at the Middlesex over rate.
It's a thing of beauty, isn't it? +3.
It's +3, but they've had the seamers on all the time. And that's an interesting fielding position.
Silly mid on for Alsop.
In comes Ethan Bamber, bowls to Alsop, who plays into the offside defensively, and there is no run. Who's that who's got it? Is that Holman who's got in there at silly mid on?
No, it is... oh, yes, sorry, it is. Holman, yeah.
And the only reason I said it was Holman, because he looks like a lock forward, doesn't he?
Yep.
He's built like a lock forward as well.
Imagine what he's going to look like at 31 if he looks like that at 21. I'll be saying very nice things about his batting and his bowling when he's 31, won't I?
Absolutely, yeah. Bamber runs away from us round the wicket, bowls to Alsop, who plays into the offside, fielded in the covers, and there is no run.
He likes me, Luke. So does his dad.
Well, that's good.
His mum's not so sure. She's more a Mark Church fan.
It's gone very quiet in the southwest stand. I don't know whether our friends are just being a little quieter, or the chap who had the small cricket bat may have gone elsewhere to see if he can get it signed by of the people. See, Rob Andrew, the Sussex chief exec, is down to our right watching as Bamber runs away from us. A glorious afternoon now. In and bowls, and the floodlights have gone off. Taken by Simpson as also lets that one go outside the off stumps. Who's that warming up at mid-on? Is that Blake Cullen who's warming up? Doing a bit of jumping around. I imagine that Afridi, who has bowled 6 overs, 1 made 1 for 20, is my guess, maybe coming out of the attack. Just the 2 slips in place. Backward point, cover mid-off. Holman in there at silly mid-on, an orthodox mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. Bamber in bowls and clipped away nicely by Alsop down to fine leg. They've taken a single, and that's all they'll take as the throw comes in right over the top of the stumps to John Simpson. And Tom Alsop goes to 17, having a good run of form. Tom Alsop making 100 in the first innings here. 113, following on from 66 he made last week against Durham. One of 4 left-handers in the Sussex top 5. Bamber is literally right in front of us. He's going to come over the wicket, changing the angle to the right-handed Pujara. He's in over the wicket, bowls, and Pujara glides that down to fine leg. They've taken 1, they'll think about 2. The throw comes in, he needs to be quick here, and it's a good piece of fielding, good bit of running by Pujara, who is deceptively quick between the wickets, and he made up his mind he wanted to, despite a good throw coming in for Afridi that was right over the top. John Simpson did whip off the bails, but Pujara was home, a well-judged second run. Pujara to 15, and Sussex to 44 for 2. Bright sunshine across the ground. There's still a lot of heavy cloud around now to the north of the ground. As in comes Bamber, bowls, and Pujara plays this beautifully through the offside. Now that is going to be 4 runs. Off the back foot, hammered away through the offside, and the fielder gives up the chase. Is that Mark Stoneman? As the ball runs away for 4 runs to the Spenkarma Pavilion. Lovely bit of batting by Pujara, beautifully timed through the offside. Bamber concedes a boundary, 7 runs coming from that over from Ethan Bamber, who has bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20. Middlesex, Sussex even, in their second innings are 48 for 2, and a rebuilding job, and a good rebuilding job between these two, because at one stage Sussex were 6 for 2. So this partnership worth 44 between Alsop and Pujara.
Almost feels like they've tried a little bit too hard since the resumption here, Middlesex. Oh, we're going to have a change. We are. Blake Cullen. So Afridi to Pujara is done for now. 12 overs gone in this innings. 6 overs of Afridi, 1 for 20. 48 for 2 Sussex, and here comes Middlesex's English young gun, Blake Cullen, who is expressed just like Afridi. Much hoped of this young man. Hasn't quite taken this game by the scruff of the neck yet, has he? He's got 2 slips, a third, point cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Seen him bowl some really exciting spells in 2020. Looks at the quiff from across his forehead as he turns, runs in, bowls, and up on his toes also punches him to cover, and there's no run. Alan, I'll tell you a bit about him. He's an impressive bat as well, but we didn't see too much of that with the bat. For Middlesex, he was out for just 1 off 6 deliveries. Sussex first innings. Picked up 1 for 68. He's in now, bowls down the leg side. Taken by Simpson, 1 for 68 off 15. 4.53 was the most expensive of the Middlesex 6 that we used. Just nudging Luke Holman into second there with 4.3. Here's 1 for 43. Cullen, 20 years of age now. Isleworth lads. 6 first-class matches. Best bowling in is 3 for 30. He's in now, bowls. This is clipped down to deep backward square leg where there's a chase on for Bamber. He'll get there. Oh, one-handed pick-up, spills it, and they've turned for 2 quite comfortably. Allsop's under 19. Yeah, played a whole load of T20 and 100 for the Spirit last year. Didn't feature in September for Middlesex after all his T20 action for the London Spirit. He picked up a good few wickets. In now, bowls, and this is defended into the onside. No run. England under 19 player. Allen, and yeah, his express pace at a young age really caught the eye. I believe he could go on and be quite the success at higher levels. "13 wickets and 38 so far in first-class cricket from 6 matches for Cullen as he comes in now, bowls, and this is played away defensively into the onside by Allsop, watchfully so. He's been right on the spot so far, Cullen. They actually have a high score of 34 with the bat as well. Middlesex has been very excited about him for a while, which in part, I guess, is why Stephen Finn, who was at one time Blake Cullen, the up-and-coming of the Middlesex bowling attacks down here at Hove now, as his Cullen, this is eased away, backward a point by Allsop, I think about a single. They have a single, and that's the end of the 13th. Allsop will keep the strike. 51 for 2, Sussex. So they lead by 85. Yeah, with Cullen, this man taking off the cap, Bamber coming through. The Middlesex bowling ranks very well stocked of young bowlers trying to forge their way through. So Harris and Finn were allowed to go, and Freedy brought in, but that's proved to be a really good move with the injuries to Mercer and Roland Jones. And Helm, my apologies, Mercer and Helm, and Roland Jones rested for this one. They'd have certainly been short without the class of Freedy due to these early season injuries. Fortunately, none of them seems to be particularly for too long. Bamber's around the wicket, he bowls to Allsop, and this is left alone outside of the off stump. 51 for 2. Bamber around the wicket, there are 2 slips. Hanscom at slip, White at second. Backward point is a Freedy. Cover is Holden. Mid-off Robson, Silly mid-on Holman. Cullen at mid-on, Stoneman at mid-wicket, and long leg is Anderson as his. Bamber moving in, he bowls. Good line of length, very solid defence from Allsop in behind that one on the off stump. Fielded by Holden. In at cover. Yeah, that grey stuff that we were looking at, we finally worked out, Adrian and I, it's only taken us till what, 20 to 5 to work out that the reason we can never tell you particularly well what's happening with the cloud is because it's coming in directly the opposite direction to where the wind has been blowing, and it occasionally does. It's coming in from over our right shoulders. In the media centre here as Bamber moves away from us, he bowls, and beautifully behind this one Allsop defends into the onside. 51 for 2. Middlesex will be keen to break this pair. Allsop's offered one chance put down at slip off Bamber. Pajar a real danger man as Middlesex are looking to come back at Sussex, who'd reached 225 for 1 in their first innings, bowled for 392, and that after another little mini recovery in there for the 6th wicket pairing. Oh, there was some cake left next door for Harmsy by the looks of it. Either that or he saved his one from tea. There's none left now, he says. Bamber bowls, edged, and through the vacant 3rd slip, having put in the silly mid-on. Oh, that flew to what would have been the belly button of 3rd slip. How many times has it happened in this match? Every time they move a fielder, both sides. Well, it happens every week up and down the country at club level as well, doesn't it? Hanscom hangs his head at slip. Whose decision it was to move Holman to silly mid-on. Applause from Hanscom for Bamba. Allsop lives a very lucky life to this point in the second innings so far. This is a good leave by Allsop through to the keeper at passes. Though not a chance to hand, it was a chance to a fielding position that was there only a few moments ago. Middlesex perhaps a little wary of runs. Obviously they're going to have to knock off, what is it, the lead? Well, they have to. The lead's 99 now, so 8 wickets standing. I'll just be wary of that they don't want to leak too many runs here. In bowls and hitting onto the hip of Allsop. Rolls away back on a square on the leg side. No signal from the umpire. There was a little inside edge. Somebody did cry catch it. 56 for 2 it is. Pujara has 19. Allsop continues to dominate the strike. He's on 25 and keeping the strike at the end of the 14. 37 to go on what is currently a sunny evening in Hove, but who knows what's to follow. We can't see what's out behind us. The back of the media centre where we've eventually discovered, Adrian, where the weather's coming in from. It's coming in against the wind.
Yeah, and if it's coming from over there, that looks horrible. To the northwest of the ground, coming over the downs,
yep.
That doesn't look good at all. But we had that to the east of the ground about half an hour ago, and we thought it was going to hose down, but it didn't. In comes Blake Cullen racing in down the hill. Bowls to Allsop, who covers up, plays into the offside. I'm becoming increasingly impressed with Tom Allsop, who had a difficult couple of opening innings in his career for Sussex. Got wrapped on the fingers fielding at slip in the game at Worcester and had to go to hospital for an x-ray. Fortunately, there was no long-term damage. But he batted nicely against Durham last week, made 100 this week, and he's had to come in and really face the music here with Sussex in a lot of trouble. In comes Cullen bowls and also clips this down to fine leg, picks up a single. Fielded by Ethan Bamba. Allsop goes to 26 and Sussex to 57 for 2 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Look at the colour of that sky. That is, you know, if you didn't, that is absolutely. Well, it looks as if it's going to hose it down with rain. Hopefully it'll slip past the ground, but we may not be so lucky on this occasion.
What are you thinking of? Which? No, we've worked it out. It's coming in from behind us here, isn't it?
I'm not so sure. In comes Cullen again, bowls to Pujara forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. I mean, it's beautiful sunshine across the ground. I just noticed umpire Watts looked in that direction. I don't think anyone's really sure where the weather is coming from. But either way...
Right, let's look at the rain alarm, because that'll tell us...
I think it's been swirling around the coast. I mean, sometimes it just happens on the coast, doesn't it? It can be lovely elsewhere, and we're getting rain here.
It is lovely elsewhere, isn't it? This is the only bit of rain anywhere.
Yeah. In comes Cullen. Bowls, Pujara drives into the offside, fielded at extra cover. There is no run.
Not drop anywhere, not even in Chesterley Street.
Yeah.
Bad old Sussex by the sea.
Well, it's just taken a long time for this rain to clear, isn't it? I mean, the weather forecast was indicating yesterday that it was going to clear away sort of mid-morning, and by the afternoon it was going to be a lovely sunny afternoon.
I'll tell you what, I think we have been pretty lucky. There's 2 rain fronts, and one of them slips to the south from the west, and the other one looks as though it might slip to the south from the east, over Haywards Heath at the moment.
Yeah, that would be that direction. In comes Cullen bowls and Pujara. Did he get a thick?
He did.
I don't know if he came for the glove or whether it was top edge. Anyway, it's come down to fine leg, and 4 more to Pujara, who goes to 23, and Sussex on to 61 for 2. Now they're going to take some time to find the ball. I think it's under here, lads. They've got it. Well done. I hope that is the match ball. It could be any ball, to be honest with you. Middlesex players even hurry when they're coming to field the ball when it's gone under the covers. A couple of them came running down. Jara to 23. Three slips go down. Comes Cullen again. Bowls. Pujara plays it onto the onside. Picks up a single. Nicely judged by Pujara, who seems to have weathered the storm here. He moves on to 24. And Sussex at the end of the over are 62 for 2. To add that, you add on 34, which means that the Sussex lead is now 96. With Alsop on 26, Pujara on 24.
That is a gorgeous shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the sun out and...
Biblical skies.
Yeah.
Over the back of the Players' Pavilion, the indoor school. But sun out here in front of us.
David says, I could watch Pujara bat all day. I feel quite privileged, says David. Thank you for getting in touch.
That should be your banner on Twitter, really, a skyline like that at Hove. What is yours? Let's have a look.
Yeah, I should put that one up, shouldn't I?
Bamba's in, bowls to Pujara. Little inside tickle on that down to long leg as a single. What is yours? I'm going to go and have a look now.
It's a picture of Hove.
Ah. Oh, yeah. Not a bad picture of Hove, yeah. Actually, lovely. That's the way we all like to imagine Hove, isn't it? Just clear, not a cloud in the sky on your banner. Lush green. Packed house as well. All temporary standing. Was that ahead of a T20, was it? Temporary standing on the far side by the outdoor nets. 2 temporary stands in, actually. Bamba to Alsop. This ball's defended into the offside. And what's your other one? Oh, similar picture. So your banner and your profile are
the same picture. Oh, right, okay.
Pretty similar. The other one's warming up ahead of
I think I'm going to post one of the dramatic sky. And I think well, it's going to miss us, you know, wherever it's coming from. That is certainly our drifting down the west of the grounds. I just think we've been very fortunate. And actually, Middlesex are hastening to still got 35 overs to be bowled tonight, but they're doing their best to ensure there's not too much overtime.
Bamba's around the wicket to Alsop, who drives hard to mid-off, single taken just wide of Robson. 64 for 2. Five and a half overs remaining, still more than a session to bowl here at Hove this evening, and it's 10 to 5. Haven't got any plans tonight, have you, Harmsy?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I could actually do without this going on to about 7:30 tonight. But I think we're going to be here till about 7 o'clock.
We'll have to do a rain dance, won't we, at 6, you and I?
I mean, it may get... the floodlights coming back on, I think they are. If they ever went off.
Bamba to Pujara, edged, angle bat, soft hands, down to the vacant third it goes. And it will pop over the boundary rope, I think, even though a good chase is being given by Anderson. 64 for 2. Pujara... 68 for 2 indeed. Pujara's on to 29. He's lived a little bit of charmed life to this stage, hasn't he, Pujara?
Yeah. He's had...
inside edge, outside edge, top edge. Huge LBW appeal for sure. They'd have gone upstairs on it. Heights was the problem, but fine delivery. It was from Bamba, nipping back in. He's in now, bowls, and Pujara solidly behind this. Stop with that edge. Through the vacant third slip and the one that was put down low at slip by Hanscom. 9 for 2 it would have been if that was held. 68 for 2 now. He's over 100.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite dramatic, isn't it?
Very good. Very good. At Adrian Harms, if you want to see the picture that we're talking about. Bamba in, bowls, punched off the back foot through point. Lovely shot by Pujara. Rising with the ball and stroking handsomely away. He'll pick up 3. Beautiful. Well run. Big boundary away. To our left, the old pavilion. And 71 for 2 it is. Alsop is on 27. Pujara will keep the strike with 3 at the end of the over, moving to 32. 16 gone, 35 remain today. Over 8 of +2. And a lead of 105. Middlesex need a couple of wickets here. They need to keep the wickets tumbling. in this innings. Tell you what, it's all set though, isn't it? If Sussex are out sometime around lunch tomorrow, let's say, 4 more tonight, 4 more in the morning, and they're done at lunch tomorrow, or let's say 3 more tonight and 5 in the morning, then this game could be pretty well set for a chase after lunch tomorrow. Cullen down the hill to Pajara, lifts through to the gloves of Simpson. We've changed ends, haven't we, Adrian?
We have, yeah. No, you're right. I mean, if we were to get these 34, I mean, as I said, I don't think we're going to see Sussex setting a total. I think that Middlesex will have to bowl Sussex out here. I'd be surprised if they give them a run chase.
Oh, yeah. Although Sussex need a win. Cullen bowls, sees way into the offside, no run. Are we changing back ends? Is this my end again now, the Cromwell Road end?
Yeah, you have the Cromwell Road end, Kieran. I'm quite happy about that.
We've changed on...
I mean, there was a run chase, what looked like a fairly dull game at Derby last week. I was listening to the final overs of it, the Derbyshire Glamorgan
That's a bit
game.
harsh on old Dave Fletcher.
Yeah, well, the guys admitted in commentaries.
Who were they playing, Derbyshire and...
Glamorgan.
So it was Nick Webb and Dave Fletcher. That does sound like a dull game, yeah.
And Ed Bevan was there as well.
Oh, Ed was there. No, it wouldn't have been dull at all then.
But it was a really exciting end to the game, but only because of the run chase.
Pajara defends, back up the track, and there's no run, 71 for 2. I'm only saying all this, Harmsy, because he was tuned in yesterday, Fletch.
Was he?
Are they not playing this round, Derbyshire?
Yes, Fletcher would be sort of with his feet up somewhere.
Yeah.
You're right today. We've lost 16 overs so far today. Because it feels like we've lost an awful lot more than that, to be honest.
Well, I think we will lose an awful lot more than that. I can't see us getting in the 34. We went off last night for bad light at 6 o'clock, didn't we? It's 5-5 now with 34 and a half to bowl. Cullen, express-like down the hill and onto the top of off stump. He bowls middle and off, and Pajara gets back and across, just drops a single through the vacant mid-wicket. Deep square is Stoneman running up. Yeah, it's hard to see unless all this cloud cover that's been around the south coast all day immediately blows clear and disappears for some glorious blue.
Ben Wood's in touch. He says, where are you actually sitting? He said, is it in the white building behind those covered windows? It looks like it must be really dark in there. Also, where are the amazing cameras stationed? Okay, I'll answer those questions in a sec.
Cullen to Allsop, and the left-hander works through mid-wicket. Freedy has to give chase at mid-on. They've taken 2, and that'll do. 74 for 2.
So we are sitting, in terms of the cameras, if you look at the sight screen at the Cromwell Road end of the ground, Ben, I don't know where you're sitting, but you can see the 2 cameras on top of the sight screen. So that's at the Cromwell Road end, and then they're above us here, so directly down the ground. We're right behind the where Tom Allsop is batting now. We're commentating directly behind Tom Allsop, and you're right, in the blackened out windows.
Cullen to Allsop, defended back up the track, mid-off and mid-on converge, there's no run.
But the best thing about where we are is that you can't see us, but we can see you.
Ooh.
So...
why, what are we doing that they mustn't see, Adrian?
Well, nothing exciting, really, but...
That sounded rather ominous and
but actually,
a little shady from you here, Harmsy.
Yeah, if people do walk past us, though, and you do look at the right angle, you can see us in the commentary box. We're going to get a change in bowling. It's going to be Martin Anderson, who's going to bowl for the first time.
Sounded like a Hitchcock movie. What was it? Rear Window. Was it Grant Stewart in that?
Oh, I
Rear
don't know.
Window?
Oh, I don't know.
I remember studying that one. Studying Hitchcock, eh? That was good fun.
Wow, yeah, wow, that does sound good. So, where are we? 74 for 2. So the lead for Sussex is, the math is going to get complicated, 108.
Yeah, the lead is what Middlesex began today, trailing by 108.
Okay.
They were 108 behind this morning, weren't they, with 4 down. The lead is now 108 for Sussex, so... Yeah, we were weighing up last night, weren't we? Was it Middlesex's day yesterday because they'd reined it all back? Again, the thing with this match, having been 225 for 1, you'd almost have to feel that from that point it's been Middlesex's match all the way through. 45 for 4 was a great start, but Middlesex recovered it. So they'll be disappointed with that start, though, because they'll know if they got off to a better start, this could have been, not bat once for Middlesex, but they'd have had the opportunity to take control.
In comes Anderson to bowl to Pujara, who flicks this through mid-wicket with minimal effort. It's going to race away for a couple of runs, fielded right on the boundary's edge by, is that Bamber who got around?
Yeah, it is Bamber coming around a square leg.
It just makes it look ridiculously easy sometimes, Pujara. He goes to 35, 76 for 2.
Yeah, they've been playing catch-up the whole way from 45 for 4, haven't they, Middlesex? And from 225 for 1, they've been playing catch-up as well, Middlesex. But catch-up they have, to the point that we really are at a... they need a breakthrough here, Middlesex. They can't let Pujara and Alsop get in.
Anderson in again, bowls, and Pujara forward, plays to mid-wicket, fielded there by Cullen, and there is no run.
Yeah, just one more on the board now, keeps it in a pretty even contest, I'd say. Just prefer be Sussex at the moment. Having won the toss that first morning, they've had noses in front all the way, but Middlesex have done enough to keep them in sight the whole time.
Floodlights on, in comes Anderson, bowls to Pujara, plays him to the offside, and there is no run.
Well, there were more than noses in front at 225 for 1, weren't they? They were miles ahead at that point.
Yeah, and then lost 9, what was it, 9 for 100 and... made a note of it somewhere. 9 for 167.
Yeah, and if you consider that there was a big old partnership in the middle of that for the 6th wicket.
Yeah.
So there's a couple of collapses either side of the 6th wicket and that 2nd wicket stand.
Anderson in bowls, Pujara drives down the ground, lovely shot, that's going to be 4 runs. Beautiful shot by Pujara on drive. I think the fielder at mid-off is a little disappointed.
Yeah.
Is that Cullen that he didn't actually stop that? But it was a good shot from Pujara.
I was backing him to stop that actually, Cullen, and I think it wasn't an easy stop at all. It was a difficult one that I was backing him to make. I think Anderson was a little bit rueful that he didn't stop it also. He hasn't looked over at his mate yet.
Yeah. Pujara to 39, Sussex 80 for 2. Anderson in bowls, and Pujara works this one down to fine leg. He looks like he's in one of those moods, Pujara.
Annoyingly.
He just makes it look, really very straightforward batting, but it's not easy. And it's a good Middlesex attack. The lights are on. There's plenty of cloud around. But he's moved fairly effortlessly on to 40. He survived a couple of big shouts for LBW. The partnership between these two is now worth 75. Coming together when Sussex were 6 for 2. With Orr and Haynes already back in the pavilion. Brings Tom Alsop, the left-handed Alsop, on to strike as in comes Anderson bowls. Alsop covers up, play down the track. Anderson fields of his own bowling. There is no run. End of the over. 81 for 2. 33 overs remaining in the day. It's a big question mark as to whether we're going to get those overs. Alsop 29, Pujara 40. Anderson 1 over for 7. And Blake Cullen, who's bowling from the Cromwell Road end and will presumably carry on. 3 overs for 12. Now, the umpires are again in debate. They were pointing umpire Watts to... umpire Blackwell to a big dollop of black cloud which is out to the southwest, but I think that's gone. There is cloud all around Hove, and it's been very difficult to work out exactly where the weather is coming from during this match. However, we're still playing, and for that we're grateful.
Here's Cullen, 3 slips crouched down as he bowls to Pujara, and this ball is worked off the back foot for a single. Bowls off the matting on one of the tracks to the left. Will that be prepared for the next home game? What's next up for you?
New Zealand.
Oh, is that the New Zealand strip?
So that possibly is New Zealand. Starts here. I think it's the 19th of May. It's a Friday, so whereas most games start on the Thursday, it's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Imagine quite a lot of the Sussex players who haven't played much cricket will be probably playing in that game.
Cullen bowls full, Alsop wrapped on the pads. They asked the question.
Yeah, I don't think that was the worst shout in the world, to be honest. It wasn't really supported from behind the stumps.
Cullen bowls. Oh my goodness me! It's a
That's a
huge
full
swing
shot.
from
Yeah, it
Allsop.
was.
Well, he's playing as though it didn't get up. He ends up with one hand off the bat. Through it goes. Let's have a look on the replay. Yeah, really looks like it skidded through that one, and Allsop was expecting more bounce. He didn't misbehave too much. Saw a few bounce through to Rizwan. That one did carry to Simpson. Cullen in once more, bowls. Turn back at a square on the leg side, a single taken. Bajara back onto strike.
I mean, even
Two's cover the over.
I mean, if we were to come up, let's just suppose we didn't get too much more cricket today, but actually the sky's looking lighter now, if indeed where the weather is coming from. Even tomorrow with 96 overs in the day, and we could still get a result in this game if Middlesex were to bowl Sussex out.
Oh yeah, I think Sussex's best chance of victory is to be bowled out.
Because it could still go either way, particularly the way that Ollie Robinson bowled in the first innings.
Cullen to Bajara bowls, and this is turned to mid-wicket. There's no run. Just looking back on the Allsop LBW, it pitched outside the line of leg, didn't it? For Cullen, height slight issue as well, but yeah, dropping outside the line of leg. I mean, the closest team to victory right now, you'd feel a Middlesex, aren't they? Get a collapse going and go out there and knock off 150, 160. So, again, the best case scenario for Sussex is they're kind of bowled out around about lunchtime tomorrow, and they have 2 sessions to bowl out Middlesex, who are going for the runs as Cullen comes in, bowls to Bajara, who, with all the time in the world, was up on his toes behind that one, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Not many you could say that against Cullen, who defend with such ease. He's on to 41 from 54. Raced along, Allsop 30 and 83 for 2. Middlesex row full of a couple of missed opportunities in this innings so far that could have really progressed the match.
Yeah, I guess the main one was the Allsop one, wasn't it? He was dropped before he'd scored in the slips off of the bowling of Ethan Bamber. Sussex at that stage was 7 for 2, so it could have easily been 7 for 3, and Allsop back in the pavilion, the top 3 gone, all without scoring. That was perhaps the moment of the match where Middlesex may look back. Who knows? They may still win the game, but that could prove a very decisive part in this match because Allsop has looked really good since then. He's on 30. This partnership is now worth 77 between these two, as Martin Anderson runs away from us. In and bowls and clipped beautifully by Allsop. That's going to be 4 runs. Beautifully played, just ease the ball through mid-wicket for 4 runs. And our friends in the stand who are thoroughly enjoying themselves give some ironic cheers. Who's that chasing the ball down there, Kevin?
That is Luke Holman.
Right. He couldn't prevent the boundary. Lovely shot from Tom Allsop. What's the lead now? 100 and... 121? Yes, good afternoon, Tim. You join us just as a lovely shot from Tom Allsop punched away through mid-wicket for his second consecutive boundary. Allsop goes to 38 and Sussex to 91 for 2. It means their lead here is 125. Bajara is batting beautifully at the other end. He's on 41, but Sussex did lose a couple of wickets here, Tim. Both Orr and Haynes out for ducks. At one stage, Sussex 6 for 2, now 91 for 2, and with a lead on first innings of 34, it means the overall lead, Sussex lead here by 125. Anderson runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Allsop. Allsop plays straight back down the track, and there is no run. 91 for 2, still 31 overs to be bowled tonight. My suspicion is we probably won't get quite that many in because the lights are on. We have lost 16 overs in the day due to a combination of bad light and a bit of drizzle. And running in and bowls, and Allsop covers up and plays down the track. There is no run. crowd that have come in have largely stayed, to be honest. I don't think there's been a huge difference in the amount of spectators inside the ground. Just such a shame it's a Saturday and the spectators aren't going to see a full day's cricket, but we're grateful for what we've got as Anderson runs away from us again. Just the 2 slips in place. Anderson in bowls and Allsop plays slightly across the line down the onside of the track. Fielded by Anderson off his own bowling, and there is no run. Tom Allsop, who was dropped before he'd scored in the slips, at the moment is determined to make Middlesex pay for that error. Right arm over the wicket, runs in past umpire Blackwell, bowls and lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. There is no run. This is the end of Martin Anderson's over. He's bowled 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 15. Sussex are 91 for 2 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Adrian Harms and Kevin Hand bringing you commentary on the final 31 overs of the day. We've lost 16, as I say, due to a combination of bad light and rain. I can see umpire Blackwell has got his light meter out again. The floodlights are on. There's cloudy skies around Hove, but there has been pretty much for most of the day. But it is going to be Afridi who's going to be coming back into the attack, and I think this is probably a good move from Peter Hanscom, because he looked very dangerous bowling down the hill. As Afridi is in around the wicket, comes in and bowls, and Pujara is forward straight back down the track, fielded by Afridi, and there is a run.
Sorry, Harmsy, I thought I was going to make it back for the over.
That's all right.
Nearly did.
No problem.
91 for 2. Yeah, just rattled along here, haven't they? They need a break through this spell from Afridi. What did he bowl? 6 to begin with, so he bowled up to over 12. He's only had 8 overs off.
Yeah. The umpires were looking at the light as well a few minutes ago, which was slightly worrying.
There goes Afridi again around the wicket. He bowls and Pujara ducks underneath the bouncer. That's will know he needs him, and he needs him soon, Pujara. He's done an awful lot of damage.
Yeah.
Time-wise for Sussex to win the game, they are 100. I mean, going back to why them being bowled out is the best case scenario for them. They are, what did we say, 125 ahead now?
Yes.
Can't believe they'd set Middlesex anything less than 300. Here's Afridi around the wicket, he bowls, and Pujara plays this one down the leg side. Through it goes to Simpson, and to get to 300, that's going to take him another 180 runs. That'll take him
if we got
50 overs.
Well, if we got all these overs in tonight, if they were scoring, what are they going on? 3 and over. So let's say it's going to take him another 50. So that's going to take him to the best part of lunch tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, if you had a lead of 300 and you said, right now, in any sort of run chase, you've got to be prepared to lose.
Yeah. Here's Afridi bowls. He's turned through mid-wicket for a single. Pujara moves to 42, 92 for 2. Let's say 50 runs, score 180. Should take him to a lead of 300. So yeah, it's yeah. So they could in that sense get a an hour at Middlesex before lunch tomorrow if they were setting them 300. Would they set them 300 though? Would that be enough?
As I say, Sussex haven't won a game in the Championship for a long, long time.
And they've got Robinson.
You know, I think it's worth a gamble, to be honest.
Afridi to Allsop bowls. Edge! Through the vacant third slip again.
Third slip and he's out.
Twice he's gone through third slip now, Allsop. Put down at slip, drop and edging twice through third. The vacant third. 96 for 2. He's on to 42, level with Pujara.
Well, absolutely. It was, they looked very disappointed that the Middlesex slip fielders all staying there, but it wasn't a chance, and who knows, maybe Tom Allsop wouldn't have played that shot if he knew a third slip was there, but I think that was a genuine edge. And it could have gone to anyone in that slip cordon, but Allsop goes to 42.
Encouragement from the field. As Freedy will come in again. Still just the 2 slips. Third point cover mid-off, mid-on, deep square, long leg. Freedy bowls, and this is run down to third by Allsop for a single. Overtakes Pajara, he moves to 43. That's the end of the over. He'll keep the strike, 97 for 2. 30 to go on day 3 here at Hove. Will be Blake Cullen from this end? It looks as though it is. Hanscom's trying everything, isn't he? Turning them all around with this new ball.
I wonder whether he might try just a little bit of spin. Brighter skies coming in now, Kevin. I mean, we're sort of saying brighter skies, darker skies, but certainly to the north of the ground. And that dark ground has slid this way. So I think we're going to get quite a bit more play. What's the time? 10 past 5, 30 overs left in the day. I'm not saying for 1 minute we're going to get all of those overs in, but we've already lost 16 today. So, you know, if we went off the field now, we've lost half a day, and that may put the mockers on any chance of a result. If we could get a good few of these overs in, we could see more wickets. Sussex will score more runs, or obviously they'll score more runs. It could be really set up for a good final day. So, what have we got? 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And Blake Cullen down in front of us is just turning to bowl to the left-handed Tom Allsop, who's on 43. He's faced 67 deliveries and runs away for us. Just Cullen, he's in and bowls, and Allsop clips this through square leg. More runs here for Tom Allsop, who's looking increasingly confident. He picks up a couple of runs and goes to 45. Sussex to 99 for 2. The floodlights are still on, but there's probably more blue sky around Hove than there has been for a little while. Big patches of pale blue sky above the county ground. Luke Holman's cap sort of sits on the top of his head. He hasn't got it on properly, has he? Just fielding at mid-on. In comes Cullen bowls, and also again plays that shot. It's a favourite shot of Luke Coleman of Tom Allsop. Thank you, Kevin, as he tops up the coffee cup. 99 for 2 are Sussex. So the lead is 133. Cullen turns literally just down in front of us and runs away from us at the C end. He's in and bowls, and also drives slightly across the line to mid-wicket. The ball rolls over that matting which is covering a wicket which is to be used at some stage in the future. And again, there is no run. You're joining us. You may what's been happening during the day. Well, Middlesex eventually bowled out for 356. Luke Coleman, the last man out, for 82. Top scoring for Middlesex. Martin Anderson making 55 today. A partnership of 99 between that pair. Ollie Robinson, the pick of the Sussex bowlers, 5 for 66. As in comes Cullen and bowls. Also works out onto the leg side. They've taken 1, but that's all they'll take down to fine leg. The total gets throw over the top of the stumps, and applause around the ground for the 100 up for Sussex. 100 for 2. Allsop 46. Pujara on 42. And then in reply, under gloomy skies and the lights on, the Middlesex bowlers ripped into the Sussex top order. Alistair Orr out, second ball of the innings. Caught behind by Simpson off of the bowling of a Freedy for a duck. And then the first ball of the next over, Tom Haynes caught behind off the bowling of Ethan Bamber. Since then, these two have repaired the damage. In comes Cullen and bowls to Pujara, who plays through the offside. Very fine stop at mid-off by Holman. And there is no run. This partnership between these two now worth 94. Sussex were really wobbling at that stage, and it might have been worse had a difficult chance been taken in the slips. Tom Allsop offering a chance before he'd scored. A combination of White and Hanscom in the slip area, unable to hang on. The chance went down. And since then, these two, despite a couple of big LBW shouts against Pujara, have looked reasonably settled. In comes Cullen and bowls, and Pujara just leads into that shot, plays it into the offside. There is no run. End of an over from Blake Cullen. He's bowled 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 17. and Sussex 100 for 2. Allsop 46, Pujara 42. Live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Live commentary, every ball, every game, every match, every competition from now until the end of September. And if you want to watch the live stream, go to the Sussex Cricket Club website, click on the Matchday Centre. I can see that Pujara is asking for another pair of new gloves to be bought out, but not before this over has been bowled by Shahid Afridi.
Here he goes. Down the slope from the Cromwell Road end. 2 slips still for Allsop, who plays on the back foot, back up the track. This could be an angry Afridi over here, having had him edged through 3rd slip. It was Bamber that had him dropped at 2nd and dropped through, or edged through 3rd the 2nd time. 100 for 2. Lead of 134. So Afridi midway through his run up now. Balls, and Allsop punches him off the back foot. Cover coming around is Holden. Good throw. It's Stoneman, in fact, who gets there ahead of Holden, who was coming around from point. Good throw coming in, but Pujara was home, so it's Afridi against Pujara again, of which Pujara is very much coming out on top. There was that one top edge, wasn't there?
Yes.
Actually, that was off Cullen, wasn't it? There was the uppercut for 6.
Third man, yeah.
Well, he intended the uppercut, but as you say, it was a heart-and-mouth moment because he only just got it in front of the fielder at 3rd, which was Cullen. Everybody waited, didn't they? Just to see if it would drop into the hands of the fielder. Afridi bowls. Cullen works away, backwards around the leg side, picks up a single to long leg, and as he ran down the track, he actually spotted a bit of dirt and flicked it away while he was running.
He did.
With the low toe into his back. He's going back to have a look now.
Sean Dixon's a good player, isn't he, for Durham? He had a very good 100 here last week, Kevin. On Sunday, he was out eventually for 186, but a very different innings today. Another 100. 100 off 73 balls, 8 sixes and 5 fours. Durham declaring 170 for 1 off 21 overs, can you believe, at Worcester? Worcester needing lots to win that game.
Afridi bowls, good bounce, Allsop sways down and inside the line of it.
Actually needing another 407, they're currently 35 for 1. And Dixon made a century in the first innings as well, so 104 in the first innings, 105 in the second innings, so he will be way up the averages. The Durham right-handed batsman batted really well here last week, as well as being brilliant in the field as well.
Reedy's in, bowls, and also stands up tall to punch away into the offside. Just lost his balance, falling away towards off, got his back foot around, stay a foot. It has been one of those games that a partnership gets going, but as soon as one falls, it brings another couple quickly, doesn't it? Middlesex be clinging to that at the moment. I want a few more before stumps, won't they? Whatever time stumps may come. At the moment, it's a long way away, 28 overs. Afridi's in, bowls, Allsop gets a long way across on the front foot, pushing this one to cover. The over, 23 gone. 102 for 2, 28 remain on day 3.
Yeah, actually, I was looking there, sorry, I got myself confused. Sussex are rattling along here, aren't they? Because they're going along at over 4 and over at the minute.
Well, what did you say?
I said they were going along at 3 and over. I was looking at the overs remaining. So if they carry on going at 4 and over for these final 28 overs.
Well, yes.
So 28, call it 30. So 34s are what, 120. So say another 110. That would take the lead not far shy of 250.
Maybe they're setting them 350 at just before lunch tomorrow.
I mean, it's got to be, if they are going to declare and make it a realistic. I mean, what Sussex haven't had in the first 4 games is any, a bowling attack that's going to.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. They've got a bowling attack to take 20 wickets here, so
yes, they have.
They'll want to give them a chance.
And there's nothing to be lost for Sussex. Blake Cullen is running away from us. Floodlights on, bit of blue sky above the ground. Cullen in bowls to Pujara, who's forward and plays into the offside. There's a no ball from Blake Cullen. He looks really disappointed as he wanders back to his mark. Front foot no ball. 2 slips and a third man. Backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg. Cullen turns literally down in front of us, number 19 on his back, and runs away from us, coming into bowl to Pujara. He's in and bowls, and Pujara clips this through backward square leg and picks up a single fielded by Afridi all the way down to the distance on the long leg boundary. Gets in the throw to Simpson. 1 more to the total. Pujara to 44. And Sussex to 105 for 2. Just takes off his helmet, puts it back on at exactly the right place. You can tell he's an absolute perfectionist, can't you, Pujara? Just everything that he does in terms of getting ready to face the ball. It's Allsop now faces and played off the hip by Tom Allsop. Nice looking shot to square leg. Picks up a single. The throw comes in. Well backed up. And that's the 100 partnership between Tom Allsop and Cheteshwar Pujara. 100 in 135 balls in 94 minutes. So it's come very quickly between these two, who came together at a very difficult time when Sussex were 6 for 2. When Tom Haynes was caught behind. And they've wrestled control back for Sussex as Cullen is on his way to bowl to Pujara, who plays that to square leg, and there is no run. Fielded there by Bamba. Sussex will know, though, that a couple of wickets can change everything here.
Oh yeah, I mean it's happened in partnerships this game, hasn't it?
Yes.
Middlesex 45 for 4. It required Simpson and Holden to get them going.
In comes Cullen again, bowls, and Pujara for the first time perhaps today plays across the line. He was looking to play that for extra cover, plays it to mid-on, and there is no run.
And then it was the all-rounders, Anderson and Holman. They got a partnership going. And this third innings of the match, Allsop and Pujara settling things down. Because again, it was, 200-run partnership in the first innings for that second wicket, and only the 6th wicket bailing them out, really, and a collapse thereafter.
Cullen in bowl, short. Pujara hammers that one away through the covers. That's 4 runs. A little bit too short this time from Blake Cullen, and Pujara, quick as a flash, belted that one away through point for 4 runs. Too wide from Cullen, who's annoyed with himself. Pujara to 48, where he joins Tom Allsop, 110 for 2.
Yeah, it's a good learning curve, this, for the Middlesex bowlers. So good for them, in a way, to face a little bit of Pujara here. It was a beautiful shot, wasn't it? Really was. You just see a different level of player there.
Well, he will have his eyes, Pujara. He's been slightly in and out of the Indian side, but he will have his eyes on playing in that one-off test match against England at Edgbaston in July. And the volume of runs he's scoring, as in comes Cullen bowls, and Pujara's at it again. Eases the ball between the two fielders. I don't think he's going to get 4 on this occasion. The Stoneman is in hot pursuit, but he's going to get at least 2 and maybe 3. They settle on 2, and the applause around the ground is for another half century for Cheteshwar Pujara. Really has been a delight for the Sussex faithful to watch him batting 50 in 67 balls in 96 minutes. 6 4s and a 6. He's not known really necessarily Pujara for scoring quickly, but he has done throughout his time here at Sussex. And that's a fine innings, particularly, Kevin, when he came into bat, because Sussex were under the pump. They just lost Ali Orr. They were 4 for 1 when he came in. He saw his skipper depart. But he's batted in a very assured way. A couple of big LBW shouts against him, but he's looked in real control as Pujara. It's been a good knock.
Here's Afridi. Middlesex looking to their star man. Let's try and inject something here. He's in, bowls. Allsop is beaten by a lovely ball. Oh, that was a real cracker from Afridi, who ruefully kicks away at the tops of the grass as he turns and then heads back to the top of his mark, just line length. Beautiful from Afridi. That's what he's going to look to do, try and keep it there or thereabouts. Surprised they've still only got 2 slips in place here, Middlesex. I can understand that you wanted to save runs, but it's cost them a lot of runs, the Two chances that have gone through that vacant third slip. Allsop on 48 from 78 balls. Freedy bowls to him again. This time he gets behind this one and pushes defensively to Stoneman at cover. Left-hander now walks away and takes a breath. Looks off towards square leg, forgets about it all. Two seagulls swoop up by our commentary box there. I was worried for a moment it was going to come into the side of the window. But be it up and over, followed by another across the front. It's that time of day for them now, isn't it? Looking for the scraps, as here's Middlesex is a freebie down the slope to Allsop, who has clipped beautifully. Whoa, timed that, didn't he? Square leg doesn't catch it up. It's 4 runs, and there's Allsop's 50. Very nicely done. He moves to 52, and he comes off 80 deliveries with 104 minutes, and that's his 7th 4 for Allsop. Bamba looks as though he needs to come off. Pete Hanscom's just signalled to the dressing room for subfielders come on. It's a Freedy's response to being hit for 4. Quick ball, dragged down outside off stump, left alone. Foolish length, wide enough for Allsop's, I think. Doesn't need to get involved. Too far away to drive at.
Shot by Allsop, and that drop is sort of looking increasingly costly, isn't it? It wasn't an easy chance.
Well, I say not only the drop, but twice edging through the vacant third slip. They've still only got 2. It really feels like there'll be a third one that goes through there. Greedy bowls, and Allsop leaves alone through to the keeper.
So elsewhere in Division 2, Worcestershire now 40 for 2 against Durham, needing another 402 to win. So Durham looking favourites to win at New Road. The only other game in Division 2 is in Cardiff, where Leicestershire 105 for 3 in their second innings, still trailing Glamorgan by 12. So you'd have thought Glamorgan well placed in that game. I'll give you the other First Division scores in a couple of moments' time.
Last ball of the over from Afridi. Bowls to Allsop, who chops down hard on that. Away for 4 it goes, in between point and cover. Beautiful back foot punch. And Afridi this time kicks hard at the heads of the tops of the grass away at the end of his follow through. 120 for 2. Allsop moves to 56. And Jarl will have strike on 50.
We get a bit of spin. I think we're going to get a bit of Luke Coleman. First Division, Yorkshire 362 for 5, trailing Essex by 41 in Chelmsford. Joe Root making 75. David Milan on 63. Harry Brook on 74. Probably heading for a draw at Chelmsford. Southampton, Gloucester 67 for 2 in their second innings, still needing another 301 to win. Looks like it's going to be a draw at Old Trafford, where Lancashire are 355 for 9, leading Warwickshire by 40 runs. And Northants 192 for 8 at the Oval, still trailing Surrey by 15. So a bit of spin here. 26 overs left to be bowled in the day. The first of those going to be bowled by Luke Holman. The light is pretty good now, actually. Some much lighter skies around Hove. So Holman is going to be bowling with a slip, a backward point, cover mid-off, a sweeper on the cover boundary, a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. As Hanscom...
Anderson's only had the 2 overs so far. Well, 15, but a little surprised he only had 2. Gone to spin early.
In comes Holman over the wicket bowls, and Pujara lets that one pass harmlessly outside the off stump, and there is no run. 120 for 2, so the lead for Sussex is 154. 25 overs left tonight. Sussex are rattling along here. Holman in and short, and down the Bajara's annoyed with himself for missing out. That was down the leg side. Bajara would have expected to have turned that one away for runs onto the leg side. Luke Holman tosses the ball from hand to hand. Top scored for Middlesex with 82 in the first innings, and he comes on bowls to Bajara, who drive this sweetly through the covers. picks up a single. Does Pujara? He goes to 57. And the total to 100. No, he doesn't go to 57, he goes to 51, I'm sorry. And the total to 121 for 2. Yeah, so actually Sussex going along at not far shy of 5 and over actually at the moment. Pujara just comes down the wicket and has a little word with Tom Alsop. So 2 men back on the leg side for the left-handed Alsop. And a sweeper on the cover boundary. The long on is about 10 yards inside the boundary as well as in comes Holman and bowls wide of the off stump. Oh, and very nearly plays on. I think that turned actually from Holman. It didn't miss the off stump by very much. Let's just see what the umpire's signal is. I suspect they're byes, but we'll wait to see. They've come back for a third run. No, he got an edge on that. So he chopped that one away. I don't think it was a chance to Simpson. Goes perhaps rather fortunately to 59. I think our stag group, if that's what they are, have moved away from the back of the southwest stand. It's quite quiet up there now. Slip in place for the right-handed Pujara. Holman in bowls. Pujara clips this to mid-wicket where there is no run, fielded by Holden.
Where do you think they're heading to tonight, Harmsy?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean
you're a Brighton seafront regular.
Well, yeah. I'm sure there's any number of bars down there. It might be a case we'll have them, to be honest. Holman. And again, bowls, and Pujara plays it straight back down the track. Holman fields of his own bowling. End of the over. So it's 124 for 2. Alsop 59, Pujara on 51. 25 overs remaining in the day. And the Sussex lead now is 156. So, yeah, if Sussex were to score at 5 and over for the remainder of the day, then the lead will be well over 250, maybe a bit of a thrash in the morning. Maybe set Middlesex, I don't know, to 350 in... No, I mean, it's a long way off, but, he's got to be realistic, hasn't he? What would you... if you were Middlesex, would you chase sort of 350 and 70 overs?
Oh, I don't think they'd rule anything out, especially with Stoneman and Robson at the top. If those two got off to a good start, I mean, that'd be the key, the start, really, wouldn't it? You look at that first innings again. You look how far down Middlesex bat as well. Down to this man, number 10. Afridi, left arm over, bowl Saul, so that's a nice bouncer, just outside off, left alone.
I guess,
long old stare at Alsop after that one.
I guess both sides will feel that there's nothing to be lost really, because if these were two sides who were around the top of the table, you might think, well, hang on, we don't want to give an opposing county points unnecessarily, but Sussex need to win some games. And Middlesex, I'm sure, would give it a go.
Yeah, I think it'll be one of those situations where they take it to tea, don't they? Let's see where we are at tea. How many wickets down? Freedy bowls. Oh, that one takes an edge along the floor through the vacant third slip. This time Hanscom hangs his head backwards once more at slip. Jara on strike. A chat between Whites, who's the second slip fielder, and Hanscom, the skipper, just weighing things up. He's a Afridi to Pujara. It's a deep backward square. He's just brought in slightly there, Max Holden. 5-4 field. Afridi's in, bowls a good line and length across Pujara through to Simpson. So 2 slips, third, points, and mid off. The cover's on offer as Afridi angles it across Pujara. Mid on, mid wicket, deep backward square and long leg. 125 for 2. So leads now over 150. Here's Afridi. He bowls full, and Pujara traps down on this one. He's watchful, Pujara, against Afridi, isn't he? He's
very much
more
so.
free-flowing against the others. Pujara's asking for something from Pete Hanscom, the Middlesex captain. Waves to the balcony now, looking for something or other. Signal coming back from that balcony. Everybody's inside. Oh, hands have gone up now. Somebody spotted. Freedy runs in. We've got a great line to watch him approach. He's in, bowls. Wraps high up on the thigh. Pajara tries to work into the onside. Little chat from Afridi for Pajara at the end. 25 for 2. 27th over this innings. This ball's still fresh enough despite that second innings total of Sussex, suggesting that this innings is far more advanced than perhaps it is. Reading his second spell, 6 for his first spell, wasn't it? So this is his 4th, the last ball of his 4th over in his second spell. He's up to the stumps now, he bowls, and up on his toes, Pajara just works a single out to deep square. Moves to 52, 126 for 2. Pajara keeps the strike. Allsop has 60, we have 24 overs to go. And there's blue sky above the Cromwell Road end, way in the distance. It's a little greyer and more filled in, but there's almost a little pool of blue sitting above the county ground here at Hove.
It's arguably some of the best light of the day, Kevin, I think. So we could get a good proportion of these overs in. Pajara's having another change of gloves. Tom Allsop looks okay. I wonder whether Pajara has sort of a collection. Was it last week? I can't remember, or maybe it was at Worcester. And I think it was the Durham game, and Rizwan wanted a new bat. And I'd watched him at Worcester walking across the ground. He's got a massive kit bag that he lugs around with any number of bats in it. So I'd imagine maybe Pajara is the same, that there'd be no shortage of sponsors wanting to give Pajara gloves or bats. Is that the live chat on the Sussex feed? Yeah, a lot of messages on there.
There's a lot of interest in India and Pakistan in this
I'm sure
coming together at the moment between Pajara and Afridi. Pajara coming out on top so far.
Well, it's going to be Luke Coleman who's going to carry on from the C end of the ground. Floodlights on, runs into bowl to Pajara, and Pajara is using his feet and hammers the ball through mid-off. That is a beautiful shot from Pajara. Used his feet, met the ball on the full and just drilled the ball through mid-off for 4 runs. Beautifully played by Pajara. He goes to 60 and Sussex to 130 for 2. Pajara, who made a double 100 at Derby, a double 100 last week here against Durham, 100 at Worcestershire, so he's been in terrific form. Missed out in the first innings here, making 16, but this is another tremendous display by Chetishwar Pajara, as in comes Holman again, and Pajara's back. He just leans into the shot. That's going to be 4 more. Beautifully played away to the outside. Oh, that's a good chase. Well fielded. Oh no, it's gone for 4.
Yep,
it has
rolled
gone for 4.
And his back foot's hit the rope.
Blake Cullen, and that's very honest of him actually, but it's very easy to have got the throw in, but he realised that the ball had touched the rope, or his foot had touched the rope, and Pajara picks up consecutive boundaries. He goes to 60. Sussex to 134 for 2. So runs are coming apace here for Sussex. They are going along at about, well, not far shy of 5 and over.
Got to break this partnership, Middlesex, somehow, haven't they?
Holman in again, bowls, and Pajara just clips into the onside and picks up a comfortable single. 9 off the first 3 balls. Pajara to 61, Sussex to 135 for 2, having at one stage been 6 for 2 when the skipper Tom Hayne nudged behind. But these two have repaired the damage, a partnership of 129 between the pair. In terms of the field, there's now a slip. I thought there was going to be a short leg for a moment. There is going to be a short leg. A slip and a short leg for the left-handed Tom Allsop. As Holman tosses the ball from hand to hand. Just waits to bowl this next. Is he ready? Yeah, he is now. Comes in around the wicket, bowls, and reverse swept by Allsop. That's a good shot by Tom Allsop, and he's going to get more runs. That's going to be 4 runners. Afridi dives over the top of the ball. 4 more, 13 off the over. Allsop goes to 64, Sussex to 139 for 2.
Yeah, he's gone 4-4-1-4 in this over, Holman. Stark contrast to last year, wasn't it? I'm just looking, he got 5 for 65 in the first innings, 5 for 90 in the second. First time round, he picked up Brown, Garton, Carter, Rawlins, and Carson.
comes Holman again, round the wicket, bowls, and Allsop is, well, I thought for a moment he'd been caught. It must have come off the thigh pad, taken it short leg. Who's in there at
Max
short leg?
Holden, yeah, sharp, wasn't it, from him? Good to see. Second innings, he picked it up. Orr, Haynes, Brown, Garton, and Daniel Ibrahim.
In comes Holman, around the wicket, bowls, and swept by Tom Allsop. More runs here down to fine leg. I think there'll be 2. Yeah, he's going to come back for a second run. Does Tom Allsop's an expensive over from Luke Holman that has gone for 15. He doesn't look particularly happy as he takes his cap and wanders away to his fielding position, where he walks very quickly towards his fielding position. So, Sussex 141 for 2. A very good late afternoon, early evening from Hove. Adrian Harms and Kevin Hand for BBC Sussex and BBC London on commentary. You may be watching via the live stream, which I'm sure many in the subcontinent are. And if you are, thank you very much for watching the action from here at Hove. A weather report is that there are some brighter skies and some darker clouds around. It's been like that all day. Very difficult to tell how much more play we're going to get today, but the good news is we've got play at the minute. And of the 23 overs to be bowled tonight, we may or may not get that far, but we have got a change of bowling. And you were talking about Martin Anderson, who is going to come on now from the Cromwell Road end. He's going to bowl down the hill. And just looking at this Sussex run rate, 141 in 28 overs, so they're going on at more than 5 and over here, Sussex. So who knows where this game might be going, but the lead for Sussex is now 175. Could be a really good day tomorrow.
Yeah. Yep. It's, well, I mean, it looks as though it'll be Sussex bossing it in terms of at what point they want to pull out. Here's Anderson with one slip for Pujara. He bowls down the leg side. It's taken by Simpson. That one slip being Hanscom, the captain. There's Bamber at third. Holden at points. Robson at mid-off. Mid-on is Afridi. Mid-wicket Stoneman. Deep square is... I was going to say it's Robbie White. I think it's a sub-fielder. Jack Davies is it on as a sub, I think. Here's Anderson bowls. Forward goes Pujara, turning to Robbie White, who's at backward square leg, and then fine leg is Luke Holman. So, yeah, it looks like Jack Davies out there for Blake Cullen on as a sub-fielder at the moment.
Yeah, just over 5 and over Sussex going along at. But, you know, certainly when these two came in, I mean, Sussex will have a very different agenda on their mind, not to lose any more wickets, because at that time, Middlesex win the ascendancy.
Anderson bowls short. Pujara, whoa, goes for a hook, which he gets away for a couple. Yeah, they're back for the second. Spectacular attempt by Robbie White at a backward square.
Yeah, it was. He hurled himself for that, didn't he?
He's a wicket keeper by trade, White.
Right.
Absolutely flew into the air, leaping one-handed, trying to get something on it.
Would have been a great catch if he got there.
Anderson, good line of length, top of middle, just turned by Pujara, I think inside part of the bat down to long leg. 143 for 2. He's had a busy year, hasn't he? Cheteshwar Pujara. So he played against Durham, Worcestershire and Derbyshire.
Yeah.
And before that...
He's scored 100 in every match that he's played.
Yeah.
So it's, you know, phenomenal amount of runs.
Before that, 3 first-class matches in Ahmedabad. Following on from the tour to South Africa with India.
But it had been a couple of years before he'd scored a first-class 100, before he got that double 100 at Derbyshire.
Anderson bowls, edge, taken a slip.
Good catch.
Anderson's got Allsop. Listen to the cry of delight out there. They have him now.
Heck of a good catch that was.
Fourth edge of the innings for Allsop, and this time it's taken, and it's probably, well, much harder chance for Hanscom, who's gone a long, long way to his left. Takes a brilliant, brilliant catch. Allsop's gone for 66. Delight for Anderson. Relief for Middlesex. 144 for 3.
That was a terrific catch, wasn't it? It was low down to the left-hand side. It really was a wonderful catch. And Tom Allsop, who made 66 last week here against Durham, makes 66 again, but that's a partnership between the pair of 138. And a really good partnership between Alsop and Pujara. Tom Alsop makes his way off. I'm sure he's getting a good round of applause. Not many people left in the ground, but let's just listen to the applause.
Oh, there's a few. A few disappointed with all that bad light in the middle, but a nice applause around the ground. And, you know, that stabilised Sussex at a point where, again, if that first chance he'd offered was held, 9 for 3 it would have been. Well, look at it now, 144 for 3. Middlesex really made to play by Alistair Orr in the first innings when he was dropped second ball. Eventually went for 99. Alsop here has made them pay to the tune of a partnership of, 100 and what? That'd have been 9 for 3, goodness me. It's a costly drop. A couple of other edges. I thought that was going to be another one that was going to fly wide, but Hanscom, having removed second slip, White went an awfully long way to his left, didn't he, to claim that?
That was a terrific catch. It really was low down left-handed, and we were just saying that Sussex were rattling along here at 5 and over, and you know, any sort of run chase tomorrow is still a way off. But if Sussex had continued on that vein, they'd have been in a very favourable position at the end of the day's play, which could still be the position.
Anderson bowls, and this is pushed back to him by Clark, left-hander. End of the over it is, 29 bowls. Again, this is still a pretty new ball for Sussex to be bowling with at the moment. Holman's going to continue, none for 19 off 2. Does that just settle Pujara down against Holman, which could him here, because Pujara will know he'll drop down a gear or two at the moment.
Well, next man in is Mohammed Rizwan. We could well see batting tonight. Ben's been in touch, wondering how groundsmen choose what wickets for what matches. I have no idea, Ben, but I can certainly tell you that there is a pitch prepared, which you could probably see on the live stream for the next match here. That's probably, I would imagine, the pitch that's going to be used for the game against New Zealand in a couple of weeks' time. But for the here and now, it is going to be Luke Holman bowling his leg spin, coming into bowl to Pujara. He's in and bowls, and Pujara hammers that too long off. Picks up a single. Pujara, he goes to 65. Sussex to 145 for 3. It means the lead is 179 and brings the left-handed Tom Clark on strike. 4 of the Sussex top 5 are left-handers. Clark the latest. Then Mohammed Rizwan, who's a right-hander, and then George Garton, who is another left-hander. So 5 of the top 7 for Sussex are left-handers. Holman just making sure his field is absolutely where he wants it. He's got a slip and a short leg in place. As in comes Holman around the wicket bowls, and Clark clips to short leg. Holden, who's fielding in very close, takes the pace off the ball, and there is no run. We've got another 21 overs to be bowled tonight after this one. As Holman throws the ball from hand to hand, he's in and bowls, and Clark plays comfortably and easily into the offside, picks up a single fielded by Afridi, who sends in a bullet-like throw to John Simpson from the Clock Tower scoreboard. One more to the total. Clark on his way, 146 for 3.
It would have been too much for Middlesex to hope they could get past Pujara twice in the match cheaply. First class average of 51, test average of 43, 95 tests for India.
Yeah. And he's in terrific form. As in comes Holman. Bowls, and Pujara lets that go, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. There's a slip waiting for any error of judgment by Chiteshwar Pujara. Holman in again. From the C end of the ground, bowls, and Pujara clips this through mid-wicket, picks up another single. He goes to 66, Sussex to 147 for 3.
It's great for Luke Holman to get this, though, to bowl at Pujara. I mean, for a 21-year-old young leg spinner to bowl an Indian master with the bat, you can see that Pujara plays him in a totally different way to everybody else does, and more comfortable against spin.
Here comes Holman around the wicket bowls, and Clark is forward. More runs here for Sussex. Little clip down to fine leg, and Clark goes to 248 for 3 at the end of the 30th over of this Sussex reply. So Sussex rattling along here at 5 and over. 21 overs remaining in the day, so we're just thinking about scenarios here of this match. If Sussex can carry on like this, the lead is now 182. So, could well be well over 250 the lead by close of play, if indeed we get the overs left. Thanks everybody for watching. Those watching the live stream, wherever you're watching from around the UK or indeed around the world. If you're in India, I'm sure you're thoroughly enjoying watching Cheteshwar Pujara, another masterclass from him. He's 66 not out.
Anderson bowls a forward defence from the left-handed Clark, falls away into the offside. There's no run. Yeah, look at the careers of the two big names. There's a good few big names out there, isn't there? But for Middlesex, Shaheen Shah Afridi, 22 years of age now, 24 tests already. He's going to play an awful lot of cricket, isn't he? 95 wickets at 25 in test cricket already. Anderson in, bowls, outside off, that's left alone. First class average 24 for 131 wickets. Thrust into that test side so early, and rightly so. A real star. Afridi and Middlesex faced him down at Hove, down at Southampton last year. In bowls, tucked up. Clark a little, but he played it nicely. Runs it to third for a single. Moves to 3. Yeah, he powered his way through Middlesex at Southampton last year. Kevin James, the former Middlesex and Hampshire all-rounder, now the commentator at BBC Radio Solent, said that this guy's an absolute genius, and he hadn't taken a wicket at that point for I think it was his last game. He said he bowled beautifully. It's just incredible that he hasn't taken a wicket. It's a freak of 2020 really, that sometimes happen. You bowl some filth and pick up wickets. As here's Anderson to Pujara onto the toes and just nicely clipped away out to deep square, coming around to deep mid wicket to collect. Late coloured. And that's the 150 up for Sussex, 150 for 3.
And that makes the lead 184.
Oh, you're good, you, aren't you?
Yeah, I can only do it when it's round numbers. Just to say, Surrey will remain top of the county championship. They've beaten Northamptonshire at the Oval by an innings and 5 runs inside 3 days.
Oh, come on, Adrian. It's been a hard enough evening for Middlesex fans as it is. Here's Anderson in, bowls, and that's driven open face by Clark to point, no run.
Elsewhere, briefly, Gloucestershire 87 for 2. Needing another 281 to beat Hampshire down the road in Southampton. Yorkshire 390 for 5, trailing Essex by 13. And Warwickshire just starting their second innings after the Lancashire were bowled out for 361, trailing by 46. That's the first division of the championship.
Afridi took 6 for 19 in that game against Middlesex last year at Southampton. Oh, sharp rising, short of a length delivery from Anderson that Clark rides well into the onside. And was over the top of it. 150 for 3. He took 4 wickets in 4 balls with 6 for, 6 for 19, his figures.
Yes.
And, oh, look, there it is. They've got the highlights of it on there. I wonder if they've got Kevin James and me on commentary for that one. Bless me.
Well, it's going to be Luke Coleman who's going to carry on from the C end of the ground. Very good evening, wherever you're listening from, to the final 20 overs of the day. We may not get them all. We'll have to see. That the light is perfectly playable at the moment. The floodlights are on. Coleman bowling with just the one slip, coming into bowl to the right-handed Pujara, who's on 67. Holman in and bowls, and Pujara just lets that one drift outside of the off stump, taken by Simpson. Not cleanly, but there is no run. Holman in his 4th over, figures of 0 for 23. He just waits again as in comes Holman and bowls, and Pujara using his feet and hammers that away. That is just the most gorgeous shot. Used his feet, and not just that, it was beautiful. Luke Holman is furious with himself for bowling a full toss, but Pujara is keeping him guessing here. He's come down the wicket, he's driven the ball, but not just the shot itself, but the placement was magnificent, because there's 3 fielders on that offside, and he placed it in an area where it just raced away for 4 runs. Pujara to 71. Sussex 154 for 3. Holman in again, bowls short, and Pujara pulls that away, and that's going to be 4 more. And again, there's 2 fielders on the leg side. It was straight between the 2 fielders. It's gone all the way for 6. Second 6 that Pujara's hit in this innings.
It looked like 4 to me as well, because it looked like it bounced. Yeah. It was where it bounced. It kicked up and hit against one of the walls over there, didn't it? But it obviously bounced the other side of the rope before kicking up.
Yeah, but it wasn't a good delivery from Holman, was it? It was short, and it's a fairly short boundary on that cocktail side of the ground. And in fact, Afridi is going to show the ball to umpire Watts, just to see if there's any damage to it.
It really did take a clump as it came off the wall, didn't it? You just saw the angle that it went at, and it was not great.
Well, Pujara to 77. The umpire says it's fine. Thanks very much. So
you were on with it.
We'll carry on. 160 for 3. The Sussex lead goes to 194.
Just look back to see the 4 wickets that Afridi took in 4 deliveries. The first was Simpson. The second was Finn. The hat-trick ball was Wallaluisa, and 4 in 4. To wrap it all up was Tim Murtagh. Biggest question there was, what was Finn doing coming in ahead of Wallaluisa?
In comes Holman. Right up over the wicket in and bowls. Pujara solidly fought a ball of good length. Holman fields of his own bowling. And there is no run. I just wonder what Peter Hanscom will do here, whether he's had a bit of tap here, Luke Holman, hasn't he? His 4 overs have gone, or 3 overs and 4 balls have gone for 33. Holman in again, bowls, and Pujara drives through the offside. More runs here for Pujara. He's going to get 1, but there's a sweeper on that cover boundary, and it is just the 1 run. Pujara to 78, and Sussex to 161 for 3. 1 ball remaining in this over from Luke Holman. Themselves into a strong position here. A lot's going to depend whether we get the remaining overs in tonight, as Holman in around the wicket bowls to Clark, and Clark eases that through mid-wicket. He was looking for the single, but a very good bit of fielding by Mark Stoneman prevents that single. It is the end of the over. Luke Holman snatches his cap from umpire Blackwell and walks off to his fielding position. I wonder whether that might be the end. He's just getting a consoling pat there from Peter Hanscom, and I think that might have been just have a rest for a minute, because Pujara's certainly taken a liking to Luke Holman's bowling. He will have another day when I'm sure he'll score. Well, he'll take wickets, and he did here last year, picking up 10 in the match.
There's no shame in that. Like I say, I'd encourage it. Obviously Middlesex have a match situation to be careful of here, but
yeah,
learning against Pujara at the moment for Holman.
Yeah, 161 for 3. Pujara 78, Clark on 3. 19 overs left in the day, the first of which is going to be bowled by Martin Anderson.
On slip, crouching down as Anderson bowls a bouncer. Pujara leaves alone through to the keeper. Umpire signalling you on for the over. 161. 4-3 Sussex. 78 Pujara. It's hard to see him making a mistake before the 3 figures, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he's looked terrific today. He really has.
Anderson bowls, and he pushes this one back into the onside.
Good delivery.
Strange first innings from him, wasn't it? I mean, I can understand him getting after Holman, but just looks as though he was too much in the mindset of playing a shot too many early on. He's went for 12 off 10 deliveries. Caught at points off the bowling of Bamba. Just got to keep at it, Middlesex. Keep that ball on a spot. Sanderson bowls. That one goes down the leg side. We're through the 33rd over of the innings. Anderson. Trouble with back injuries over the years, but a big part of this side now. He bowls inside edge, rolls onto the pad, ricochets around, and Pujara does have a little look to see where it was going. Bowman's the man scampering in from square leg, running around busily trying to get to it. Bell's been knocked off as well. Robbie White's helpfully Running up to put the bails back on, save the umpire's legs. He's a backward square leg. There was Stoneman just kicked the ball at the stumps to knock them off, and Pajara was dancing around in the crease looking to see where the ball was. Anderson bowls to him now. Pajara over the top of this one. Plays defensively into the onside.
From Anderson so far, Kevin, because Pajara in this form is a difficult man to keep quiet. I can see Ethan Bamber is warming up away to our right-hand side as well. So,
well, they've had no better match and pitch than this one here this year and last to learn how to bowl the Middlesex bowlers. As Anderson in again, bowls another bouncer to Pajara, just sways inside the line of that one. That's a good over, a maiden for Anderson. His first, 1 for 20 from 5 with 1 maiden, and a maiden bowled out to Pajara as well. He's on 78 still. Clark left strike on 3, 161 for 3. Who's it going to be down at the C end here? It's going to be Ethan Bamber back into the attack with the ball. 33 overs old. Hanscom having a long chat with him.
yeah, and I think probably Peter Hanscom had to take Luke Holman out of the attack. Not that Holman is a bad bowler at all. He took 10 wickets here last year, but I think he's bowling with that short boundary. And Pajara certainly in that last over.
Hey, look, in 4 overs there, he's got plenty to think about. Holman to go away and work on. Just bag the experience of bowling to Pajara. You know, if you want to develop as a cricketer, you want to face the best, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the big thing with Barker against Stokes yesterday. He's placing one of the best his country's produced.
Yeah.
No one's facing a fantastic cricketer in Pajara, and by the difficulties he had against him, then that'll help him when he comes back on to bowl against somebody else now.
The clouds are gathering a bit around Hove, I have to say. It's getting a little gloomier again, and there's more cloud around than blue sky. But here's going to be Ethan Bamber, who's going to be bowling to the left-handed Tom Clark. We've got 18 overs left to be bowled tonight. Whether we get them all must be the subject of some debate, but in comes Bamber away from us, right arm around the wicket bowls, and Clark lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by John Simpson, and there is no run. Bamber strides back towards his mark. So the match situation is that Sussex are effectively 195 for 3. Having taken that first innings lead of 34. Away from us. To bowl to Clark, he's in and bowls, and Clark covers up and plays into the covers, and there is no run. 96 overs tomorrow. The weather forecast much better tomorrow. I think we're going to get a dry day. I can see Afridi is warming up at Backwell Point. I wonder whether he's going to get a blast down the hill at some stage this evening. You'd have thought so. Kevin, how many overs has he bowled? Let's have a little look.
11 I'm going to go for. Did he bowl 6 and 5 his spell?
Let's have a little look. 10, not far off. In comes Bamber bowls, and Clark eases this through mid-wicket, picks up a single, does Tom Clark. He goes to 4. Total 162 for 3. Yeah, Shaheen, 10 overs, 1 maidens, 1 for 38. It might well be he's going to get a little blast at some stage this evening.
Most economical of the Middlesex bowlers.
Indeed, yep. Ethan Bamber's going to come over the wicket to the right-handed Cheteshwar Pajara, who goes through that routine of just holding the bat out on the horizontal and settling and making sure he knows exactly where the field is. As in comes Bamber over the wicket bowls, and Pajara clips beautifully. What a shot that was. And what was so classy about that shot was that he checked the onside field. He knew exactly where the fielders were. And Ethan Bamber, it wasn't the worst delivery in the world. It was over pitched. It was on the leg stump, but he knew where the fielders on the leg side were, and he clipped the ball straight between the fielders for 4 runs. Wonderful shot. He goes to 82. Sussex to 166 for 3. I think the good players don't hit the fielders, Kevin, do they? And that's exactly. It was so well played by Pajara. In comes Bamber again, bowls, and Pujara is forward. So delivery just slightly short of a length from Bamber. It fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. Ethan Bamber in his 9th over picked up the wicket of Tom Haynes. He's a busy cricketer, Ethan Bamber. He's already back to his mark, which is one of the reasons why Middlesex have got through these overs very quickly today. He's already ready to bowl his next over, so good on him as he runs away from us up the hill. Just the one slip in place. Bowls to Pujara. Pujara is forwards, a ball of good length. Bamber fields off his own bowling. And the ball to one of his colleagues, because that is the end of Bamber's over. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 39. 17 overs remaining in the day. Sussex are 166 for 3. Tom Clark on 4. Chiteshwar Pujara on 82. The rest of the Sussex card, Orr and Haynes both out for ducks. Sussex at one stage in real trouble on 6 for 2. But a partnership of 138 between Alsop and Pujara before. Alsop was very well caught by Hanscom, the Middlesex captain, low down in the slips off the bowling of Martin Anderson. And in comes Anderson himself, who bowls to Tom Clark, who hammers that away through the covers for 4 runs. Lovely shot by Tom Clark. He goes to 1. And Sussex to 170 for 3. And apologies to Kevin for pinching his delivery.
Not at all. Not at all. Yes. Anderson to Clark on 8. He bowls, and that's run away down to 3rd for a single. Clark's on to 9, 171 for 3. Pujara on strike on 82. Anderson in his 6th over. Bowled out of maiden. It's Pujara last up. He's got 4 balls left of this over with Pujara on strike. Just orchestrating the field, pulling Robbie White in a little at backward square leg. Here's Anderson bowls to Pujara. Pushes it away into the covers where it's fielded by Cullen. Bamber's at Robson's at mid-off. 3rd is Bamber. Hanscom a slip, so it's a 4-5 field. 5 on the onside, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square, short, backward square leg, and long leg. Anderson to bowl a straight line here at Afridi. In now, bowls short, and he's pulled him. Oh,
Shot.
Lovely shot that was for 4. Imperious from Pujara, moves to 86. White at the backward square leg. He was just drawn in slightly by Hanscom there. I wonder if he say to him, yeah, maybe just take it back a little then. But he's there clearly in a catching position against Pujara. It's going to be a short of a length. Straight line that Anderson bowls here to the India maestro. He goes down the hill, he bowls once again onto the hip. This is turned to White at backward square leg, no run, 175 for 3. So with a double S in his name with his Swedish father.
Yeah.
Berkshire boy.
Think we'll get these overs in, Kevin?
I tell you what, we might just. Anderson bowls and forward goes Pujara, turning into the onside. There's no run, 175 for 3. End of the over. 9 off the over, Anderson. He has got the role of being a bit more of a bully of a bowler. You ask him to get out the batters some of the times, Anderson, so no worry as he walks off 9 against his name in that over. Pujara 86, Clark will have strike on 3. 175 for 3. Cricket live from the BBC and live from Hove. Sussex entertaining Middlesex. Big old fixture over the years between these two. Massive fixture last year. 10 wickets for Holman and a record score for Middlesex with a bat.
In comes Ethan Bamber, running away from us under the floodlights, comes in and bowls to Clark, and Clark is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. 175 for 3, as Kevin was saying. Sussex keeping up this scoring rate of 5 and over. And we were speculating what the Sussex lead might be if we get these full 15 overs in. It could well be it's going to be in excess of 250, which could set us up for a really exciting day tomorrow. Depends if Sussex are, who knows, Middlesex may get a glut of wickets and we could get a declaration in a run chase, you never know. In comes Bamber and bowls, and a beautiful shot by Tom Clark. To be fair, there was too much width from Ethan Bamber, and the delivery probably got what it deserved. Clubbed away through the covers by Tom Clark, beautifully played. He goes to 13, and Sussex to 179 for 3.
Yeah, attractive that, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it's been a good response this from Sussex, because at 6 for 2, you know, your thought process is the lights are on, it's cloudy, the ball is doing a little bit, that Sussex could have been in real trouble. But through Pujara and Tom Alsop, Sussex are finding themselves, batting themselves into a good position in this match. Bamber runs away from us, comes into bowl to Clark, and Clark is forward, plays to backward point, there is no run. I think the light is not that great at the minute, I've got to be honest.
Wishful thinking, Adrian.
Yeah, it's just, I'd always worry, you just get to know the light, don't you, at the ground, and you can see, when you see the fluorescent lights on at the groundsman's hut at the far end, that's a signal, and you can see the floodlights shining in the windows around the ground, and the umpires, I just noticed having a look at each other, so I'm not it's not great. Bamber in a game bowled, and Clark plays into the offside, there is no run. I think at this stage, Sussex will want to stay out there. Ascendancy with a useful lead of, what's that, 213? So if we could get, a good proportion of these overs in, Sussex might be able to have a bit of a thrash in the morning, and it could be set for a very exciting day's cricket. Bamber from us in and bowls, and Clark plays firmly to mid-on, fielded by Holman, and there is no run. Starting to drift away. The best attended day was certainly yesterday, when there was a really good crowd in here at Hove. I mean, tomorrow ought to be a good day's cricket. It's a good weather forecast, so if you're not doing anything tomorrow, it could be a really good day. It could be an exciting day's cricket at Hove. Clark waits, and Bamber is in again. Bowls, and he's up on his toes, plays to mid-on, there is no run. End of another over. 15 overs left in the day. The umpires have another glance at each other. 179 for 3. Clark on 13, Pujara on 86. Ethan Bamber, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 43. As the batsmen have a little natter in the middle of the pitch. Just down the road at the Amex Stadium, it looks as if it's been fairly bright. I've just seen a couple of photographs coming in. Maybe that was just a little bit further north. But here comes Anderson. Hill drives bowls to Pujara, who drives to mid-off. Footed, I think that's Hanscom there, and there is no run. Pujara remains on 86. Sussex 179 for 3. Pujara wants something else brought out. Another pair of gloves? No, he wants a drink on this occasion. The other thing for Middlesex, this is a long session. This is going to be a session, I think, of 42 overs, if we get through them all. Anderson in and bowls. Pujara is forward, plays out into the offside. It's another dot ball. Pujara remains on 86. Slip, third man, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Backward square leg and a long leg.
I've missed a whole load of tweets. Sorry, Adrian. I was just going through them all. They don't come through properly all the time. Just found them all.
Anderson bowls, Pujara forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run.
Philip an hour ago now. Do you really think Middlesex are in a better position, Kevin? Sussex are cruising, going at 4.5 and over, and they bowled brilliantly with the new ball yesterday. No, what I was saying was at the time, if you go back an hour or so, if Middlesex were able to pick up a couple of wickets, then they were saying they'd be closer to victory. But Sussex have absolutely clattered along since that point at 5 and over, and they really are in the box seat.
In comes Anderson, bowls and clipped away by Pujara. Good bit of fielding by White at square leg. A sprawling save prevents more runs for Pujara.
J65, I think it was saying something one of your listeners tweeted on earlier. Either Sound and Vision are out of sync, or Kevin Hand BBC is a shoo-in to replace Mystic Meg when she retires.
Waits at the end of his run. Comes into bowl to Pujara. Pujara clips this through square leg. More runs here for Pujara, just a single. He goes to 87 and Sussex to 180 for 3.
Simon Whiteside says if the umpires call it on light again, the lights are on, but nobody's at Hove.
Very good.
And he adds as well, Simon, Jimmy Stewart and Princess Grace of Monaco in rear window. Score by Frank Waxman. Thank you, Simon. Peter Hill was agreeing on what the Sussex chair, John Philby, was saying yesterday about 5 games would be a farce at home.
Anderson comes in, bowls to Clark. Clark plays into the offside. Good over by Martin Anderson. Just the one run coming off it, and Middlesex just desperate here just to try and drive runs for Sussex. 180 for 3. Pujara on 87. Clark on 13. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Kevin Hand. You may be watching the live stream somewhere in the world. If you are, or if you want to do that, you need to go to the Sussex Cricket Club website. Click on the link and you can watch the live stream alongside our commentaries. A few more spectators decide that enough's enough for today, and just wandering out of the ground. However, if they do that, it could well be that they may miss 100 from Pujara. He's on 87 of 110 balls and has looked imperious so far.
Yeah, don't go anywhere yet, folks. Ches Fox says the delay after tea when they were resuming, but the floodlights weren't on. This is the kind of thing cricket needs to sort out to ensure the longevity of the 4-day game. Senior club cricket members will put up with this type of farce, but it will turn off the next generation of young supporters.
I couldn't agree more. I think that's absolutely.
Sorry, I've missed all of these. I've got Sean Parry-Jones next.
In comes Bambutt running in over the wicket bowls, and Pujara eases that down to third man to pick up his 88th run, 181 for 3.
Welcome back, Kevin. I was at the county ground yesterday. This is when play resumed just after tea. Really enjoyed it, but very cold later on. Middlesex have dug themselves out of a hole and back into the game. Well, there you go. That was an hour ago when somebody was questioned as well. Did I think Middlesex were really in a good position? It was that third. Sussex at that point was still in danger of the third innings wobble. They're well clear of that now. Pujara has seen to that. Allsop as well. Middlesex rued that drop catch early on of Allsop, and then those couple of edges through the vacant third slip.
Bambutt on his way from the C end of the ground comes into bowl to Tom Clark, and Clark is forward and plays firmly to mid-on, but there is no run, fielded by Holman. I'll just keep on commentating because I'm sure we're going to get an update into the sports programme going out on BBC Radio Sussex in a moment from the Amex Stadium just down the A27. Brighton and Hove Albion and Manchester United. Bambutt waits and comes into bowl to the left-handed Clark. Is in and bowls, and Clark plays down the offside of the track. Bambutt fields, and there is no run. Clark on 13, Pujara on 88. These two coming together when the wicket went down at, and that's very bad of me, I didn't make a note of when the score was when the wicket went down. Tom Allsop was the last man out for 66. It went down when the score was 144. In comes Ethan Bambutt, bowls to Clark, who drives beautifully through the covers. That's a classy shot by Tom Clark. Beautifully played. Half volley outside the off stump, and he picked his spot and drilled the ball through extra cover for 4 runs. A lovely shot. He goes to 17. Sussex to 185 for 3. Tom Clark, who made his maiden first-class 100, the 21-year-old, against Nottinghamshire in the first match of the season. Followed up with a 50 last week against Durham. Move to 17 with that boundary as Bamber in a game bowls, and Clark covers up the ball of good length, plays away into the offside. And there is no run. There's a slip, a backward point, cover and a mid-off, a sweeper on the cover boundary. And the onside field, there's a silly mid-on, a wider mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg all the way down at the far end of the ground in front of the deck chairs as in comes Bamber and bowls, and forward comes Clark. Plays it straight back down the track. Dot ball from Ethan Bamber. 13 overs remaining in the day, and Sussex are 185 for 3. Clark is on 17. Pujara is on 88. He's going to take strikers. Chicheshwar Pujara. So the Sussex lead is 184 plus 34. That's not an easy sum for me. That's 189. I think that's 219 is the Sussex lead.
And he didn't even take his socks off.
So an update coming, and then I'll hand over to Kevin. It's going to be Martin Anderson who's going to bowl from the 13 overs remaining in the day. In comes Anderson. Down the hill bowls. Pujara clips to mid-wicket. And there is no run. 185 for 3. Just the one slip in place for Martin Anderson.
Tony Bloom, the chairman here, of course, at the club, the owner, presents his Stu Store with an award for being the player of the season, that famous season, 96-97. Let us.
In comes Anderson bowls to Pujara. Forward plays it down the offside.
Against Middlesex, Adrian Hove.
Yes, Tim, we've still got another 12 overs to be bowled here at Hove tonight. We've lost 16 overs in the day due to a combination of rain and bad light. The floodlights are on, and Sussex batting themselves into a very strong position. They're 185 for 3. It means they lead by 219. And yet again, Chicheshwar Pujara is the man who's leading the charge for Sussex. He's on 88. It's been another wonderful innings. And if he does score 100 here, it'll be his fourth innings, his fourth match for Sussex, and the fourth time he scored 100 or more. At one stage, Sussex were in trouble. They were 6 for 2 with Orr and Ains both out for ducks. Tom Alsop, though, made 66. He made the most of being dropped on naught. Tom Clark is the man with him now. He's on 17. So Sussex 186 for 3. Earlier on in the day, Tim Ollie Robinson, magnificent bowling performance in his first match since the Ashes series over in Hobart. He took 5 for 66. But Sussex now 186 for 3 with 12 overs remaining in the day. As Clark plays out into the offside, and there is no run. 186 for 3. Clark on 17. Pujara on 89. As in comes Anderson again bowls, driven by Clark, but straight to the cover field. He's annoyed with himself, Tom Clark. He knew that was there to be hit through the covers for 4, but he picked out the fielder. And I guess that's one of the learning curves for these young Sussex batsmen when you're playing with a batsman of the class of Pujara. When Pujara gets an opportunity, he doesn't hit the fielder. And there's nothing lucky about that. That's all about Pujara knowing exactly where the field is. Anderson again. Down the hill bowls, and Clark is forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. That's a good tight over from Martin Anderson. He concedes just a single. Sussex 186 for 3. Clark 17. Pujara is on 89. We've got 11 overs remaining in the day. I think there's a good chance we're going to get those overs in as well. In fact, as I say that, the umpires are having a natter about the light.
No.
They are. And I suspect if we go off now, we won't come back. I mean, I don't think the light is any worse now than it's been for the last 20 minutes. I just don't understand why the umpires would want to take the players off. Well, they're having a short... Oh, they are going off. Are they? Yeah, they are.
No, they're right. No, we're right. We're right. We're still going on for a bit.
Well, the light.
We've got a spinner on as well, so that helps.
Well, the light is no worse now. In fact, it's going to be Mark Stoneman, I think.
Stoneman it is. Stoneman to Pujara. This would be a fine second first-class wicket for Stoneman, wouldn't it? Here's the off-spin of the Durham lad. Made his way to Surrey before heading back north. Only a few tube stops though to the Middlesex. 186 for 3. Sussex fought back well with the bat, led by Pajara this evening. Zoman checks the fields, long off and long on back, deep mid-wicket, deep square, deep cover, and Stoneman bowls. On the back foot, Pajara works him down to wide long on for a single. Clark onto strike on 17. Can the part-time spinner just break the concentration here? Stoneman around the wicket to Clark. That one down the leg side. It's turned to square leg, no run. So we've got 11 overs left after this. Come on, Rocky the Cry. It's a flight driven back to him. Try to catch from somewhere. I don't think it was ever going to carry. Stoneman again. Drags this one short. It's punched away out to deep cover. Clark moves to 18, 188 for 3. Field spreads again for the right-handed Pajara. Stoneman, sorry, comes in, bowls. Pajara pads up. Kicked away. Excitement around the fields, appealing the no shot offered of Pajara. Stoneman again. Pajara, as he drops short, drags him out to deep mid-wicket just for a single. Moves to 91. 189 for 3. End of the over. Anderson to continue at the Cromwell Road end. Wonder, is it worth just giving brightened up again? If it was a bit of dark cloud there, it really has brightened up again. I wonder if it's worth Afridi having a little burst at Pajara here in the 90s.
Well, he was warming up a little earlier on. I mean, the light is good. I mean, I don't know why the umpires were talking about the light a little earlier. Perhaps they were talking about whether they should turn the lights off. I don't know. But it's going to be Anderson who's going to bowl to Pajara, who's on 91. 11 overs left in the day. And it is going to be Anderson who's running down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. He's in and bowls to Pajara, who's forward and plays languidly into the mid-wicket area, and there is no run. The runs have just dried up a little bit here for Sussex, and Middlesex will be pleased about that because Sussex were really rattling along at 5 and over. It's not far below 5 now. It's about 4.6, 4.7 and over, but the runs were coming far too quickly from a Middlesex point of view. Pajara waits. Anderson in bowls, and Pajara again plays to mid-wicket, fielded by the lively Stoneman. And again, there is no run.
Plenty of encouragement in the field.
Yeah, there is.
6. Keeping the heads up at this point. It's going to be quite the final day tomorrow, the chase.
Well, it could be a terrific day's cricket. In comes Anderson, bowls, Pajara is forward, and for the third ball in a row, he plays it straight to mid-wicket to Stoneman, who's just making sure there's definitely not a single there for Pajara. Good little spell this from Anderson, actually, who went for 15 in his first 2 overs, Kevin, so he's gone for 16 in his last 6. So it's been a good recovery by Anderson.
Yeah, absolutely it has. He's a good bowler. Anderson, Middlesex can rely on him.
He's in again, bowls, and that's down the leg side, taken well and very confidently by Simpson, unfussily as well. And there is no run. 9 for 3. In fact, it's going to be a nice evening.
I was just about to say, it's a lovely evening.
Yeah,
there,
it is.
isn't
It's going to. We're going to get through these overs without question. It's the best part of the day. Having lost those 16 overs, and we lost 7 last night, so 23 would have been lost in the match. As in comes Anthony Bowles. Pujara eases that spin off. He was thinking of a single, but it wasn't there. Another dot ball. Because on the last day, one of the rules of the game, not one I necessarily agree with, is that you cannot make up lost time on the final day. So it could be the most beautiful summer's day tomorrow, and we will have 96 overs. I don't know why it is you can't make up the overs on the last day, but anyway, you can't. Pujara waits, and Anderson is on his way again. Bowls, and Pujara hammers this one away to backward point for 4 runs. And I guess that's the thing of a batsman of Pujara's quality. Martin Anderson just erring in length, just a little outside of the off stump, and Pujara just belted it away to backward point for 4 runs. He goes to 95, and Sussex to 193 for 3.
Now we're going to have to go by batter, aren't we, over who commentates, because if Pujara comes on strike against Stoneman, you could well see him picking up that ball over the onside for 6, but it's Clark on strike first on 18, on 93 for 3, so this will be your 4th Pujara century to commentate on.
Yeah, it's
Adrian.
extraordinary, really. 4 games, 4 hundreds, and included within there 2 double hundreds. And it's just what Sussex needed. It was a batsman of his quality.
Good signing. Here's Stoneman. Right arm around, he bowls. Full toss, driven to mid-off. Just watchful of that one, Clark. Stoneman again. Bowls, and this ball's defended into the onside. 9 for 3. Stoneman, the off spinner. Nice bit of flight, stroked away in a single on 94 for 3. Clark's on to 19. Pujara from 123 deliveries, 95 and on to strike.
Yeah, and he has taken a liking to that leg side boundary, so if Mark Stoneman does drop one short here, you might well find Pujara takes it on. Let's see what happens. In comes Stoneman and bowls. It is short, and it is pulled away for Pujara, and it's gone all the way for 4 runs. I thought that had gone for 6 when he hit it. Let's just wait for the umpires. Yes, it's definitely a 4. So Pujara goes to 99, and now the field, which had spread, is coming back in to prevent the single. Pujara to 99 off 124 balls. It's been an incredible knock yet again by the Indian master batsman. In comes Stoneman, bowls, and Pujara pads up outside of the off stump. We've already seen one Sussex player out for 99 in this match. That was Ali Orr. Pujara will be hoping he doesn't become the second. Stoneman again, bowls, and Pujara just flicks this to mid-wicket. You can rest assured that he won't be bothered by being on 99. Cheteshwar Pujara, it's the end of the over, 198 for 3. Pujara on 99, Clark on 19, and 9 overs remaining in the day.
So it'll be Anderson. Or will it? No, it'll be a freebie. Here we go.
Ah, right.
Well, if Clark can find a single, then it'll be a freebie to Pujara on 99, which will be quite the matchup. How he desperately loves to pick up Pujara short of the century at least. He's had a fair look at Pujara today, hasn't he, a freebie, but Pujara's been equal to it. Clark on strike on 19. And it's going to stand at slip alone. Other than that, looking pretty forlorn down there, Luke Holman, after his fine score with the bat. Don't need to worry too much about his spell with the ball. Backward point, deep cover, mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket, deep backward square, long leg, and long leg. And here is a freebie. Cutting is Clark, and a single is taken to deep point. Over to you, Adrian. It's Afridi against Pujara.
Yes, yeah, that's quite a matchup. I'm sure Afridi will be desperately keen Not to concede the 100th run to Cheteshwar Pujara, who is retaking his guard. He's not taking anything to chance. Just goes down the wicket, does a little bit of gardening. As we were saying, the weather is now the best it's pretty much been all day. Lots of blue sky around Hove. Cheteshwar Pujara on 99. Middlesex fielders were in saving the one, as you would expect. As Afridi comes running in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, around the wicket, bowls to Pujara, and he beats Pujara outside the off stump, and that hasn't been the case very often in his innings. It's been a masterclass again from Pujara, but that was a terrific delivery by Afridi, and Pujara was groping outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run.
That was close, really, really close. But just missing on top of off.
Mark, and on his way again, bowls to Pujara, and Pujara is surprised by one, a bit of extra bite there from Afridi, and it just wrapped Pujara on the bottom hand and dribbled out into the offside. That'll be some encouragement for Ollie Robinson, who'll be bowling tomorrow, you'd imagine, down the hill for Sussex. Pujara does a bit of gardening. Experienced as he is with all the hundreds that he's made, he will be taking nothing for granted. Afridi again, tall left arm around the wicket, runs in, bowls to Pujara, who is forward and foot right to the pitch of the ball, plays into the offside, and there is no run. That's 5 balls that Pujara has faced on 99, and he just goes down, a little bit of gardening, prodding of the wicket. Afridi wanders away to the far end of the ground. 2 more balls remaining in this, the 43rd over of the innings. Sussex 199 for 3, leading by 233. As Afridi is in. Left arm around the wicket, bowls to Pujara. Pujara plays into the onside. He was looking for the single, but it really wasn't there. It could be there now. There was a slight misfield as the ball ran across the matting on the onside of the pitch. But again, there is no run. Hush around the ground, and those spectators that have stayed have been well rewarded for. It's been another really good day's cricket here at Hove, and it could be an even better one tomorrow. Afridi is in, bowls, and Pujara lets that go. Good over by Shane Afridi, and Pujara saw it out. He's not bothered by being on 99. It's the end of the over, 199 for 3. 20 to Clark, 99 to Pujara. The lead for Sussex is 233, and we've got 8 overs remaining in the day.
I'm just trying to see if we can get a freeze frame of how close that was of Afridi to Pujara. The angle, actually the back arm of Afridi, as he bowls, the back arm flies up into the air and it blocks off that line of sight, but it was close. And this is good to watch. Really, really good to watch. High quality cricket here at Hove. Mark Stoneman charged with trying to break the concentration of this pair. Maybe pick up the left-hander. Here he comes. Right arm around from the C end, 199 for 3. Clark's on 20. Off spinner bowls to the left-hander down the leg side to Simpson. It passes. From around the field. Stoneman bowls again. Nice bit of flight, nice line, pushed away into the offside, no run. It looked like he's only taken his maiden first-class wicket at 34 in this game, does it?
No, I agree.
Bit shorter, backing away. Clark punches out to deep cover. Halfway through the 44th. And there's the 200 up. 200 for 3. Clark 21. Pujara on strike and Stoneman to bowl to him.
Balls around the ground for that 200 for Sussex, which tells us that the lead is 234. As Pujara, will he get his 100 in this over? Stoneman is in, bowls. Pujara using his feet and just pushes the ball back down the offside of the track. That's the 8th delivery that he's been on 99. Cheshire Pajara. He waits again as Stoneman is in from the C end, bowls, and Pajara is back and hammers this one away through backward point. What a lovely way to go to your 100. Cuts the ball away through backward point. He's going to pick up 3 runs, Pajara. And listen to the applause around Hove. It's another masterclass by the Indian batsman. He takes off his helmet, acknowledges the applause all the way around the ground. He's played 4 matches for Sussex. He scored 100 in all of them, including 2 double hundreds, 102 and 133 balls, 13 fours, 2 sixes, sporting applause from the Middlesex fielders. It really has been another wonderful exhibition of batting by Cheteshwar Pujara.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant from him, wasn't it? This is Stoneman bowls. This is clipped away out to deep mid wicket for a single by Clark. Moves to 22, 204 for 3. If Sussex go on and win this match, then Pujara with the bat here, oh so important, and just as important I think of Robinson as Robinson's fifer to this stage. They were in trouble at 9 for 2, and when that catch was put down would have been 9 for 3. Pujara was stood at the non-striker's end watching that chance go down. You can bet your bottom dollar that steeled him even more. Just as I said, you know, talk about Orr being dropped second ball of the match. What could have been? Well, Pujara might have walked out and played a very different innings to that which he did in the first innings, which was over in a flash. A 10-ball 12. Here's a freebie to Clark on 22. Hanscom, the one slip, crouching down. A freebie bowls, a bouncer through to Simpson. Good pace and bounce on that, Simpson. Rocks his head backwards as the ball thumps into the gloves in front of his face. Reedy again. It's the crease. Bowls. Oh, he goes straight through him. Beats the inside edge. Just came back in. Wide enough outside off that it wasn't troubling the off stump at all, unless he played down onto it, but only just beating that inside edge through to Simpson. Reedy to Clark once more, 122. Bowls short, and Clark takes his eyes off that one as he hooks out to deep backward square. Gets a single, moves to 23. 205 for 3.
Yeah, it's dangerous when you do that, isn't it? He didn't have his eye on the ball. He's lucky that he connected against some of the pace of Freedy. Well, I think there's a very good chance we are going to get a run chase tomorrow, because I don't see any, there's no point Sussex just batting and batting and batting.
No, it's whether they bat, it's whether they offer something that Middlesex are interested in, really, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's the one. And that's why I come back to the point, you've got to be prepared to lose a game to win a game. And I don't see Sussex setting something totally unrealistic that Middlesex will think, well, there's no point going for this.
Reedy's around the wicket to Pujara. And, I thought he'd got through. Pujara, toe end of the bat, keeps that out. Dive at the non-striker's end as the throw comes in from White. Looked as though it just kept a bit low and took the toe end of the bat. I thought it was going to go underneath. He's on to 103.
Yeah, I mean, I've slightly lost track of how many teams go up. I think, is it 2 go up from Division 2? Isn't it dreadful? We don't know. I'm fairly certain that's the case. So, Middlesex will want wins. Nottinghamshire have started off the season well, so have Middlesex. So you'd have thought they'd certainly have a go at any total.
Forward goes Clark to Afridi, pushing to mid-on, no run.
Six overs after this. Actually, to be fair, Middlesex we've said all the way through, got through their overs very quickly. Because at one stage I would think we could be here till sort of 7:30.
Freedy bowls and into the hip of Clark. It falls away into the onside. He's good at the over 8, that Pete Hanscom. He can come again.
Well, it does make a difference. I know we've spoken about it quite a lot today, but there has been a noticeable difference between the two sides. Sussex are -3.5, and Middlesex are +1. And Sussex will need to be careful in their second innings, because it will be an amalgamation of the two, which will determine whether or not they'll be docked any points.
Reed, it's Clark. Balls, and Clark's right behind it, pushing into the onside, no run.
But apologies, Scott, did miss the 50 partnership between these two, which was some time ago. It was at 194.
To be fair, our eyes were firmly fixed on Pujara's century.
Yeah, we were. So 208 for 3, 6 overs left in the day. The first of which is going to be bowled by Mark Stoneman, I think. Yes, indeed it is going to be Stoneman who's going to carry on from this C end of the ground. Pujara's got another pair of gloves. I reckon that's about the third or fourth pair of gloves he's put on today. Not that anyone will worry too much, because he's doing the job for Sussex. 6 overs left. Some people watching on the live stream.
Indeed.
Yeah. The sun is out briefly. In comes Stoneman bowls down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Simpson, and that'll be a bye to Sussex, who goes 209 for 3. Looking a picture again. Come on, Rocky, is the cry from some of the Middlesex players to Mark Stoneman. The 46th over of the innings as Stoneman is in again. Bowls, and forward comes Clark, plays onto the onside. There is no run. 209 for 3. Stoneman again on his way, and bowls. Clark is forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. So what would your equation be? What do you think your equation would be, Kevin, for this to be a run chase that Middlesex will want to take on? In comes Stoneman, bowls. Clark is forward, plays into the offside. There is no run.
Let's say they're set 350. What's the lead now?
Well, the lead is 243.
330, so another 90 runs from here, 5 overs tonight, and an hour and a half tomorrow. Look at about, set them 330 and
sort of 70 overs or something like that, 5 and over.
Yeah, in a couple of sessions, session and a bit, 2.5 sessions, I should say. As Sports pushed away into the offside,
Maybe
half an hour before lunch. Yes.
5 overs left in the day, 209 for 3. And we've got more towels and equipment being bought out for Pujara. He's perhaps just mopping his brow a little, and it's going to be Blake Cullen, I think, who's going to pick up the attack from the far end of the ground. That's the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's getting a drink, is Chetishwar Pujara. So we've got 96 overs in the day. If Sussex were to score 4 and over from here on in for the next 25 overs,
Another 100, yeah.
that would give them another 100. That would give the lead of about 340, 350. Take 20 overs out of the game, so Middlesex to score 350 in 70 overs ish. So they've got to score at 5 and over, which is going some in Championship cricket, but it's probably worth a try.
What would they have? 70? Well, because they'd have 96 plus these, they'd have 101, wouldn't they? So, take 25 out of it? So 75.
Yeah, there'd probably be 2 for a change of innings, wouldn't there?
Yeah.
I hope if Sussex do set something up, well, it's not setting it up, declare giving Middlesex an opportunity.
Here's Cullen into Pujara, who punches hard for 4. What a shot that is. That's set up outside off stump. He's pacey, Cullen. You heard the grunt. What's Hanscom looking for? He's calling Jack Davies to go to deep backward square leg. Just changing the field around. They've come up against a maestro here, Middlesex. Hasn't offered a chance. He's been troubled by a freedie. He's been there or thereabouts, a freedie against Pujara, hasn't he, at times, but hasn't offered a chance in this century. Wonderful to watch. 213 for 3. Here's Cullen's response. He's in, bowls, and chopped away again. Oh, perfectly placed in between the deep backward point and the third for 4 more. Hard on Cullen, brilliant by Pujara. 217 for 3. He's on to 111. Yes, for the chase tomorrow, again, whatever it is, you always look at what can a team chase after tea nowadays. So 32 overs left tomorrow night. If there's enough wickets in hand, then Middlesex would be thinking, look, you can chase 200 on this. What do they score? 130 in the afternoon session, plus whatever they have before lunch. As here's Cullen, and Pujara at the moment is batting unbelievably. He's just run that past slip for 4. Incredible from Pujara. Cullen, one of the bright rising stars of English cricket. Pujara's milked him there. Moves to 115. Robson runs across to give him a pat on the back. Say, look, don't worry about that. You keep going. Went a little bit fuller. Pujara was just over the top it and ran it away down to a fine third for 4. Hanscom checking the field. 4 fours. As Cullen is in, bowls, short and hooked away down to deep backward square leg. It won't be another 4, it's just a single. 222 for 3. Brilliant from Pujara this though.
Had a long day.
It has. Adrian Harms not only forgetting to turn on his headset, but forgetting to put the headset on.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
You could tell we've been in for what, 8 hours.
Aye, but this has been brilliant from Pujara though, and this over from, well, it was merciless to Cullen, as Cullen bowls to Clark now, who plays defensively on the back foot. A couple of powerful offside shots for Pujara to put him away. Back foot punch, then a cut, and then a run past slip for his third 4 of the over. 222 for 3 as Cullen's in, bowls and full and defended by Clark. End of the over. Clark 23 and 116 for Cheteshwar Pujara. Brilliant innings from him, and you couldn't say it'd be match winning at this stage, but again, if they do go on to win this, then it's been a cut above everything else we've seen, and we've seen a fine innings from Simpson, a very good innings from Luke Holman. Allsop and Orr in that first innings, but this from Pujara against a strong attack, including Afridi. Middlesex came hard at them. If you think of that 9 for 2 start to this innings, which was very nearly 9 for 3, but for that catch not taken.
In comes Stoneman, running into bowl to Pujara, and Pujara just eases that down to third man. More runs here, and what Sussex are doing here, and what Pujara is doing, is probably speeding up a declaration tomorrow, you know, because the lead is now 258. Extraordinary goings on just down the A27 at the Amex Stadium, where Brighton are playing Manchester United. Brighton are winning 4-0.
And they just hit the post.
Pujara down the wicket, drives firmly down to long on. It's just a single. Pujara goes to 119. To 225 for 3. Stoneman into Clark, and Clark eases that out into the covers, and there is no run. 3 overs remaining after this. So one bowls to Clark, who just plays it defensively down in front of him. No run. Stoneman back to his mark. It's going to be lovely here, you know, in about half an hour, because there's lots of blue sky approaching, as in comes Stoneman again, and Clark plays it back down the wicket. I think he fancies batting a bit tomorrow, does Tom Clark. He's on 23. 225 for 3. Our Sussex Stoneman in bowls, and Clark clips that to mid-wicket And there is again no run. End of the over. 3 overs to go in the day. Are on 119. Clark on 23. These two coming together when Sussex were 144 for 3. So very quickly, these two have added 81 for this.
Of which Pujara has added the vast...
He has, by far, the vast majority
of it. He's thinking, look, he can see a side who are struggling here this evening, and he's seeing it like a beach ball. So up this scoring rate now. Cullen is going to have another over against him. The first 3 balls of the last over, Cullen bowled to Pujara, went for 4. Hanscom's taken himself out at slip now. So there is... let's go around the field from the keeper. Third, a very fine deep backward point. Point wide mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep backward square and long leg. And Cullen's right arm around, bowls to Pujara, who hooks him. I've missed a fielder. There is one. He's not quite a dead stop. He's the finest of fine legs you can imagine there, Holman.
Yeah.
Single taken though. Field switches for Clark. Middlesex appreciating that they're playing against a different level out there at the moment in Pujara. It feels vastly different when he's on strike now. Blakey the cry, done for 41 from 7.1. He'd love to end the day with a wicket now, wouldn't he? As Cullen's in, bowls, and right behind this Clark. Yeah, I remember when we were weighing up at the start of this session what could happen, how could things go? I think you asked me how would Middlesex look at it. I said, well, if they could have them 5 down tonight, finish off the other 5 in the morning, and then have 2 sessions to chase whatever's left. That was assuming this was going to be an innings that was played out with ball, say, on top, but at least keeping control. And Middlesex haven't been able to keep control of this second innings of Sussex at all. So here's Cullen, bowls down the leg side to Clark. Through it goes to the keeper. Yeah, it's played out with bat heavily on top of ball. And it is Sussex's game to dictate, really. Middlesex just have to slow them up as best they can in the morning, really. But even in doing so, Middlesex want to make sure that it's his Cullen. Bowls, and this will be defended by Clark into the offside. Yeah, they've just got to do the best they can in the morning, really, haven't they? Middlesex have just keep honest, keep it respectable, keeping control as best they can. Yeah, I mean, the Sussex lead is now 260. So you'd have thought, it's Sussex another 100 runs. They won't want many more than that. I mean, they could get bowled out quickly, but another 100 runs would give them 350 for Middlesex to chase on the final. The umpire's looking at his light meter again. Cullen bowls and single turn by Clark out to deep square. Holden charges in, holding them to 1. Clark's 24. Got 12 balls left of day 3 here at Hove. Here's Pujara on strike to Cullen, and Cullen will come right arm around to him. So they're trying to bounce him out here with the fine leg. Long leg and deep backward square leg. Got a fine third in place as well. And Cullen around the wicket from the Cromwell Road end, bangs it in short, and Pujara's over the top of it and rides it down to long leg for a single. 2-8 for 3. He'll have the strike. He's on 121 now, Pujara.
Yes, to his double hundreds that he made at Derby, and here against Durham, the 100 at Worcester. Now the 100 against Middlesex. 2 overs to go in the day. The last of the penultimate over from this end. The final over from this end of the day is going to be bowled by Mark Stoneman. So we've lost 16 overs today. We lost 7 yesterday. So 23 overs lost in the match. Which, I guess in terms of...
That could cost us, Tomorrow it really could.
In comes Stoneman, bowls to Pujara, using his feet, clips to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Stoneman. The clock goes past 7 o'clock, 7:01. Bowls. Pujara hammers that one through the onside. Picks up a single down to long on. He goes to 121. Sussex 228 for 3. Stoneman on his way again, bowling to Tom Clark. He's in a bowls, and Clark is forward down the track, fielded by Stoneman off his own bowling, and there is no run. Stoneman again, back to his mark. In bowls, Clark just defends on
turned.
Yeah, maybe it was a little bit of turn. I think Mark Stoneman just said to umpire, "Oh, did that turn a bit?"
I don't know if that's a good thing. Middlesex. I was just about to say that this has been heavily Sussex's session tonight.
Yeah.
To an extent that I don't think we could ever have predicted.
Stoneman in bowls. Clark drives through the offside. Gets a single as Tom Clark, fielded by the sweeper on the cover boundary, who was Bamber, who gets in the throw.
Pujara's avoided the third innings wobble.
Yep, he has.
But I don't think Middlesex will be utterly distraught. They know that it's over to to Sussex mostly now to dictate what they will be chasing and for how long.
Yes.
And if they'll be given a sniff. Middlesex have to keep it tight in the morning.
Depends how brave Tom Haynes wants to be tomorrow. That's the big question. In comes Stoneman bowls. Pujama hammers that one away through the offside to the sweeper on the cover boundary. He goes to 123, 231 for 3.
Having gone so long without a win, and having played so well in this match, it would almost be remiss, wouldn't it, of Sussex not to try and win this game?
Yeah, it would be. I mean, I guess there's two ways of looking at that, isn't there? That's the end of the over, 231 for 3, so 1 over left in the day. Yes,
go on.
I was going to say, by the same token, they won't want to lose. They won't want to set a Middlesex a target.
They'll
and
think of
lose.
Stoneman and Robson and Hanscom and the big names that are in there. Simpson, who's in the form of his life. Middlesex bat a long way down. See what the all-rounders did. Yeah. They will. They'll look and think, well, it's only taken us 50 overs to get to 230, so you need to set something pretty tough. Like I say, 330 off 75 maybe. Here's Cullen around the wicket to Pujara, who runs a single through square. Is that him done for the day? He's on to 124. 233 for 3. Yeah, that feels about right, doesn't it? 330 off 75, 330 off 70.
Yeah, I mean, because at the minute, the lead, Kevin, is 266.
Maybe they'll push it to a bit more, 350, because, if it's going well in the morning, they will score quicker than that, you'd have thought. So 350 off 70, 350 off 75. Cullen in bowls, and this is eased to point by Clark, no run.
This partnership is now worth 89. No, it's not. Yes, it is worth 88 between these two. You'd have thought that Sussex will just be happy to see off these final 4 balls and have a little natter overnight as to what's the... What are they going to want to set Middlesex?
How many overs do they need? That's the other thing as well, isn't it?
Well, of course, that is the other. That's a very good point, yeah.
Cullen's in, bowls, forward goes Clark, pushing into the offside, and there's no run.
No, I mean, that's an excellent point. You find you've got Middlesex 6 or 7 down and you're running out of overs.
Yeah, I mean, there's no point leaving yourself 60 overs to bowl out Middlesex. Only 3 wickets have fallen in 50 overs here.
Yeah. They're only and they're almost certainly only going to get 1 ball, aren't they? Because 96 over, you're not going to get the use of a second new ball. That's not going to happen.
Cullen bowls, and this is turned into the onside for a single just through mid-wicket. Pujara will face again.
Look at this weather now.
I know. I was just about to say the sunshine.
Beautiful now.
Stretching. I mean, the colours out there at the moment. That blue sky up above us. Lovely green grass with a yellowish tinge to it from the setting sun. Cullen running in, just as I looked up there. One side in shade and shadow, and one side in that late evening sun, illuminating his right side as he approaches from the Cromwell Road end. He bowls to Pujara bouncer, and Pujara's underneath it.
It's called a no ball.
Oh, yeah, it's too short. It's all right, neither of us have anywhere to be, Harmsy.
Yeah.
We can make another ball. 2 to go, day 3.
Yeah, 2 runs to Sussex. Yeah, I don't know. As you say, I think it's an interesting equation about how many overs Sussex will feel they need. They won't want to lose, but they'll want to win. So it's a difficult equation to balance.
Cullen bowls. Pujara's over the top of it, turning a single into the leg side. 125, 236 for 3. It's come of day 3. Luke Holman, I'll probably go and have a chat with now. What about you, Adrian?
Well, we were after Ollie Robinson, who I gather is not available, or Pujara, but I'm not sure we're going to get either, which is a bit of a shame. But I think we're going to speak to Sean Hunt, the young left-arm seamer who's back in the Sussex attack in this game. What a beautiful evening it is now. Incredible.
Last ball of the day, Cullen bowls and defended by Clark, and that's it. 236 for 3. Sussex's day in the end, Sussex's evening, which, as from the start, really has had them in front in this game. It's just a matter of how many, and how much time will they set Middlesex
So
tomorrow.
the lead is what, 270? Yes, I think the lead is 270. So, thank you all for listening. Thank you for your emails and texts. And we'll be back with you tomorrow morning for what could be a really exciting day of cricket here at Hove. Thank you for listening, and good night.